road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
GMT has the perfect timing! Facing down and Odin! And Inspire is just gonna double down! Caillou caught! Will get away with 1. 2 now! Up on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another ace! 3, and there's your real fragger talking. Well, folks, you saw it right there. Let's finish this story. Welcome, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America playoffs. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Roy on the desk. And if you're just joining us for playoffs, well, welcome. You joined a very spicy day because we're in the lowers and it's elimination day. We're getting ready to say goodbye to some of our teams who have fought so hard to get here, but alas, that is the way the cookie crumbles. Roy, haven't seen you in a hot second, my best friend / mortal enemy. How are you?
Oh, I can be both of those things at the same time? That's pretty cool.
Yes, because you're a Renaissance man, Roy.
Ah, right. Yes, pineapple on pizza. Yes, I'm doing fantastic. I'm here excited for some more Valorant this week. And I've been brought today for such a great reason to be the Grim Reaper of the lower bracket. This always happens somehow, guys. Like the universe is so conspiring in some way to have me be here when teams are getting eliminated. And here I am. Let's do this.
Wow. And you're dressed in all black too.
Yes, I just symbolism is just you can't write it.
You can't write it because it's fate. Gompers, my sweet, sweet girl. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited too. Honestly, it's so unfortunate that we do get to see some of these players get knocked out. It feels like almost yesterday it was stage 1. So it's definitely a little nostalgic for sure. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see who finally is going to be able to make it up towards Ascension.
Well, speaking of nostalgia, let's think about the last time we were here, everyone. We had Cube versus Boxer, formerly known as Lander, and Nightblood Gaming versus Core. These games, I mean, I just love Challengers because anything can happen, Roy. I don't think if you asked me like a couple of weeks ago that Boxer would be able to get 10 rounds on Cube, I would have said no.
Okay, then. Oh, wow. And I'm
with so
going
much
wearing
respect.
all black.
No.
Insanity. But no, this series was actually really good. Obviously, we had a lot of questions, and Cubert had a phenomenal split. There's no questions about it. But some of us were wondering whether they're going to be able to keep their form headed into playoffs in a more pressurized environment. The answer is yes. They've looked fantastic. Box of Rockets actually didn't even look that bad in this matchup. It was extremely close. But Cubert was just the better team, and they are keeping their ball rolling, guys. And obviously going into the Core versus NBG game, that was also pretty cool to watch as well.
I mean, Gompers, I'm gonna go straight to you with this game. We go to overtime. I feel like people don't always give Challengers a fair shake, but when you see the games that we have, Gompers, we are like nail bitey. You see Nerf screaming there. We have such good cinematic games almost.
Yeah, and honestly, this was the matchup that I thought would have been the closest in regards to skill level, just because Core and NBG, I wouldn't say they both had the worst run. I feel like they both did, honestly, pretty well within, actually very, very well, especially with Core. But it was surprising, actually. I think Nightblood definitely showed out in that game against Core. I did think Core was going to win, but I didn't think that was going to be a hell of a fight coming through from NBG. So I owe a lot of respect to them today. I genuinely believe they could get themselves out of that lower bracket.
What I do love, and I do want to bring up, is that have you seen Alam's frag movie from that game, it literally was like jaw-dropping how good it was. So I would recommend everyone either go see that Twitter clip or go back, or literal aura, and go back and watch that game. But friends, Roy, I know you're easily confused. I know sometimes you're looking at the brackets and you're like, oh man, I don't know what's going on. This is crazy, right?
Oh, yes, Liz. That's me. I'm always so confused. Liz, can you tell me what I'm confused about again?
Yes, of course, Roy. Thank you so much for asking. Welcome, everyone, to Liz's lesson. Now, you might be looking at this bracket and going, well, how can people even qualify for Ascension? And that is the fun thing that I get to explain to you today. See, I'm so nice. I thought I would explain it to you. Everyone say, Liz is so nice.
This is so
Liz,
nice.
you're so nice.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, do you see the bracket? Do you see it?
Where am I looking? Left or right?
At the bracket.
Okay, cool.
So
we're in shambles.
So, be quiet. Pay attention. Professor is speaking. When you guys are looking at this bracket, the easiest way to qualify to Ascension is to win the damn thing. Very simple. Very simple. Really, I said simple twice. It's so simple. You just have to win the playoffs. The second thing you can do is have enough circuit points. Now, how did you get those circuit points? It's by your placement in stages, and those circuit points increase as we move from stage to stage. But again, you're looking at this and being like, Elizabeth, what does this mean? I'm using the government name Elizabeth and not calling you Liz because I don't understand what this means. Oh my God, wait, do you guys see this fun little thing? How do I get from here to here? Do you guys see that? Ooh,
Whoa.
fun.
Wait, I'm feeling like a cat. Is this what cat feels like when they're looking at the red laser?
You want to have fun?
Oh, that wasn't a game. I was hitting my screen. Sorry, my bad.
So basically, it's very, very simple at the end of the day. A lot of these teams, I just need to make grand finals or win the damn thing. But for teams like TSM, that's where things get a little bit trickier. And I'm going to thank Tenrek for this lovely, lovely graph we have here. Envy, they're in. They're chilling. We're vibing. But third will guarantee a second seed. Winthrop University, who has gained so many points, see these guys over here, second guarantees them as the third seed. TSM, they're kind of a funky one. So if we go back, you see TSM right now, they're in the lower bracket right down here. Everyone say, good job, Liz.
Good job, Liz.
They basically have to fight until top 3 because their points and their placements are a little funky. Maryville University, very simple. Our college kings need to win. NBG, I actually spoke to Screwface. He's like, yeah, basically we just have to get 5 consecutive wins, but he has to place top 2. Same deal with Core, these two teams down here. Do you guys understand? Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, beautiful. No questions.
No questions? I know, because I wanted to explain this to everyone because I think it can be quite confusing how we get here and how the circuit point system works, especially if you've been watching VCT Americas and we've been talking about championship points non-stop, and that happens per match versus stage circuit points, which happens per placement of each stage. So I just wanted to help break this down for you. Elizabeth, Miss Elizabeth is so nice. Everyone say thank you, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you.
What's my name?
Liz.
What's my full name?
All right, let's move on, guys.
Everyone, to focus on the games we have today, we are starting with TSM versus Box of Rockets, formerly known as Landor. Now, this TSM, Roy, is a TSM that has kind of been going on the repeat path of making a run like they did last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, TSM has been the consistent playoff kind of team. They've been playing very well, but this time I feel like it's sort of the same narrative that they've had almost every appearance in VCL, right? Where they have this like really talented roster. Obviously, the raw talent is there. There's really no question about it. It's always just been a matter of, can these people get on the same page and stay confident, right? At this point in their careers, like there isn't really a lot of time since adding, you know, some people to the team, Timotino, Alvin Boy. There really just isn't enough time for these guys. So really, it's just going to come down to, you know, how like the tight little, you know, fundies, like tightening up on the fundies, making sure that they can be confident, making sure things are flowing, and them just being okay with like non-perfectionist style strategy, because there's no way they're going to be able to capitalize on every single map. So at this point for TSM, it's really just getting on the same page, keeping everybody confident, keeping things flowing. And if they're doing that and they're playing well, this team is definitely a threat.
Yeah, and the last time I do remember Ash saying last week, you know, they had a super impressive performance coming up to this time. And the only 2 that they've really lost, obviously now 3, was in the beginning of the stage, right? Getting used to their new addition of Alvin Boy. And Timotino. So when you're kind of looking at it, it is kind of reasonable. Like, and you've seen the improvement come forth with this team. And I feel like out of everyone, right? Like they have just been trying to kind of solidify themselves as the title of TSM, right? This is a signed team with so much support kind of like rounding them. So it really does feel like it's coming full circle for this team. Obviously not ideal to be kind of fighting for whether or not you're going to stay, but I think that's what they need, the pressure.
I agree. And also, I think something I want to bring up about kind of like tightening those things that you brought up, Roy, is that they recently went to the Toronto land that people competed in, but Guimond was not able to go. So the first time all this version of the team, the first time, I've got my glasses, I'm a teacher, all the time, the first time all of these new players, this new squad met together, Guimond was not, the kind of like the storied, tenured person of TSM was not able to be there. He had to watch from home. But shout out to Qualanu for literally driving on no sleep to play with them. But that is, Gompers, that can be a bit scary, especially when you're not quite sure where you are. You're fighting for your playoff lives. You're not able to meet together. You're playing against Cubert Academy and aren't able to kind of get your stuff together. But you brought up Alvin Gompers correctly. Shall we talk about him?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And actually, to follow up with your point, I think Guimond is also the IGL for the roster. So to not have your IGL play in a setting like that really does kind of take away from the. Actually, it's Cora. Sorry, my apologies. Vora. I messed up.
Guimond used to be the IGL. He's like had like many stints as the IGL.
So hashtag, maybe I need to take another lesson with Liz, the teacher. But yeah, Alvin Boy has actually been a really good stand-in for this team. I think their last performance, especially going up against Envy, I mean, they were going through it, right? Like they're playing against one of the best teams within Challengers. They have to try to get themselves out. And I think Alvin Boy put a really, really good fight, especially on their defensive rounds. It was a 13-4 that they managed to get on the defensive half as Viper and also contributing with their util as well. So I think for that, in regards to what Alvin Boy can contribute, it's not just that firepower, but also, okay, well, they're flexible enough to play the Viper flex when needed and then perform on the defense and kind of keep that solidified. And they wouldn't have played as well, actually. If they started off defense, I genuinely believe they could have run away with more rounds. It was just unfortunate that second half kind of just like wasn't necessarily their attacking half. So I do give TSM a lot of credit for picking up a player like Alvin Boy.
And I think Alvin Boy sort of like graduated from the duelist to sentinel pipeline, right? Where a lot of these players find themselves in this position because ultimately sentinels are entry fraggers. They're just kind of doing it in a different way. And I feel like that confidence that you have from playing such a micro heavy like role like duelist where like it's so chaotic to get on sites has sort of allowed Alvin to sort of take a different approach, slow things down and sort of take engagements at his own will. And I feel like that has actually worked extremely well in his favor. He's been playing very, very well. His stats reflect it. And he's been definitely a key piece for this roster, especially when him and Seven are sort of playing the double senti, and both of them are running the chamber and vice, and that kind of just plays so well within this team dynamic, and it's definitely been a factor for their success.
And their success has to work today because they'll be facing Boxer, formerly known as Lander. Boxer is short for Box of Rockets, in case anyone was wondering. Now, Roy, you're looking at this roster. You're seeing names that you love, or you just, it's a very kind of classic, like, oh, this is like the Valorant kind of like, I don't know what to call it, like kind of like quintessential Valorant core kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to say that this team has a lot of experience, Liz, and I completely agree. This team has the experience. They have the talent, Liz. It's really just a question of whether they've had enough time to sew it all together, and that's yet to be answered today, obviously, right? But I feel like on the right day, this team has the potential to actually just defeat any team in VCL because they have Moose, they have T-Dog, right? All these players are very experienced. But even the other players that are maybe a little bit less known, like Chaotic, McNutty, Sacred, all these players have been around the competitive circuit for so long. So like, yeah, we might consider them rookies, quote unquote. I say that very lightly, but they actually have racked up years of experience. So like this team has the experience. They have things like they can play even suboptimally, even without the perfect structure. There still is a level of like fundamentals that this team carries because of how long they've been competing. And honestly, I feel like sleeping on this team is a really big mistake. And I feel like I said before, like if it's the right day, this team has the potential to pretty much beat anyone in VCL.
I mean, yeah, and I think to highlight something else, Gompers, is McNutty is a newer addition to their team, stepping in a little bit later. And I think T-Dog has tweeted that like he loves how he's fitting into the team. Like he's doing such an incredible kind of like, I'm gonna call it like a substitute role because he has like stepped up and taken the role, Gompers. But he is someone who this entire team has just looked better and better, kind of kind of like the TSM sort of thing, just kind of like they're cohesively getting to better, they're tightening things up as they should, and like Roy said, you shouldn't be sleeping on them.
Yeah, well, when you're also getting like a support system where your IGL is trying to elevate your style of play, I think that's where it really starts to mesh well. And I think McNutty coming in and as well as T-Dog actually knowing this player prior and kind of having a good understanding as to how they could benefit, I think that's where that really good dynamic starts to come in for Box of Rockets. And that's why they almost won against Cuber, right? Like 10-13 isn't that far off. And they did play like one hell of a game. So I don't know. I agree that this is a team that could make one of the biggest turning points today. It's also unfortunate because like both these teams also didn't have the best run because they had to play against Cubert and NB, the two best challengers teams off the start. And now one of them unfortunately does have to go home.
And we want to focus on Sacred, one of the players for Box of Rockets. Now, if you ever watch a Box of Rockets VOD, Roy, Sacred just has these moments where like you blink and you miss it and he just like turns the whole round around. It feels round around? Round a round. It feels like it.
Wow, you're making it really hard on yourself. I respect it. But Sacred is not making it hard for his team. He's actually been a very good player overall. He's very flexible, I feel like, especially when it comes to his role diversity. You can pretty much put him on anything and it feels like he finds a ton of value. But I think this player is sort of a good combination of like we said before, like experience, and he also brings in a lot of like that sort of X factor, whether he's lurking, whether he's playing controller or second controller. Like it really doesn't matter what role he's in. It feels like there's always a ton of value to be had. And I feel like whenever he's on the chamber, that's really when you see a lot of his like mechanics shining, because he's in such a mechanical heavy role when he's on that chamber. But that just goes to say that he's just a very mechanically strong player, and you can just see it in the stats, like whether it comes to, you know, kill to death ratios, they all look phenomenal. Whether it's the first kill first death, all looks great as well. It just, everything when it comes to this player has just been phenomenal. He's been a great addition to this roster, and I feel like he's going to be an important part of their success today.
I loved how you talked about that X factor, Roy, because it's certainly, if you like looking at those clips, looking at those VODs, and again, I always say I encourage you guys to go back and watch these games. These are not games that like you look at VLR and you're like, okay, I get the score. No, go back, watch these games, watch what happens. But talking about those games, we're going to tell you what happened right now before you go back and watch it. TSM's last match result versus Box of Rockets. Oh man, that is a long time ago, Roy. That is a hot second against Box of Rockets, but easy 13-3. Then not so easy 9-13. Then a very, very close 13-11, Roy.
Yep, I feel like that pretty much sums it up. It's an even battle between these teams. There's probably a little bit of edge for TSM considering they've had a bit of a longer standing core, so there's probably some edge for them on some of the maps. But yeah, I feel like, you know, this rematch is going to be kind of important. Obviously, it's been a very long time since this match happened, and not only that, but the rosters have changed, the map pool has changed, the meta has changed drastically. But yes, I feel like we're going to see something very similar to that today, where like, yeah, there probably is some edge for TSM on some of the maps, but I feel like it's going to be a very close battle between these two teams, whether it's a 2-mapper or 3-mapper. That's yet to be determined, depending on when we see the map pool. But overall, I feel like that pretty much sums it up.
I mean, Roy, you brought up such a good point. I'm gonna bring it to Gomper, is that 2 of these maps that we were talking about on this last match result are no longer in the pool. The last team that they know the last time these teams played each other and know each other on is on Ascent. And there are many maps that have replaced Split and Pearl, including a new one, Corrode, Gomper. So it's kind of, yeah, like Roy is saying, there is like a bit of an edge, but as he is also saying, this could really just be a tight way either way.
Yeah, it's so hard also, just because, again, it was so long ago. Like, to even see the 13-11, things could have changed drastically on Ascent, too. Like, even if they were to get that rematch. And I think in general, with just, like, the roster changes since them, obviously, McNutty coming in comparison to their previous game of play, I do think like it's been going uphill for Box of Rockets so far in regards to improvement. It feels like, I mean, TSM has always been such a good roster, but they haven't necessarily been tested as much as they are now. So that's also another thing, right? Like, can Box of Rockets apply that pressure now with this new player?
Of course, we want to highlight more players. And a head-to-head, we love competition. We love versus here. And it's going to be Tino versus Chaotic. A little fun fact for everyone here that I learned, I think it's very important. Guimon is no longer the only French-Canadian in TSM. Tino is French-Canadian as well. So I know there's some folks who call themselves the GMD kittens out there. Just in case You're not sure. Now you know.
There's no one that I don't believe anyone says that or claims that title.
I can name 7 people, Roy. I promise you, I can name 7 people who do. But Roy, I mean, let's go to you, because I mean, I was so impressed with Timotino when he joined TSM, Roy.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we've highlighted Timotino for so long. We've sang his praises. It's not like he's sort of a surprise pickup for this roster, right? I feel like for me, when I'm looking at this matchup, statistically, they're both very similar, but stylistically, they're so far apart. I feel like Timotino is kind of as close to Penny as possible. Like, he's very cerebral, he's very slow, methodical in his approach. Yeah, he's able to pop off and kind of hard entry whenever it's required for the team, or whether it's part of a set play or not. But I feel like he's a lot more grindy with the way he's approaching the game. Like, he's sniping, he's taking his time, he's looking for the picks. Yeah, he sort of plays that traditional like FPS style, whereas like Chaotic, like I've said this before, I'm just gonna repeat it, but like he reminds me a lot of like Jaw Gemmo from G2. Like he's just always in there. He's like very X Factor. He's very chaotic, lives up to his name. It's not one of those ironic names, believe it or not. And he's just very flashy, very X Factor, and like he's able to play many different types of styles. And it's like the tempo control is Chaotic's favorite thing. And you know what, when you're obviously under leadership of T-Dog, who praises himself for setting up a lot of these duelists, it's going to matter a lot on how they're going to set up Chaotic and what kind of value they're going to bring, because TSM does have a lot of shooters and they're also very experienced. So it's going to be very hard for Chaotic to get a ton of value, but that cohesion is going to matter a lot.
Of course, something to bring up, Gompers, they have come here in the lower bracket. Like, yes, they faced 2 of the best teams we have in the league in both Cuber and Envy. And I'd like to also point out that TSM did attempted a comeback on Haven, just didn't quite go. It's Envy, what are you going to do? But these are teams who I think, we talk about that X factor of players and whatever it may be, it is do or die right now, especially if you're, Box Rockets, who has to play well. And TSM also has to play well. If you guys remember my lesson, there may be a quiz later. I always hesitate to talk about pressure because I'm not a player. I don't know what this feels like, but there has to be a lot of pressure to make your season still go on, Gompers.
No, there is. And I mean, it's definitely one of those moments where, again, TSM have only played against the underdog teams, right? Coming up to playoffs, and did get knocked down the moment they had to play against Envy, right? So it's now that they're getting a taste of what it was really like for a lot of these teams in Challengers, they have to apply themselves, and they haven't had the opportunity to play against Box of Rockets or Envy and other teams like that within this stage specifically. So it's hard. It's hard to adjust. I think they got it, but like you said, it's the pressure's on, and it's all about the adaptation from today moving till the next day or whatever, but they might not have a next day. So it really is like the next couple hours really matters right now.
In the next couple hours, well, the next couple seconds, I can show you the maps we have coming in. Oh, that was such a good segue, Professor Liz. Good work. Here are the maps that we'll be going to today for TSM versus Box of Rockets. TSM picking Corrode, then we'll go to Haven, and then Icebox. Roy, does anything stand out to you immediately?
There's actually a lot standing out to me right now, Liz. I'm going to start with Corrode. Corrode has been such a bit of a weird pick for this specific matchup, because one, Box of Rockets has actually not shown their Corrode. They haven't really shown what meta they're approaching or how they're approaching it. So there's not really a lot for TSM to work off of. But on the other end, for the TSM side, like, yeah, they've played this, a few times in third parties and in VCL one time against Shotfire Rebellion Gold, but that was literally over a month ago. Like, their last match was over a month ago. So obviously a lot has changed since then. The meta has not, I don't want to say settled on Corrode, but it's definitely become a little bit clearer how people want to approach it and what meta they want to approach on that map. And so there's going to be a lot of mix-ups right here. There's going to be a lot of like in the moment problem solving for both of these teams, and whoever can do it best is most likely going to take that first map.
Yeah, just for slight correction too, we actually did see Corrode for Box of Rockets. Obviously under a different name, but
that would make sense.
But no, we did see it, and it was interesting. Obviously, they ran, and it's so weird because like Corrode again is still, even though it's been out for quite some time, it's still under the works. So I think in general they did run that single duelist double controller composition, which I actually really liked, and they did a really good job with the way they were running it. I think this, in regards to what TSM likes to run in that first map of single controller, actually double controller, along with kind of like that same thing, but with the addition of Waylay. And I did talk about how much I did like the Waylay on Corrode, just because it does give that extra couple seconds to have an advantage over certain angles. So for me, Corrode is a good map to start off. I think it's super flexible, especially in regards to how you can figure things out, because there's not really too much of a set strategy there.
Yeah, and I do also want to point out, this is, I mean, the Haven is where we saw TSM fall to Envy pretty dramatically in that last round. Again, what's Liz's rule of thumb? Go back and watch the games. We're going to talk about today's games right now because we have predictions coming up here. And you might notice something about that, and it's we all went TSM. And Roy was trying to convince us, to one of us, to go for Box of Rockets. But I think it just goes to show that even like despite like the caster curse, like, you know, threat there is, Roy, we all just had such staunch belief in TSM.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised that we're all unanimous in this. I feel like maybe some of us should have been a little bit leaning towards Box of Rockets. Like they're coming off a third-party tournament win. They're probably feeling a little bit good about themselves. Like TSM did not have the LAN results that they wanted. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see us all picking TSM, I guess, a little to some degree. But I feel like TSM is a bit of an overdog, but I don't think it's that much of an overdog that we're unanimous in the decision, to be honest.
Yeah, I always...
No, sorry. Sorry, Liz.
My pretty girl, go.
But yeah, I agree. I think too with like, I don't know, when you look at Box of Rockets and the way they performed against Qbert, I think it definitely was on the verge of swaying my mind, just because they, again, like such a beautiful performance coming through from McNutty and Chaotic. And I think that whole team was really on it. The biggest thing for me is just TSM. They've been adaptable since day one. They've shown the most amount of just like very, very micro improvements. And I think that in itself is genuinely showing in their gameplay. Yeah, they didn't have the luckiest game against Envy. It was their first time really getting a feel for what this team had to offer. But I think they're on the right track, and they've definitely been applying Alvin Boyd and as well as Timotino in the best way possible.
And I mean, I want to echo. Whoa, words.
Oh.
Echo. Oh my God, what is your name? Roy, not Rose. Echo Roy's point that this was, I think, predictions. Sometimes when we do predictions, we don't get to show our thought process. You just kind of see our answer versus how we got there. And this was a tough one. You know, these are both teams are kind of on their come up and kind of looking great. In fact, looking so great that we have to deal with it and take a break. So we will be right back, friends. Grab a snack, grab a water, and we will see you right back here. Well, folks, thank you so much for your patience. We are back with Agent Select. And I think I heard a beautiful Gompers go, oh, so Gompers, I'm going to throw it over to you right away.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how I like it because, well, like when I see Reyna, like the hard eyes come out, I think, honestly, because she's just my favorite. But I really like the comp box of rockets are running here. They've kept the duality of the Viper. I like how TSM has kind of migrated to that as well, because it does offer so much support in mid with the double controller there. So for me, this is great. I think the Reyna's an interesting choice, especially now with Seven sitting on the KO. So will that counter it? Yeah. But in regards to that, I actually really like this. It's the double flash, the double controller initiation, and then Sacred there for that extra oomph. So I think this is like a really cool structure coming through.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and talk about the TSM composition. I really dig it. I think that KO's in a really good spot in this meta, and he's in a really good spot for this map specifically. I feel like the Sentinels are almost overrated to some degree. So I'm actually totally cool with the double controller, double initiator, and having the Neon kind of being the tip of the spear for this roster. I feel like with the composition that Box of Rockets have opted into, the double controller, the Sentinel as well on top of that, it's a ton of utility. So they're going to have to figure out ways to problem solve against the KO value that could be a problem for them. And obviously, my eyes are towards Sky to see how T-Dog's going to get value from that, as well as the Reyna for Chaotic, that they might struggle to get some space, so they're going to have to leverage the double controllers and that sort of information flow to kind of keep things rolling and hopefully create space with some push and pull.
Well, a single map can define a tournament life for one of these teams. Will it be Boxer Rockets or a TSM taking Corrode? I'm going to send it to two of my favorite, most talented casters I know. It's Tenrek and Marks.
Thanks for the glaze, Liz. Appreciate it. TSM, an opportunity to fell them by their closest competition at the moment, Box of Rockets. Currently, if they get second in this playoff tournament, they will have the points needed to qualify for Ascension. But if they're able to knock off TSM here, that qualification shifts down to third place. One match less that would have to be played, Marks. And Box of Rockets, they have no other opportunity. If they lose here, then their season is done.
Wow, way to really paint the picture between both of these teams. But once again, like, you raise an interesting point, and that makes these compositions all the more interesting to kind of take a look at. TSM, you see all that gold flying around all those agent profiles over there. They're completely changing everything up from what we have seen them do before. And then on the other side of Box of Rockets, bringing out the Braina, bringing out the Sky. To me, that says you have to have some sort of plan, but I don't know if I'm necessarily a fan of that, just from a very big surface level. I'm expecting to see a lot of these Viper walls kind of take a lot of value here, but let's see how this one plays out.
Starting out with TSM just making that dry contact push with enough people in front of the problem, and T-Dog and Sacred gonna fall quite quickly here. Util not really gonna be able to set up a wall at all, and TSM, they can get on this site pretty quickly to start things out.
Should be able to get the spike down nice and easy. Box of Rockets, they will be going for it. 2 on the flank to try and get some sort of information, but Vora's going to be watching this, and Vora has been shooting extremely well lately.
Couple pot shots just to play keep away, ward out the paranoia, counter paranoia as well, just to play for some time. Moose coming in on this Viper, gonna get swarmed in the backup, able to at least get rid of one, but no slowdown really played, so the rest of Box of Rockets just gonna try and make as much of an approach as they can. Chaotic trying to single-handedly do what he can. That's what is asked of him with this Reyna pick, but unfortunately the rest of the team not gonna be able to carry onward, and TSM, they should just have enough people to cycle through this, so with 2 more standing, they will take that first attack round.
And a very decisive, just kind of like pushing coming from TSM that time around. I mean, thankfully, I was very lucky to be able to see them play in live, obviously a sub coming in from GMD. But one of the players that really stood out to me in the middle of it was actually Vora on the Sova. We saw Vora consistently finding multi-kills in some of the rounds. And so I imagine kind of coming off from that like LAN environment where you've got a lot of that type of confidence coming into this online, knowing like, you know what, it was a while ago, but we've beat these Box of Rockets guys before, so let's see what we can bring to the table. And that, to me, says that we should be seeing an extremely confident TSM coming into here. And based off that pistol round, it really feels like they are bringing all that they've got into this matchup.
Yeah, it was a shorter stint that TSM would have liked to play in person, but it was still their first one as this new iteration nonetheless, and we've seen how often just getting to play together in person once can affect a team and give them that new level of chemistry. TSM looking to find that new level after they mechanized, dropping down here to the lower bracket, giving them a slight level of vulnerability on the outskirts of Ascension contention here in the playoffs. Really, every match counts. And this one is one of the more important ones to get out of the way. Approach onto the site here is Alvin Boy, who has taken up that Viper mantle as GMD is swapped over to that Omen, is going to be able to manage most of the front line while Timotino manages the spear tip with the hero rifle on these outskirts. Spike is in, Box of Rockets balled out.
See, this McNutty is going to be the first person to take contact here. They do have the Outlaw just on the other side, but 7 already good for 1.
Chaotic gonna be able to swing back and drive the hammer back in with this Outlaw. See how much more damage he can do here before all is said and done. It's definitely a reason he decided to go on this Reyna. He's been fragging out quite a bit lately, and T-Dog is intelligent. A game he wants to play. He respects when players are on a hot streak, and so clearly Chaotic, a lot gonna be played around him, but Timotino having more than enough in the tank to deal with the remainder that is able to crack onto site. Nice flourish with the slide to nail that last one in the coffin and get TSM second round.
Man, I love watching on Corrode when you always see the post-plant positioning. It's just float from the duelist on top of the thing so that whoever's defusing the spike is just like, Oh my God. I hear footsteps above me. They're in the house. But all things considered, this was a really good round from Box of Rockets. They got a lot of value off of that Outlaw. Chaotic being the only person really to find those kills, allow it to potentially spiral over. And so TSM, they're forced into this weird save situation where they will be bringing 2 sheriffs forwards, but we do see that double investment of the Phantoms coming into this one. Meanwhile, Chaotic already has the ultimate online, and so is going to be looking to just kind of frag out of their mind. A KO knife, though, might slow them down.
Yeah, that KO knife is going to be the biggest thorn in the side for sure. GMD trying to find a nice timing with the smoke dissipating, but doesn't land a shot in the gap. So Box of Rockets, while they sacrifice a little bit of that mid presence they were slowly trying to gain, TSM doesn't gain any sort of pinch, so they'll just have to manage the front line that they do have that's over on the B site. But Vora caught by Moose on the high ground as the rest of TSM makes their way in. Already one loss. Timo, though, getting that extension, and that's what makes this attack so deadly. T-Dog, now the next one to get stuck inside, and Box of Rockets have a lot of presence on top of this spike, but nowhere else. Timotino, again, so much responsibility on him to do some damage, and he will. Sacred down as well, and the pinch can really get enacted now. McNutty having to do some extra damage, but GMD now spotting an extra head in T-Dog, and this has just gotten more and more difficult. McNutty cleared away by Timotino from on high. An incredible management of that one opening TSM had, nice and quick to get that bonus round here on the attack.
Yeah, and once again, the Emperor's getting popped by Chaotic. That's a little bit of a confidence play, right? Like, you're expecting this is going to be the round. We're going to do it. We see a little bit more presence go through. And quite frankly, that was just Timotino strong-arming the other team. That slide is unbelievable. But the presence of that Neon being able to fly around creates so much additional pressure to free up the rest of the team. GMD stepping out and finding an excellent frag as well. That just really made sure that TSM were going to be the ones leading there. So once again, it really feels like all the members of TSM are firing on all cylinders, while Box of Rockets, they're still trying to get themselves together. Because when they come into these gunfights, there isn't like a lot of like support utility or flashes kind of going out. It's just the raw gun duels, and it does feel like TSM are coming out on top of them when they're in that situation.
If you're a TSM fan, this is the kind of look you hope for. If you're a Box of Rockets fan, this is the kind of look you expect. Having to learn how a team pulses. And T-Dog, with that immaculate shot calling, is going to start finding ways to stick hurdles in. It's just going to take a little more time and probably a couple more guns to get through. Still, though, these birds have been really decent ways to at least slow things down. If Timotino is able to react that accordingly, though, might not be for long. Sacred, good checkpoint with this double Sheriff Dink. That's able to nail it down to a 2v2. Chaotic, found out by Vora on the potential in-swing. No, it's just going to be bad shots that give him away. And GMD finding Moose on the rush back is able to salvage this round with 2 people standing, give TSM a 4-piece streak.
Just a lot of utility being thrown out there outside of that A site. Both of the teams really just trying to, well, on the side of Box of Rockets, stall, and then TSM, you know, prevent them from moving in there. And then when all the dust settles, we see TSM, they very swiftly walk into all of these presents, make sure to check all of their corners. A Sacred almost really pops off there, but it is purely just the numbers advantage alongside these rifles that really made sure that TSM were able to get a very decisive round. They've now gotten 4 in a row. Box of Rockets, they will have guns to work with on this next one, but this is going to be the overdrive pop by Timotino right off the bat.
Yeah, see how far he can get in before getting stopped. Alvin Boy a little late to the party, so McNutty's able to shut that spear tip down. But TSM are all gas, no brakes at this point, especially if they're able to shut down Sacred without any trade back. On top of this smoke that's set up, they'll have a couple crucial seconds to get on site with no pushback, but nice Molly's going to be able to at least split the board as the spike goes down. Alvin Boy ahead of this, though, and Chaotic has been found on the inside, prompting the Viper Spit to get tossed, and TSM just continued to play into their advantages rather than outside of them.
Excellent call as well. Make it nearly an impossible situation for Box of Rockets to do anything. And yeah, the call gets made. They're going to go and save here. And honestly, it doesn't feel like Box of Rockets really have an answer for the aggression that TSM are executing on these sites with. The way that the flashes are going in, the shutdown, the scan, all of that type of stuff. simply speaking, Box of Rockets, they don't really have the supplies to necessarily stop them. They're hoping for a couple of mollies to really kind of edge them out, and then Chaotic to find a couple of kills, but it's just better util coming through from TSM that is making Box of Rockets have such a hard time. And honestly, getting steamrolled on these defensive holds as TSM want to enter.
It's a lot more individuality than one would expect from a team that's led by T-Dog, if I'm being honest. I think that does kind of speak to how TSM expected this team to maybe play Corrode, which they did choose to start this on the defense. So it feels like they had an idea of what they could do. And it feels like with Chaotic, especially on this Reyna, everyone wants to play a bit more individually on the confidence game to set up the checkpoints without having to call in other members to help facilitate you. Because that's what makes the attack of Corrode so strong, is they're able to kind of just necessitate more than one person at these openings that you're just starting to clear, and you're able to find a weak point off of that really easily. But Chaotic having to play that alone and only getting one out of it. T-Dog trying to play into the bit, do a little extra damage, and he will, but still only one falls. Box of Rockets now just have to play the rest of this piece by piece, and there's a TP available from GMD to get over to the A site just before he can get jumped. And these are the openings that TSM have to get away from those moments that Box of Rockets attempt to find, but Sacred already present for this issue here on the A site, and that's dragged it down to a 3v1. This time around, Box of Rockets getting the drop on TSM enough times in the early stage of that round and able to manifest a couple of earlier fights on top of it. Alvin Boy holding in the 3v1 and isn't able to spray even a soul. So a stabilization round for Box of Rockets after they get their rifles, but still a round filled to the brim with risk. Clearly how they're going to have to play for a majority of this half.
It really did feel like that was TSM just kind of calling a mid-round, you know what, let's see how this goes, let's see how this plays out for us, and just teleported across the map. I mean, there was no intuitive way really to know if there was going to be a defender or not. I love the aggression coming in from Box of Rockets, a good move from GMD to teleport across, but yeah, Sacred was simply not cleared there, and sure, there was enough time bought, so Alvin Boy was able to walk up and potentially try and find something, but there is that X factor coming out from Sacred. Honestly, just anchoring things down, paying a lot of respect to TSM, understanding how things can go, and waiting for the rest of the squad to group up. This time around, it really felt like Box of Rockets caught TSM by surprise multiple times before TSM could even really get anything set up.
Yeah, I felt like TSM had finally gotten Box of Rockets to like fully stack, but as their play style has shown, their intention is to always have that universality over the map, is to always be able to let one person just go in with that confidence swing and hold it down piecemeal. It seems like Box of Rockets really want to toy with the clock. And so you see TSM kind of just going for plan A off the bat. They don't want to really waste any time because they know Box of Rockets, especially with T-Dog on these birds, with Moose on these mollies, they're able to they're able to drag the clock down pretty easily if they pick the right channel first. So again, the macro read is not something that TSM even wants to get into. They want to force Box of Rockets to also go with that plan A, which is whoever is meeting TSM, just do what you can, back out if you're able to, and we'll play it from there. And that gets you one round after TSM is forced to play reactively, but they're going to start getting conditioned to be able to slow themselves down a tiny bit and make it a lot harder for Box of Rockets to do it from there.
I think like the way that Box of Rockets' composition is really built is looking for those kind of like surprise what up moments where you see them go through the smoke, you know, pop a flash and then immediately try and pounce on TSM. Where things start to get a little bit scary for me is when we see TSM start to recognize that that might be the case, similar to what we saw that last round, they might just kind of jump on us when we're not expecting them and then start to set up traps, anticipating that is how they are going to get the maximum value. Because, you know, the flashes from T-Dog go out there, there's nobody there. The Reyna takes the space. You immediately punish the Reyna. You immediately punish anyone else who might be pushing out of there. Suddenly, a lot of utility is just wiped off the board for the defensive Box of Rockets, and it gets a lot more difficult for them to hold the wave back of TSM, who, once again, it feels really decisive when they decide to enter in onto the site, and they're not caught by surprise.
An unpredictability off in this second quarter of regulation. TSM do have the natural edge from, again, starting out on this attack half that Box of Rockets chose to relegate to them. Chaotic, once again, way in front of it. And he's been clocked. Hunter's Fury down the channel, and so Chaotic is flushed away, but the rest of BORZ is around the vicinity. So the link push is delayed, but McNutty now pinched, and he's in the very spot that Chaotic was stuck in, and a shock dart will easily take care of him. Feels like everyone's still got a couple jitters at the moment, Marks.
I feel like I'm almost watching a deathmatch game with how some of this is going there, but Vi's ultimate now popped. The garden is out. Moose shoots the knife. Let's see how this goes.
Odin's spray down is intimidating, but it's Seven that's the star of the show here. And this spike spot is tough to work with. You have an Arc Rose to toy with, though, but this Odin is kind of disrespectful. Yeah, best to save the rifle.
Everybody at home, the Odin is disrespectful, okay? You heard it here from Tenrek. You know where to find him. You know who to take him to.
I don't like you if you use that gun, and I never use that gun in my games, actually. I make it a point. And I'm really annoying about it, too, and the people in my circle, and they tolerate it. They're cool with it. I'm like really mean to them if they pick the Odin and they're still my friend.
Just I don't know how. Chat and flaming your own team when they use the Odin. Listen, I
guys,
dig
report my
You're
teammates.
You're the type of person who picks Reyna, insta-logs Reyna. But, okay, talking about that last round, it really just felt like a test match. Like, you see this initial engagement, but it just came down to forcing people out of these different corners and misinterpreting where the other team was going to be pushing from. Not realizing where people are on the map, and that almost was the way that it happened last time, too. So, chaos between these two teams. A lot of pressure this time from Box of Rockets on mid. I think that this crunch is actually a really good strategy to try and get that flank established early on, play with that kind of denial of information. But with the Viper's Pit available, let's see if TSM do want to push this or if they're going to try and wait their time as look at this, Chaotic on the back.
You're sticking so much on this one guy.
No way.
And it reopens mid, and GMD just able to sweep him away, 30 HP to his name. And now the Viper's Pit doesn't feel nearly as valuable because you have no second link to it. A immediately becomes weak. You have not fully cleared A main, which Alvin Boy has only barely creeped up on, but still, they have to clear elbow as they've now marked. Overall, tough call. And so TSM can play into this toxic screen that they've been setting up for mid for forever now. Some decent macro control, finally.
Yeah. I was just about to comment on that. I mean, given the fact that that happened so early on, plenty of time to play around the clock. It looks like it's going to be a B-side hit.
Sacred, early corner, crushed by the stack. Moose, right outside the pit. Gonna try and toy with it, only can get away with one. That'll flush away the pit, the site, any opportunity of Box of Rockets being able to take this round. No doubt gonna be 7-1. T-Dog is decently kitted. He might be able to get away with a lurker.
It's a bit of an ask if you ask me, but still we'll be trying to find at least an opportunity to maybe drop one of those extra guns, get closer to the Seekers that we saw get popped on that previous round, but ultimately just wants to die to the spike here, and actually GMD will clean that up. And yeah, I mean, Box of Rockets, it feels like they are really just looking for an opportunity to try and catch TSM by surprise. The issue being right now, TSM are really good at trading those opportunities. Sure, GMD popped off there and somehow was able to find the kill on Chaotic so early on, despite the fact that that lurk was almost like immaculate, but it didn't matter because if we saw GMD go down, then there would have been other players of TSM ready to pounce on that Reyna player. And so it feels like the strategy from Box of Rockets is we're going to find these little micro moments. We're going to find these little micro moments and then just kind of catch them off guard. But TSM are playing so together and playing almost defensively, anticipating those types of moments that when even those moments do happen, they're ready to trade off of it. They are sweeping up anything that's kind of like off the table. And then suddenly the strategy from Box of Rockets simply just evaporates into thin air.
And this feels like a winning in the draft situation, like where TSM, their previous stints on Corrode, have been subject to criticism due to their ability to just kind of get pugged. And like you said, in those micro moments where you see like the tiny openings that Corrode tends to give attacking teams, you just kind of sneak in there and diff. And Box of Rockets, they've seen that film. They see, you know, how often TSM can just sort of crumble if they aren't able to come through mechanically. And so coming through with, you know, this random pick from Chaotic, who's been on a tear, this constant sentinel from Sacred that they've clearly let roam a little bit and take like opening fights. They're clearly confident in him still after his run earlier on in this bracket. But TSM seemed completely aware of how prepared Box of Rockets came, because like you said, they've gotten a little more grouped up. They've gotten just a little more capable of calling on a map like this. Timatino has been put on one of the shortest leashes I've ever seen him on, to be honest with you. Like he has never stayed this close to TSM, and it's looking frankly gorgeous. It's giving like sunset TSM, and that is beautiful to watch.
Yeah. Almost as beautiful as to watch the sunset, if you ask me. But like once again, like they were talking about it on the desk, Timatino, a little bit more slow, a little bit more thoughtful, right? And so I think that probably based off of a little bit of feedback, it's like, hey, you know, we don't want our Neon to just kind of fly out there and frag out and stuff like that. We want it to be more of that opening Neon, right? And it does feel like that adjustment has already been made. We're seeing those moments where Timatino is playing with the leash on, playing a little bit close, but you see, okay, now we're engaging. That Neon is flying in. That Neon is finding value. And you talked about the map vetoes as well. And I think that that really is just TSM playing into the weakness here of Box of Rockets, because we've seen Box of Rockets play this map multiple times in Challengers Stage 3, previously under the name of Landor, for those who are looking it up on VLR. But they've changed up their composition multiple times, so it didn't really feel like anything has really stuck. They fought and lost plenty of times here on Corrode. And then to see them kind of come out with this composition here, to me, it seems like, okay, we're going to try something different. We've cooked something up. Let's see how we can kind of like pull this one out. And it just doesn't feel as put together as what a lot more of the meta compositions from Corrode have looked like. It feels a little bit more scattered, and they're still trying to figure it out, whereas TSM have really tightened up their game plan, and it looks like they genuinely do know how they want to play this map so far.
Yeah, one experiment going far better than the other, for sure, here from TSM. And to the point of those vetoes on a larger scale, I think that both teams were making the proper calls coming into this anyway. I think, you know, Lotus has easily been Box of Rockets' best map, so getting rid of that early is something that a lot of teams have kind of failed to do in a couple weeks, and that's been their downfall, because just the amount of damage that Box of Rockets can do very quickly on Lotus is really impressive, has been for most of this stage. And then right back, TSM Sunset, that was the first map that Box of Rockets called out and said, it's too tight, it's too clean. We don't want to deal with it. I think that's 100% the right call. And so TSM, they say, why don't we find that spot where we can still keep that tightness on a map where Box of Rockets may not be prepared? And in response, Box of Rockets say, let's go to the map where we know we're the most practiced, where our IGL is the most practiced and efficient, and where we know TSM has encountered some pretty classic roadblocks with their attack, being Haven. So really, like, from the top down, coming into this, both these teams looked very prepared, but one blueprint has looked a little more immaculate than the other thus far. And TSM looking to continue that streak now, as once again, we are back in the game. Big stack available from BORZ this round, as the shear will cause some decent slowdown as well. The stars are aligned for a defensive round here, Marks.
Yeah, and on top of that too, look at this different wall coming out from TSM. Gives them a lot more opportunity to play into that corner of this A site, and they're already flooding in.
Splitting the board, that relay bolt gonna clear out the classic corner, and Vora just spraying through with that Odin, gonna be able to find the opener. It's once again on Chaotic and the Sentinel Sacred to find the opener frags, and they're able to only trade themselves away, but still positionally it's TSM. Moose gets rid of Alvin Boy after he's found out, reducing this to a 1v1. It's once again scrapped out by the defense to try to salvage the round, but Seven is not readable after this spike has been planted. Is he an elbow? Is he in the backside? What does he have left? A flash and a knife. That's the answer. Moose just has a bite. And half the spike, holding it down a little too long. Seven can count, funnily enough. And TSM is up to 8.
Yep. And honestly,
imagine
like,
TSM can count.
Okay, all right.
It can count to at least 7.
Okay, all right. So we're bringing back things here, right? Like that I think was the round really demonstrated the ethos of how Box of Rockets want to be playing, which is really to just go into that micro to figure out how we can line up multi-kills and try and capitalize on value that time. The defense was a little bit more scattered around. TSM were a little bit more scattered around going through, and then it's just those individual micro moments of a flash coming through, someone stepping out of the smoke, catching players looking the wrong way, and honestly, good job to TSM to mitigate some of that bleeding. So Box of Rockets feel like they are an extremely scrappy squad, and look at this time around, TSM, they're waiting for that aggression. Box of Rockets are on a bit more of a save. A lot of pressure onto this mid here, but TSM have not advanced forwards. They're waiting for Box of Rockets to use some of that utility, scout them out, and then punish them when they move forwards.
Yeah, this is the round where TSM flipped that fist around and beckoned Box of Rockets to come a little further forward, challenge them for round 2, even though it's round 10. You know what I mean. 3 out of the sheer here for Box of Rockets, though none of it's been red. Just 1 stuck to the stack. Alvin Boy, 2 Patrol. Not so much given away, actually, after all is said and done, and so TSM can't really move too much off of it. Still, the confidence wavers, and the respect for Box of Rockets retains. But the stack, far backed out, very safely played at the moment as Chaotic takes some pot shots while that toxic screen continues to give that mid-macro back to TSM. They've been very delicate holding on to this toxic screen. They've used it very infrequently, and it's led to Box of Rockets not being very prepared for the B pinches they execute off of that. But Moose, impeccable position for the opening frag. T-Dog trying to trade it away, but this Odin from VOR is just looking so clean at the moment. So is that Sheriff from Chaotic. Keep it up, buddy. GMD finally trades that away and gives TSM a couple of crucial seconds to hold on to, and still the gun diff.
See how they want to do this. McNutty and Sacred coming into this. McNutty does have a stinger. Sacred, just the Sheriff in hand, but given the damage that we've seen Sacred do, if they're able to find a weapon here, this could be salvageable up against the 3 post planners.
Good smokes to hold, but McNutty unable to win the first swing. Sacred at least has a little extra time to counter frag, but position given away off of that, and just the arc rose and the smoke to jump into to work off of. Just goes for that swing, and TSM will once again shut it down. This attack continuing to look devastating, especially if they win the pistol round. Tough to come back from for BORZ.
Yeah, it almost feels like when you look at the BORZ defense, it's a bit more of a guessing game, right? Like they're like, okay, let's push out mid. Oh, we're not finding anybody. Okay, let's back off a little bit. Okay, now let's push out A, try and grab the orb. The entire time, TSM are just kind of chilling, waiting for them to make a move, but understand kind of the push through. The fact that they leave members in all these different areas exposes where they're feeling a bit more pressure. And then in those moments, it's a lot more clear for them to be able to take that extra space in the mid, but this time it's fast.
Variant, Timotino is going to be able to execute fully by himself.
Crazy.
A little bit of help from the null command, of course, that 7 is just now popped, but now it's time for Timo's own ult, and he'll use it to pick up 3. Is it too early to call for the ace on this last round of the half? Oh, perhaps not. He's feeling himself, and once again, this nullify. Now the flash in as well. Sacred will finally put a stop to it, but clearly enough has been said and done. GMD get a free spike plant, high-low on Sacred's potential swing, which he does grab one off of, but it's a 10-1 half so far from TSM. They dumped basically everything in, and yet they still have the pit, they still have the TP. For this last round, it just feels like an endless streak, an endless barrage, and Box of Rockets have no idea which way to look.
It's like, okay, you can look at this and be like, oh yeah, TSM, they're always winning gunfights. It's all great. Everything is, you know, they're going up TSM, woohoo, TSM, wave your flags, everything is cool. But at the same time, when you look at these rounds and kind of look at the positioning that TSM take, whether or not it's that fast play, whether or not it's that slow play, how they work the map every single time has been a bit more dynamic and different. And I think that this has really made that strategy for Box of Rockets to find those timings so much more difficult because they're seeing different things every single round. This time though, T-Dog, forwards with the judge, now is going to be backing off. All of this space continuously getting given up from Box of Rockets allows TSM an easier time to just take over the map.
Crucially though, that fast lane was already used for A's entry, and Razorvine was able to shut that down, so they have a tough...
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, they have a tough time walling themselves in, but GMD is just able to win that 1v1 against Moose. That's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, still that A-push.
We do see a lot of ground being taken on mid. Chaotic might find a timing here, and it looks to do just that, but spots the entire squad, so that will back off, and now I imagine TSM, they're going to be going fast as Empress gets popped.
Not a lot of time to do this, but the smoke is just barely going to get him out here. McNutty Does throw the paranoia. They're going to try and make this work, but Timatino is just unstoppable right now. Chaotic finally able to get that done, but that's as far as the Empress gets them, and no other member of Boxer Rockets can do a thing. The Steel Garden not even able to flush out the site. 11-1 on the attack. TSM just need that pistol and follow-up to take this first map away.
And once again, you look at how all of the kills went there. It's just a box of rockets. I hear some people swinging here. I'm going to step out here and try and find a kill. Oh no, there's like 3 members of TSM. And then the gun duel just goes TSM's ways. Sure, we do see those pop-off moments. We do see those opportunities where we see a couple kills come through. But that is such a hard ask to consistently find those multi-kills by yourself from Box of Rockets to make these rounds winnable. As we switch over, 11-1, a very dominant performance from TSM. Look at that, Timatino already at 16 kills. The next highest in the lobby is GMD with 11, and then it's 9, which the rest of the TSM members have, but only the top 2 members of Box of Rockets have. TSM have just been dominating this map.
Yeah, and they'll get aggressive off the bat here on the A entry with the help of that relay bolt. It's pretty easy, but so much util is going to be able to get launched into that. Some shock darts as well, the paranoia. Alvin's already done with his kit too, setting up this orb, no doubt, for what's left. And they're perfectly fine with leaving most of mid and B main alone after taking a fight like that. Only 1 man dying off of it. That is, again, so much more value dragged out of this. And again, this is the closest competition points-wise to TSM. The team that's closest to taking them down without having to win this entire tournament.
Spike goes down now, and even then, Box of Rockets, they're spread out here. And TSM, they're all grouped up. They're ready to just kind of push this one and find those opportunities. Already, Sacred 25 HP.
And nothing you can really do. I mean, he's not gonna be able to make it back to site, and TSM is just winning all of their fights anyway.
Spike's dead.
This is a really steep diff on TSM's map pick, to be fair, but I mean, nothing but dominance when it came to the planning and execution on all levels here. And Boxer Rockets clearly trying to come through with the we are better way of play, and right now they are just not, unfortunately.
Yeah, once again, like, you see this little engagement from TSM just right off the bat. It's so coordinated. They're flashing before they move out. They're covering their corners. Multiple people are pushing through. Very fundamental stuff, right? And Box of Rockets, they're just not doing those things. They're looking for opportunities, looking for timings, which TSM are just consistently denying them of. And suddenly it's a 12-1 scoreline. TSM are ready to join the ranks of Envy, Blue Water, and Legacy, who have all beaten Box of Rockets on this map pretty decisively.
Really trying to go piece by piece on this clear now.
Oh, geez.
Just to get through the toxic orb, and I mean, it doesn't even get up past the boxes. A fragment is able to completely shut this down, split this in half. Chip damage is all they really need to do. Timatino with this judge, gonna get it started. Sacred, nice walk up on the swing. Vora has an LMG, so he should be fine. Yeah, that's 2. 7, just holding it down on site. TP out from McNutty. This is a good switch up, but 7's got it locked in. I mean, TSM had that read like a book from the jump. 13-1 speaks volumes in every way, shape, and form on this opening map, and potentially a very quick losers round 1 matchup on behalf of TSM.
Yeah, the very quick is the best way to write it. Like, TSM, they came into here, they had like a book prepared, they knew their set strats, they knew what they were gonna do, and then on the other side, Box of Rockets, it felt like they had more of an idea, right? They had a dream, a vision on how they wanted to play the map. No, I'm being honest with you, like, it felt like they came into this with a very specific plan to try and throw TSM off. But unfortunately, it just fell flat against a lot more traditional planning when it comes to this map of Corrode. There were so many little moments there where we see them try to do something, and then TSM just kind of slap it right out of their hands, and they're like, actually, we're just doing what you do on Corrode, and everything is going to be good. This is an extremely confident start for TSM in this series, which once again has more implications for Box of Rockets than it does for TSM. So, you know, we'll see how things go when we get to map number 2. Haven is a lot more close when it comes to stat-wise, and I think we're going to really dial it back in. But this is an excellent start if you're a TSM fan.
Yeah, that's super true. Definitely a couple more ideas bound to come out of that box of rockets when we make it to Haven. But coming into it, TSM, they have made quite the opening statement. We'll see what the desk has to say about it after the break.
GMD has the perfect timing. Facing down and out. And Inspire is just gonna double down. Caillou caught.
Will get away with one.
Two now. Up on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. Three. And there's your real fragger talking. Well, folks, a blink and you miss it type of match. 13-1 TSM take their map pick of Corrode. And I'm struggling to find words, so I'm going to give it to my analyst, Roy. Roy, take it away.
I will start. I got us. Okay, starts off with the pistol round, right? They go 5-0, Liz. That's the bonus. That's the thrifties, all secured in the bag. And after that, it felt like TSM was in full control, right? They were slowing things down. They were doing a lot of just like passive sitting, taking A main, taking B main, holding bottom mid, not really like allowing Box of Rockets to sort of get any information flow going, right? Because I mean, when you load into the composition of TSM, you see that they don't really have a Sentinel. So like the immediate first thought is like, okay, well, we can flank a lot. But the pace that they were playing at is so anti-flanky that it's like it just starved Box of Rockets the entire time. And that's why it looked like Box of Rockets was just constantly moving forward on the defense side, is because they felt so uncomfortable with TSM's pace and the regroups that they felt inclined to do something. And that's exactly what TSM wanted.
It was just unfortunate overall because now, like Roy said, 0-5 off the start, and then you also have to fight for your economy to come back. When you finally get it back, now you're semi-buying, and then you're ruining it even more. And it was just like this nonstop process of trying to pick themselves back up for Box of Rockets, and it just didn't necessarily work. There was a lot of lacking utility usage as well, which it honestly felt like they took the best out of their composition here on TSM, and then they really just exerted that. So I think KO was like we had talked about in the beginning, was a really good deterrent for this team.
Yeah.
They couldn't do anything, and you of course you have like Reyna, who's just gonna run it down on the floor when they don't have util. What can you do? I mean, what I do in my comp games, you run it down. So like at that point, now you have to win your fight, and it was just such a hard game to play.
One, the self-report of your comp games is crazy. But I'm like, you know, that one over there. But I think also like we have to give I give some credit, I think, to this being TSM's map pick for it, because I think last week we have, no, last week or a week before, was Maryville versus Winthrop. There was like a literal 13-0, and the person that had the 13-0 then lost the match completely, correct?
Yeah, Winthrop University, yeah, they bounced back on the third map. You're completely correct. It's definitely possible. I like to cope, to be honest. I think that's a great cope. I'm down to sip some of that. I just don't really know. I really don't know what to expect. We're going into the second map, right? It could be completely different, or it could just be a continuation of this confidence. And you know, like I said, we talked a lot about it, right? But like whenever you attend LAN events, especially as like a first time as an online team, like it really does build character. Like you kind of get a little bit more comfortable with your teammates. You sort of put a face behind. You put a lot of like emotion to the mannerisms. So maybe that sort of played a factor here for TSM. But dude, 11-1 on Corrode attack side is rough. Like that's supposed to be one of the most defense sided maps in the pool right now. So the fact that they came out with 11 rounds is insane.
It's not looking good. And I think another thing too, right? We saw their comp from last time. It was nothing like this for Box of Rockets. So now they're running a Reyna and a Vise, and they've completely switched everything up from prior. So it's also now having to adjust to a comp that you're not used to. And I'm not sure if this was necessarily the play during a playoffs game. Obviously they had a lot of confidence in it, but it's stuff like this that you really have to start thinking about.
I mean, I seem to remember Cloud9 running a crazy comp on Icebox, which when I interviewed Amy on the stage at VALORANT CVCT Americas, he said, we're either going to look really, really smart or really, really dumb. And sometimes it just, and they look, that was a very funny moment, but like, I think there is, you know, go big or go home, right? High risk, high reward in that moment. And not to say we don't appreciate it. I think, you know, Valorant tends to kind of level out in terms of comps chosen on maps, ask like any Ascent comp ever. But I definitely want to say we do appreciate the ingenuity coming in from Box of Rockets, even though it did lead to a 13-1 against TSM. But don't worry, Box of Rockets fans, because we are heading to your team's map pick next of Haven, where you'll be you as like you're on the team. Maybe you are starting on defense, Roy.
Yeah, guys, this is where things start to get a little weird, I think, right? Because normally, like, the map pick that you choose is a sort of balance between your own strengths and a little bit of weakness from the enemy team. Like, right, that is usually like the most apparent map for an IGL doing vetoes or the coach doing vetoes. Like, that's normally how you want it to go down. But when you look at TSM's match history, like, they are 6-2 on this map. They're actually a very good Haven team. They get a lot of rounds on their defense side. They get a lot of rounds on their attack side. They're just coming off of extremely hot 11-1 attack half on Corrode, and now they're starting on attack on Haven, one of the most attack sided maps in the pool. Like this is just, it's a tough veto right now. This looking really, really rough for Box of Rockets.
I mean, in Box of Rockets defense, I don't want to be this first, but in Box of Rockets defense, they did lose to Envy on Haven. Gompers. So this maybe Box of Rockets are saying like thinking, oh, you know, like we've seen them lose, we know what they did wrong, we saw how they attempted to come back. Do you think that is fair cope from me, or would you have something else in mind?
They played against Envy, man.
That is fair.
Like, that's the thing. Like, one of the top teams who did not come to play, by the way, that day, and they really needed to prove to themselves because after their initial loss before too. So I think Envy was just having a really good game, and obviously they're Envy. So to play against Box of Rockets, it's one of those things where if you make a mistake, like picking a comp that is just completely countered by the opposing side or switching things up last second. I think Haven's such a good pick for TSM in regards to what Roy said too. Just you know, having that understanding of the attacking half. And they actually played a really good game against Envy with the 9-13 too. So they definitely applied a lot of pressure there.
Yes, and also I think loss is your best teacher, that's your best learning experience as well. But you know, a question I'm gonna throw to Roy and Gompers afterwards is we saw kind of the ingenuity coming in on agents and just new agents coming in for both teams on the side of Corrode going to Haven. I know Corrode's a newer map. Haven has been the pool since forever. Do we think that's a place where we see some new agents?
I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with just the same. Oh, wait. My sentence is immediately interrupted. We are going to be seeing a change. We actually saw, if I'm not mistaken, Box of Rockets recently running a different composition with KO on this map. They actually look pretty good with that composition. So I'm a little surprised to see them completely swap off into the double controller meta. I think the Viper Omen is actually a very strong composition. It's extremely well rounded, but it can be a little bit awkward to play at times, specifically if you've not had enough time to ramp up your retakes and a lot of the site holes, which require a lot of like turtling on the sites. And if TSM manages their breach utility well and they're able to force through some of that util, it could be a problem. But ultimately, again, like I said, there just has not been enough time for them to grind out so many of these comp changes. So I'm a little skeptical in terms of how consistent they're going to be, but my eyes are on TSM to see how they're going to leverage their composition to their advantage, especially considering how, you know, how exposed that comp's been in the meta for how long.
I think what's a little terrifying on my side, though, is we do see Seven kind of pulling in the breach here. And obviously that's something we've seen come through from TSM. But with the fact that Box of Rockets is starting off on that defense, you know, is that going to cause a lot of issues as to where is the hold going to be just supplemental enough? I know double controller is there, but at the same time, we haven't necessarily seen this team be afraid of that sort of composition on the last map. And it was Timotino that was the one leading the pack. And actually as well, down in the game against Envy, Timotino had played 22 and 15 with 3 first kills. So I think regardless, this is definitely the map for Timotino to be set up for success with that breach jet dual composition. So I think it works out pretty well here.
Yes, T-Dog switching from the KO to the Sova. The last time Box Rockets played this map, they won the grand finals of Shark Attack, and this could be their nail in the coffin. Will TSM make it a clean 2-0, or Box Rockets take us to a map 3? Marks, Tenrak, friends, take it away.
Thanks very much, Liz. This is Box of Rockets' pick, but they continue to experiment against a team that looks to be locked in when they are able to have that opener. And a 13-1 on Corrode is about as much of a tweaker as you could ask for TSM to get in that locked-in form. So coming into this attack half that they have chosen for themselves, continuing this double initiator composition that they've kept for quite some time now, as Box of Rockets continue to waver between the KO and the Sova. Despite that, they are very confident coming into this map pick after, as they said, winning it in one of MFH's most recent offseason tournaments.
Yeah.
Against some really formidable teams as well, having a really consistent performance on either the Sova or the KO. T-Dog actually switched between them from game to game for those as well. So it seems a bit situational. Also, it feels like the KO, maybe T-Dog doesn't think he can find as much value on top of this exec, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and right away, TSM, we're seeing them go for that creep up on C. Taking a lot of space here. The Viper wall, though, cutting off a lot of space. McNutty in the back uses the paranoia.
Burst up, Sacred still giving a sight, holding it close. TSM still not really pushing the button here, but that's because Box of Rockets have been walling him out this whole time. Toxic Screen is a great setup as well to just give him an extra bit of time and walling. TSM do try to renegotiate the fight, but Sacred's now up to 3 and looking for a 4th, but the rest of the squad is going to be able to capture that. Good amount of time wasted for the rest of the team to get to that fight after all of the smokes were tossed away, holding on to the back of C-Site for long enough to take the fight in the long run.
Yeah, and you know what? Hey, that is an excellent round coming out from Box of Rockets that time. Fixing up a lot of kind of the criticisms that I had for them on the last map. I mean, you know, Taylor Swift just got engaged, and so you got to take a page out of her book, shake off that last map, pull back a lot more of these fundamental little things. Setting up your smokes, playing off your flashes. Don't go for those opportunities. Just lock things down. And so far, like, this does feel like they've completely just, not like forgotten the last map, but have adapted to it. I say that as soon as Chaotic goes down.
Yeah, let's not lose something like this, right? GMD avoids the turret set up on the garage. Boost, no! Has all of it lined up. And just one angle is all you need on the follow-up from the pistol. Thank God, right? Because otherwise it seemed like Boxer Rockets could have lost that one too. So already more rounds than they got in the previous map, Marks.
Okay.
So we're already off to a better start.
We're doing them dirty like that, huh?
Look.
Oh man. You know what? You're
Was it me? Like, exactly. You're gonna tell me I'm wrong?
No, because you were right. But yeah, like that round is what I imagine they wanted to see happen multiple times on the last map of Corrode, where you've got these tricky positions and then you just kind of push out of these confident swings already when trade happens.
And on the bonus, you can get away with stuff like this, so I do excuse it. And already some decent damage done, but they're not able to finalize Teemo or Seven, so it's just Sacred after all is said and done. A little Corrode defense-esque, but again, with the gun diff, it seems like they're you know, it's more justifiable to claw at something like this. They got nothing left in the kit.
Wants to do this because honestly, even taking a couple of rifles out of their hand, we've seen Sacred really shoot well here, so there is an opportunity to do more economical damage to TSM.
For sure. Find a good shot on any of these guys. And this sandwich is never one that's easy to hold, but yeah, Alvin Boy's able to sidestep that opener. So, pretty by the book so far. TSM can hold on to a couple of those rifles, but I mean, it seems like Boxer Rockets have the read in time, and when they don't, they can sort of stall and then fight it out. And like you said, they have that confidence back again now, like it never left. So, seems like we can play some pretty good Valorant this game.
I'm excited to analyze a little bit more of this, if I'm being honest. Not trying to throw too much shade here, but it feels like there's a lot more cohesive strategies kind of coming through. I mean, obviously, Haven is a map that's been around for a while. And yeah, the big question I had was how this breach utility gets utilized, given the current patch on how things go. But an excellent opener from Chaotic to make this so much more difficult for TSM.
Yeah, that's already going to be a present threat. TSM just walking out and egoing on those openers. And there's just no analyzing something like that. Seven now stitching out with the help of that flash. Even Chaotic stuck up. Gets double teamed. And once again, Box of Rockets forced to a sequential defense. Site is TSM's. And with it, probably the round. It's no doubt going to be a save at this point, right? 2v4, not a whole lot of time. McNutty S-keying.
Yeah, especially too with T-Dog having this Odin in hand. The big question is whether or not they're going to try and grab the operator back. It was an excellent start there from Chaotic to find Timotino off the bat. And then, yeah, we're starting to see them play into that kind of like Box of Rockets style that we expect them, where they're pushing through, trying to find those timings, and TSM are just kind of ready for them. Sure, we do see a couple of hero moments come through with them trying to take those opportunities, but it just goes a little bit too chaotically, and TSM are ready to receive it. So TSM, they tie it up, they carried the operator as well as the Odin into this next round. If I want to see someone start to heat up, it's got to be Chaotic. If Chaotic can find a little bit more value, get this jet online, then I think Box of Rockets have a real good opportunity of swinging things around.
That's a lot of what made Box of Rockets such a threat against Qbert Academy. Remember, they were able to bring him to 13-10 twice in that first round of the winner's bracket not a week ago. So, the help of, you know, this planning that T-Dog's able to do, Haven is definitely one of his better maps, setup-wise. Chaotic is definitely that linchpin for the modern-day BORZ. TSM with a pretty classic B take. Smoke on just one of those windows to start. BORZ fighting pretty desperately for the other. Planting your Sentinel on the garage. TSM trying to outspread, and now that Omen caught by the trap wire, gonna pay some extra attention, so Sacred finds a gap in timing. GMD will fall. Now your time to go for a second pinch. Who else is not watching the right spot at the right time? Chaotic updraft, no chaos caused. Alvin Boy is locked in. McNutty does find the timing after Timotino pays attention from the window, turns it into a double kill, and we have to play from a distance here. Vora found by Moose, and Boxer Rockets have enough resources and people to push back and make it a 3-2 game.
finding all the gaps in how TSM were playing that post play. We see them swarm around from so many different angles, and the timing's worked out perfectly. Immediately when you see those TSM members go, it's like their spidey senses activated. Boxer Rockets just kind of popped out, and then we're able to shut them down. And so I don't want to say it came down to like fortunes there, but Boxer Rockets just understanding when to take their step forward, push out, and completely catching all the members of TSM by surprise. They can only look so many different ways, and they're not anticipating the 5 push through. And so it's an excellent thrifty round to really bring Boxer Rockets back into this match. And most importantly, their economy gets a little bit more stabilized, and they're now 3-2.
That kind of timing feels intentional and drilled from Boxer Rockets. They really come prepared to this map, as it appears, especially on this defense that TSM wanted to stick them on first. Once again, Timo is in very far to start, but there's just so much setup from Boxer Rockets to stall this out. 7, though, able to find the opener onto Sacred, so a lot less in their way apart from the smoke. So they're actually going to set the pit from the link. Timotino going to drive deep into T-Dog on top of it and find an extra kill before all is said and done. And McNutty, stuck in the cubby, gets an easy 2-piece as well. So the Spider's Web now reset for Boxer Rockets as they reset from that backside. TSM get the plant, have 3 still standing, and Moose will get rid of that pit to reset the fight himself. Chaotic give it a free sight with the op, but it's only good for 1. And it seems like Boxer Rockets are trying to fight ghosts at this point. They really can't trade positively from here. Moose into a slightly even health pool, actually, so they're able to find just a couple crucial shots, but Timotino with a very crucial rotation over here to main. Does Moose expect this?
Wow.
Not necessary. GMD has already made the distance, and TSM recovers the round, ties us back up at 3.
And that's such an interesting call from Boxer Rockets to make there. Hey, let's pop the Viper Spit, give us the space forwards into all of it. And then meanwhile, immediately as it happened, the instant response from TSM comes out. You see the Rolling Thunder come through, Timotino flies in with a shotgun, and the stun up makes sure that they're not able to just kind of capitalize on that pressure done. A very reactive play from TSM, and it works out well. Sure, there was a moment there where McNutty's flank almost seemed like it was going to seal the deal on that round, but everything coming in from TSM feels well read. It's not just an execute plan, it's a how do we counter this utility that's coming through, and that mid-rounding call is going excellently from this team.
Prepared for every possible contingency. And with this lockdown in BORZ's pocket, that'll have to continue for TSM. They'll need to have the read every round. Minds gotta stay sharp to get this done in 2.
Timotino too as well. Walking with this operator forwards. Finding Chaotic on top of the boxes could be huge. Spots up the head there, will back off. That's a lot of information. Keep in mind though, Vora with the Odin can make sure that there's total suppression if they decide to move through while the advancement on A happens.
There's been some chips said and done. 7 down to 100 collective. Timotino swings out on that op. McNutty gets away with 2. Just stuck up on the pocket with the Sheriff. Suddenly equalizes. And TSM once again have to reset for the mid. Chaotic good cloudburst to keep his position hidden, but 7 is prepared after he hears that. And he goes for a second as well. Reopens the sight for Timotino to grab an easy kill with that operator. As TSM try to become more and more mobile here in this halfway point of their attack as they grab the lead.
It's a fun little plan from Boxer Rockets, just playing off that Viper Orb. Where it's positioned allows for the team to just kind of walk around the site, make that presence known, and you see TSM really just slow things down in the midst of that. They don't know where the other players are. They know Chaotic's still going to be a threat there, but then they just kind of anchor themselves down, set up these crossfires, and then suddenly those timings that Boxer Rockets are looking for, as soon as those smokes go down, there's so many different angles they have to cover, and so TSM are able to just wipe them down. Once again, we see TSM playing in these more chaotic moments where Boxer Rockets then really push them against the wall, but when it feels a lot more calmer, feels a lot slower, TSM feel like they're winning out those little micro plays. It's been a lot closer this map, but things have been so exciting to watch this, and we see like Boxer Rockets playing so scrappy, trying to find those opportunities and really catching TSM off guard. They just have to tighten that up a little bit or find a couple more of those opportunities in order to really turn this map into their favor.
And you're starting to see TSM try to utilize these smokes in particular, their advantage to put BORZ in the same panic mode, even if they enter the site into the stack. Because it seems like if Box of Rockets start having to play, like especially reactively in the moment, they don't always go for that optimized decision. It feels like TSM are able to spring the trap a lot more often than not. So if you're able to cause that chaos first, stir the pot heavier than Box of Rockets does, a lot of these rounds seem pretty spent. But now, look at this controlled 3-stack on the lane. Chaotic getting away with GMT on the activation for the TP, and then finding 7 on the follow-up A lane. Completely BORZes. The TSM haven't even pushed a dent into this B site. Having to feign out this alarm bot with the help of the shock dart. Timatino onward with this operator, though, makes it still vulnerable. Walking onto the B site, that's all that they can handle. BORZ will just give it away. Play for the 5v3.
Excellent coordination of utility to make sure that they find 7 in GMD right off the bat. Make the most of what tools they have. Box of Rockets on this retake here. Should be nice and clean. 5v3 and lots to work with.
Oh, just spraying through on top of that lockdown. VORZ still finds a kill. But Chaotic able to get a third now, and it's just down to Timo.
Oh.
And he'll get swarmed. Almost gets away with one more there, but luckily Box of Rockets have enough to throw at the situation. I guess it's worth it to use that lockdown for the sake of the cycle. Sacred's already, you know, a quarter of the way there. You can use some other things, and you force VORZ's attention somewhere else, but I mean, everyone's still got guns. Everyone's fully set up for this.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like, I'm really impressed by TSM being able to make those kind of changes when necessary midway through the round. But when we see Box of Rockets just kind of go on that crazy spiral down of like, you know, we're just going to roll this, we're going to make this happen, it feels like even those adaptations are just not enough to really win out the round. I like to call out on the lockdown getting utilized there. It was just a spray down, which once again, TSM were anticipating that that was going to be a tool that is made. And now look at this. They're all grouped up, anticipating a lot of pressure, and actually get rewarded with 2 right off the bat.
Wow, great aggressive cam to catch Chaotic and then force the kill. And the Hunter's Fury from T-Dog goes hunting and doesn't even find that much of a chip. Can't even clear the crowd. Timo and GMD, the only weak links, and they're fully capable of playing behind 1 or 2 extras. Timo, that opening swing for the trade. All it takes is a blind to deal with T-Dog, who has just gotten his first kill of the game. Get your sparklers out, chat. TSM takeover A site in the 4v2.
Well, Sacred might find a timing here. Gets traded out immediately as the spike should go down. Moose immediately chopped by Elephant Boy too. Look at a comment. Should have a little bit to work there, but I think once again, this speaks to the gusto that we have been seeing Box of Rockets play with, where they're not afraid to just kind of W key it in, try and find that timing and catch TSM off guard. But once again, Tyrick, it really feels like TSM have prepped for this and are anticipating it every single round.
Feels like TSM can escape with this half at any moment, but they are running out of time to do so. And then it kind of feels like what Box of Rockets are relying on almost. Like, they're able to kind of put a dent in this enough for the attack half to look strong, and they could come out swinging again, get away with things long enough to turn this into a map 3. But it still feels like something they're salvaging, something they're reaching for. TSM, from that top-down perspective, do look marginally better at the moment.
And I have to comment on the Viper wall continuously changing. We talked about the experimentation that we've seen from Box of Rockets, especially with the composition last time, but this shows they're still trying to pull out different things, try to catch TSM off guard, and McNutty finding that first kill is a great way to start off this round for Box of Rockets.
Great way to farm extra attention after trying to set up that trap with Chaotic and T-Dog over in A main. Obviously B side a bit weak, at least perceptively so. But for once, Moose is held up in the back of this on the gong. Oh, Timatino! That is remarkable! And instantaneous. 4v3 now on a B site that becomes TSM's in a pinch, but T-Dog gets a backstab and an early kill. TSM can't necessarily swarm this. They don't have the read on how quick the rest of BORZ is to the B site, so it's got to be slowly played out. The fault line will do a little bit of slowdown, and Timatino does get one more, but it's traded away, and T-Dog has reopened things. Vora now in the 1v2. Takes care of Sacred, tries to do 180 on T-Dog, but it's a 3K for the IGL. and a once again tied game for Box of Rockets, who continue to find the slimmest of openings to turn the tables.
I was going to say, like, the post plant felt like it was going to be good. 7 has the Rolling Thunder available. There's a lot of options here. But then that willingness to kind of commit to the bit from Box of Rockets of just deciding to go for those flanks, to go for those timings, it kind of bites TSM in the back. They have simply no time to get themselves set up. They have no time to coordinate how they want to do it. And it's in those uncomfortable moments that Box of Rockets are able to walk away on top. I got to say, at the same time, Timotino finding 2 headshots, one right after the other with only 2 bullets. Things were looking fantastic for TSM, and yet once again, T-Dog on the flank was more than enough to kind of just stop them in their tracks completely. As TSM, they make the Caterpillar towards the safe site this time.
Oh, and Chaotix found a gap on top of the smoke to deal with Vora very quickly. Now, another potential trap setup for T-Dog. Oh, as always, TSM is prepared for it, and quicker on the shot as the smoke dissipates. T-Dog he's got to learn. He's just not going to be able to get away with that against this team, but maybe Chaotic can! Rolling Thunder doesn't matter against him, and he'll get away with 2 more before going down. Now Box of Rockets can get the ladder started. Alvin Boy very active, though, and a moose hunting as we speak to turn this to a 1v1 and recover that spike before Sacred can get back. And he's found it with just enough time left. Does he read that Sacred's on top? No! And Box of Rockets have taken back the lead at the 11th hour and round.
It's so like, looking at it, the smoke drops. Okay, well, TSM, they should be able to walk through this. Everything is fine. There's a little nook in the smoke, and then immediately you see Chaotic get a lot of value off it. Immediately tucks back away. The ultimate comes out from 7. Should be a clean exec, and yet still... It's Chaotic just on the site, anchoring it down. Trigger Discipline for just a second and finds ultimate value there. It's so scrappy from Box of Rockets, but once again, when they get pushed into those corners, pushed with their backs against the wall, and there's just a little slip up from TSM, it feels like it completely swings in Box of Rockets' favor. And so let's see how it goes again. Chaotic set up outside of A as TSM are watching just in case.
These dumb door stops. Chaotic's trying to find ways to keep getting away with it, and he will! What? How does he keep doing this? He'll get one on the way down. 16 HP left, and TSM will finally get that done, but they have to fully commit. And Timotino has once again lit himself up. Another blade finding ahead, and TSM getting A-site again. So damn scrappy, but TSM are going to try and make it work. This Hunter's Fury, though, now going to really cut into the pack, and he's actually found a chip onto 7 as well. So this is no longer a fully fledged 3v3, and TSM going to try and play this ladder away. Beautiful Paranoia to once again cut the front of the site. The smoke forcing Vora away as well, but Alvin Boy keyed in on Hell. And Sacred, the only one left, can't even drop down before the rest of the fight is done, and he's been fully red. TSM will even things out for the umpteenth time this game, and we will enter the half 6-6.
It's a challenge of 2 different matchups between these 2 teams, 2 different philosophies coming into this, where Box of Rockets, it feels very, we're playing for ourselves, we're playing for these micro kills. I don't know what's happening with the rest of my team, but as long as I'm just getting just enough utility for me to find a couple of kills, everything is going to go great. TSM, on the other hand, are like dabbing each other up. They're ready to push in together. They're playing off of each other's utility, and that is kind of like when the teamwork starts to fall apart a little bit. That's when Box of Rockets are able to find it. The fact that Timotino gets away with that, or sorry, not Timotino, but Chaotic gets away with that is kind of insane. But you see how fast TSM are ready to move in and clean up on the mistakes. And I think that this is the reason why TSM have been able to kind of claw themselves back, despite the chaotic nature of how Box of Rockets has continuously played. But to start with an excellent pick onto Timotino, Box of Rockets got their foot on the accelerator.
And for TSM, everything is intentional, even the accidents. For Box of Rockets, everything is intentional. Alvin Boy doing the rest of the damage after all of that chip was done by the prior kills from Box of Rockets, turning this back into a 3v3 in a snap. And GMD, with his own backstab with a lack of util, suddenly makes this TSM's round to lose, but with a lot less space gained. Box of Rockets manifest that into a quick garage snake over to the C site.
This should be good for TSM. Gives them enough time to swing things around. We're seeing GMD get set up on the deep flank. Not a lot of utility remain for Box of Rockets, really, to zone out these long angles.
Yeah, I gotta be on T-Dog to manage the entirety of this lane, and he's already forced the fight. GMD down to just 50, and the rest of TSM just gonna swing back in. The Link Swing's already sold here, and Sacred's found 2. All of a sudden, Vora just takes a shot to the head, and the round is BORZ's. And the onus is on him, but he will take it. 1 stands for TSM, as they will once again swipe a lead.
Yeah, great pistol round from them. I mean, we see the aggression that Box of Rockets go with towards that B site, and then immediately they get kind of gunned down just thanks to Alvin Boy just kind of left clicking into a smoke there. And then it's just backpedaling, not too sure where they want to necessarily go. And in that kind of chaos, they kind of force a decision. It's not necessarily clean for them to be able to set things up. And TSM, you know, they're happy to take that time, happy to get themselves ready to play that retake nice and clean. A little bit of heroics from Sacred made that a lot more closer than it necessarily should have been. But still, TSM, they walk away with the pistol round. It's going to be the buy-up for Box of Rockets, though. They're not laying down just quite yet as they run their way onto C right through Garage.
Yeah, really speedy this time around. And TSM, once again, the question is, can they react in time? Chaotic actually able to get away with a turn on to 2. And BORZ have already hyperextended off of that. They've taken over the lane and the Link. TSM, no point is safe. They have to check and clear everything after all of those steps are made. But a big portion of the pack is spotted. Timotino! The board cleared with the Outlaw.
What?
And TSM swipe an advantage back in a moment's notice. But both of these last 2 opponents do have that heavy armor, so this sniper and 8 HP, far less impactful. It's got to be the rest of TSM to do the dirty work, right? Right? Timotino! How does he keep doing it? Even Dink Sacred, so the rest of the work is easy for 7. And TSM, I mean, it's just on top of the pistol, but Timotino giving us a show as he's up to 17 kills now.
Timotino looking at Box of Rockets. Y'all like W Kean? Let's see what I can do. Walks in completely confident there. I just complimented how TSM are playing off of each other, playing off that utility. And instead, this time around was just like, I'm just going to go and do it myself. Just maybe find a single kill and walk away with it. But gets 3, make it 4 just at the end here with this Outlaw. Almost finds the 5th as well, but really just kind of clutches it up. You can tell that Box of Rockets just simply were not expecting that level of aggression to come through from that Jet player. And so it works out fantastically for TSM as they take that. We see TSM, they will have better weaponry here. A Box of Rockets, they're still kind of forcing up the Stingers, still hoping to storm the castle.
Yeah, they're going to take that one spot. They know that Teemo is and is. They know that Outlaw can still one-shot everyone this round, but TSM, they'll play their own game of keep away. Paranoia is countered, actually, so BORZ just walk on in, but every other checkpoint held down with proper decency by TSM, just with these Stingers as well. They really haven't had to invest too heavily so far, and they already look dominant on this defense, Marks.
And I really got to shout out TSM for that round because we see they falter previously, you know, where things got a little bit chaotic. We got to see Chaotic just run right over the defense on that C site. This time around, it's immediately more defensive. They've got 7 set up, ready to drop the fault line to make sure that they can stun people up. It completely just changed between those 2 rounds defensively to make sure that they were countering what Box of Rockets have done. And honestly, that is just an amazing dynamicism that we're seeing from their strategy, and they're not afraid to change things up to really counter what can potentially happen. Already a lot of damage dropped onto Moose so early on in the round. At Box of Rockets, they're scrambling a little bit, but Timotino finds T-Dog.
Yet again, a player that is subject to that one shot. Found the second that BORZ alter from that C path. Ooh. 7's been found on awkward timing, and yet again, Chaotic makes things continuously hard for TSM. A real shame that Timotino's been doing so well, because Chaotic's Jet has also been so refined this map, and it just hasn't gotten enough of a spotlight.
How they want to do this completely spread out leads to a trade. Alvin might have timing, though.
Yeah, you've got a double crunch from this window. Site's already pretty vulnerable because you don't have any other access to it. And the smoke's even cycled, so you guarantee the peaks it. Timotino is just flexing, but it's twin 3Ks. It's Chaotic will get pinched. And TSM will make it to double digits. Everybody fired up, not willing to let go of this tournament just yet. They want to guarantee that Ascension seat.
It was so reminiscent of what we saw Box of Rockets do on their defense when TSM were the ones who planted on B. They completely surrounded the site and put more emphasis pushing from their spawn rather than going through the conventional routes that you would expect to retake on B. And so great stuff from, once again, TSM. They're just adapting on the fly extremely well. While we see these hero moments, these hero plays come through from Box of Rockets, at the same time with Timotino heating up as much as we're seeing him do, there are plenty of hero moments coming through from this Jet. We said that Timotino was going to be slow, going to be thoughtful, going to be intelligent on this one. But now TSM, knowing that confidence is there, are letting him off the leash.
Chaotic really letting him have it. Trying to work off of this Hunter's Fury to continue to split the board, but TSM have an iron wall set up. And while intel is given away after those swings are executed, there's just not enough in the tank, and the spike is now on an island, but Moose has made it all the way to Link and manages to find Vora with his head the other way. GMD counteracts it though! Sacre bleu! That's a way to shut down another attempt, another cry to take this map back. And the undefeated streak on defense continues.
I can't believe you just hit a Sacre Bleu on cast. That is crazy, my guy, but not as crazy as how sharp GMD's aim has been. We've talked about the fact that TSM were just live in Toronto playing on a LAN. GMD, the only member who wasn't able to make it, unfortunately, and now is just on the server, consistently winning these 1v1s in these weird duels with a single headshot. We've talked a lot about Timotino, but GMD has been surprising me every single time when taking those fights against Box of Rockets.
It's just dared to defend more and more often, but Alvin Boy a little too stoic as Chaotic yet again goes fishing and finds one. Early shutdown before the actual approach, but Moose has a great spray down after the Owl Drone catches Vora. Still though, the latter continued. GMD, all right, buddy, lay off.
Spike planted.
Timotino, though, does have a Phantom now in hand. This one is still doable as they're going to be able to find the first one to make it a 2v2, but low HP for TSM here.
Is 65? No, because you've got the adaptive HP. So you've got 80 collective health for the remaining members of TSM. Cloudburst to escort in, but McNutty's got a nice high ground still from these boxes. So BORZ will end the streak, make the gap 4 rounds, keep 2 guns. They got some ults on the table. They still got a game on their hands.
All right, that time around, I'm going to call this one a little bit of an overheat. We see TSM falling into similar trappings that we saw from the defense coming through from Box of Rockets. I mean, the fact that GMD just drops down there looking for a kill, no help, trying to just do it all himself. Those are the moments that we saw Box of Rockets consistently do on their own defense, where TSM were the squad that like to play a little bit more together. They're feeling nice and confident after these last couple of rounds, but they got to keep things tight, got to keep things coordinated if they want to send this one home. They're not out of the woods just quite yet.
Owl Drone does a remarkable amount of clearing into the garage, and that'll keep a lot of weight there as Box of Rockets look to once again take this weak B main opening. And maybe spring a trap on A main as well, but GMD crept up and unpunished on the escape. And now they're gonna go for a trade trap into the 2-stack. Sacred also caught. And now all you have is that B main channel.
Look at them, like Box of Rockets, just their plan completely fell apart, and it was just a couple of traps that got set up by TSM. The Viper's Wall should have allowed free passage. You would have assumed from Box of Rockets that there was nobody was going to be there, and on top of that, you can hard clear GMD. But like I said last round, GMD has just been killing it this time, as sharp as ever, shuts that down. And now Box of Rockets, 30 seconds left on this clock. They have to make a move onto somewhere as TSM are slowly closing into them on this map.
Alvin Boy yet again, very stuck, very committal, and this time he'll get way more. 2 on his own, making this trivial for TSM to get to 12. T-Dog forced to plant with no time left. So 5 rounds of match point to shut down TSM's closest competition when it comes to Ascension points. There are a few teams left to conquer after this to keep TSM from getting yet another bid at VCT Glory.
Match point.
Oh, it's been so many years now, but it would be amazing to kind of see this squad, which, once again, like the desk highlighted, so many of these players have been grinding this game out. And to see them get closer and closer to kind of find that ascension point, like, it's got to feel so good. And yeah, I mean, that round as well, Box of Rockets, they're falling for the micro plays. I think just overall, TSM have had a much better handle on this game. They know exactly where to kind of set things up. It's nothing super fancy, mind you. They're just understanding the aggression that they expect Box of Rockets to kind of push into them. And as a result, you know, they're prepared. They're ready for that aggression, and they've consistently handled it extremely well. Obviously, their players shooting really helps out. But let's see how this last engagement could potentially go. Box of Rockets getting ready to move in through Garage, but they're so hesitant now. All the confidence has been taken out of their sails.
Really appreciate this preemptive prep from BORZ this round. A lot of early stuff cleared. TSM feel far less confident in sticking solos. They've already stacked onto their vulnerable B site. Oh, but Moose just tries to enter. And GMD yet again right in front of it, now sticking the smoke, the force extra util dug in, and these classic TSM legacy members are able to hold the line. Now they can dump their own kits in, make this as easy as can be. The backstabs will finalize. And another season ends, this time for Box of Rockets. And continuing to doubt TSM's Valorant future, but continuing to admire their 2025 season as they will move on to the second round of losers with extra points in their pocket and extra favoritism towards Ascension.
We love favoritism here, especially when you're talking about Ascension points. But Box of Rockets, it's been such a fun time watching them throughout stage 3. They really surprised so many people watching it, you know, pulling in the caliber of Moose, bringing things together, catching so many of these larger teams off guard. And yet this time around, TSM have just really started to heat things up over the last couple of weeks. And it really feels like we're hitting the apex of what they are capable of as they get deeper and deeper into this playoffs run. I gotta say, it looked a little bit one-sided coming through from TSM, especially on map number 1, but on the second half here on Haven. But overall, just big congratulations to TSM, Timotino and GMD specifically. They were shooting and they were killing this matchup. So big congratulations to them too.
Yeah, great to see TSM continue to have this strength, that mechanical impact after getting bested in their opening matchup. Definitely a tough one to come into, but one that they can clearly bounce back from. On that note, a lot to learn from when it comes to Box of Rockets, when it comes to this stage and this year. In fact, their mental strength is really a lot. You can learn a lot from their mental strength when it comes to, you know, the classic North American player. So excited to see them take on stage 1 in 2026. But until then, let's just talk about their final match against TSM this year on the desk when we come back.
enemy remaining.
GMD has the perfect timing. And an Inspire. It's just gonna double down. Caillou caught. I will get away with one. Two now. Come on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. Three. And there's your real fragger talking.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Playoffs. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Gompers on the desk. And if you're just joining us, well, you missed our first match. TSM take down Box of Rockets 2-0 and keep their lower bracket run alive. And Roy, I seem to remember, maybe a year ago, this is pretty much exactly what happened, no?
Oh, yeah. Jog my memory again, where they make the lower bracket run all the way to Ascensions. I mean, dude, I was actually good. That's one of my talking points is like TSM is looking so good at the perfect time to turn things around, right? And make a real run for Ascensions. It looked great. I mean, everything in that map was pretty much displayed flawlessly by TSM, right? The first half was a bit of a back and forth, but besides that, it was just lights out from TSM. Their set plays, their map movement, the way they're moving around on defensive side, the way they're retaking together, the individual confidence and like the level of communication that we're seeing from TSM just seems like a complete 180 from what we've seen before. So yes, maybe this could be the turnaround, Liz.
It was so interesting too, actually, because we had seen from Chaotic such a really, really good performance on Jett. And I think a lot of that kind of relied on them almost to the point where, like, if they weren't doing that great on a round, you know, it was pretty hard to come back from. So it was pretty cool also to see, like, the T-Dog definitely over time just like starting to really understand the depth of how the game was working out and what they had to do to allow everyone else to succeed as that Sova. So I do give them kudos on that, but it's just such a difficult game to try to get past TSM. Of course, TSM's so good under pressure. So, I mean, they knew the stakes. They knew if they had lost this, they would have been completely out of the running, but, you know, that's not the case.
I think also while we're here, we want to give our commiserations to Box of Rockets. I feel like Landor Box of Rockets have been such a mainstay of 2025 challengers, the players, even the org itself, and it has been such a pleasure to have them here. But again, a huge props to TSM for making this run possible. And as Roy, as you're saying, they were just getting better and better and better as time goes on, especially, and they just kind of ran away with that second half specifically, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, dude, everything was just so on point for them. Like the bait setups, the retakes, on the first half, their discipline in the post plans, like the way they're just waiting out, the patience to just wait out a lot of the utilities, specifically the Viper stuff, and just like re-hitting together. Like all of that is just so different from what we've seen before from this exact TSM roster, which obviously that's shout out to probably their LAN experience, get everyone getting comfortable with each other. But I think not only just like the team cohesion, but it felt like they're all communicating on a much higher level. And we talked so much about this, right, guys? The fact that TSM has the raw talent, like the raw ingredients are there. It's whether they can chef up a really good meal or not. And it seems like the meal is ready. It's pretty much ready to be served.
Oh, we're cooking. We are cooking, Gompers. And obviously, we highlighted Timotino a little bit. We highlighted Alvin Boy in the our player highlight, but we did highlight Timotino and Chaotic in the head-to-head, and it's good to see them here, top of the leaderboard, doing their thing.
Again, like, they just played amazing, and it's evident that Jett is such a strong player on a map like Haven. I think Timotino had such incredible moments. Actually, too, 3Ks, right? Like 4Ks across the board, just coming through and actually, like, I'm sorry, really performing in the extent of the fact that they were, I don't know, like winning every single duel, having such good ACS. I mean, you can just see it off the two maps in general, but like it just worked out. And I think there was really just this big comfort of understanding, hey, I'm the better player. I'm going to play the way that I think. And, you know, I have my team to set me up. I don't think there was one moment where it felt like Timotino didn't have someone there for refrag potential. Someone there to give that util out to allow that comfort. So it was just really good cohesion.
Yeah, and coming into this match, we also highlighted the fact that Timotino was this sort of like versatile sniper, and I mean, he was just outlaw abusing. Let's be real here. Like half his stats are just from the outlaw. Like he just looks so good with that weapon. Like whenever there's a scoped weapon in hand, it feels like Timo is honestly just completely in the zone, like in the moment. He's locked in. And 233 damage first map, 230 almost in the second map. Like these are insane numbers, and like especially now that they're in the lower bracket, there's really no more room for error. They need to kind of just be lights out from here. It's nice to see Timo finally coming into form at the perfect time that TSM needs him to be.
I mean, literally, again, this is do or die in the lower bracket. And I asked Gompers, I think, earlier about like the pressure that one may feel in the lower bracket. And it seems like pressure is making diamonds out of TSM. But we have our post-match interview ready for you guys. And it's the one and only Mr. 4K, French-Canadian man himself, Guimond GMD. Welcome to your post-match interview, Guimond. I mean, I don't know what to ask you. Start with you first. But let's go to the first map, 13-1. It is your pick. What went right for you guys? What went wrong for Box of Rockets? What's your read on that?
I think their comp was kind of like terrible, to be honest with you. I love Travis though, and I really like T-Dog. I think that comp was like one of the worst things I've seen. Don't know if he came up with it. I don't know if it doesn't really matter. I think he's still a great IGL. I just think that comp was like not optimal. No duelist, no like dive duelist. Reyna solo is pretty hard. And I think winning pistol, building some momentum, I think that really helped us for sure.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie.
And Charlie's always in.
Your dad just won. Charlie, come here.
He's not what he's doing, but he's busy. He's stretching.
Yeah, he's celebrating the win.
Yeah, obviously.
But I think also we should talk about your comp because you guys were changing things a little bit and kind of moving forward. Did that come from needing to have these new things in the lower bracket, or was it just kind of we needed to fix these things rather than we wanted to throw a curveball?
I think our coach has a pretty good read on like what we need as a team, and we played a VCT team that ran that comp, and I think we kind of like opened up. It's a new map, so everyone's still learning, and I think coach thought it was a good idea to go to that comp, and obviously I thought our Corrode was fine either way. I think that comp fit us a bit better, but yeah, I mean it's not a Hail Mary. We like the map, and we thought this comp was better for us.
Talk to me about your team were able to meet each other, sans you, in Toronto for the LAN.
Yeah.
Aquala Noob stepping in very, very quickly. What was the discussion afterwards? Like, how did the team, talk afterwards? Because it was you guys were O2'd by Qbert. What were the lessons learned from the Toronto LAN?
I think we lost the same way we lost to NV in the first round of playoffs. And I think coach, when they came back, coach had like very good points to bring up, and I think those points, even with me or without me playing, were the same, not mistakes, but they would be the same mistakes. And I think we realized that. And it was even easier to see now that I was watching too. It's my first time watching my own team play. So I actually agree with coach, the points he brought. And we kind of fixed it overnight, to be honest, because it was such a, a revealing moment for them. Like to watch it was definitely different. And I think it fixed it pretty quick. Like, we got on top of it the next day. We had 1 day of scrims, and we attacked all those points, and we got a lot better at it.
That is a scary improvement. We were talking about it on the desk, that you guys are just kind of, constantly improving, reaching new heights at exactly the right time. Is there a peak? Is there a skill floor that we're going to reach eventually? And like, we're going to be that good and we're going to stay that good? Or is it just going up and up and up and up?
I don't believe in the ceiling. I think the sky is the limit with this roster. Like you saw Tim, like he's absolutely outstanding every time. He's a good teammate too. There's no flaw in this kid. And then we have Alvin, that's also like one of the best aimers I've seen. And then we always have the core 3 that I played with, and I'm still surprised every day the shots they hit. I don't believe in the ceiling. I think we have the best coach in tier 2 as well. I believe that we can achieve a lot of things with this roster.
And I have one last question for you, and I'm going to say it in French. Comment célébrez-vous une victoire?
I don't know exactly if that's what you meant to say, but how does it feel to win? Is that what it is? No, I can't want. You gotta help me, because
how do you celebrate a win?
Celebrate. I mean, my dog right here, probably gonna get food, walk him. My roommate as well. I just like going out and talk about what happened this week, because I'm pretty focused during the week. I don't do anything, to be honest. I just stream all day and play the game. so that whenever we lose, whenever we win, sorry, we don't lose actually ever. But whenever we do play a match, after I like to just not be on my computer and just do whatever, with my friends, talk about their week, because I've been the MIA the whole time. So
we'll let you get to that. And thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you too.
I would like to let the court be known I took Latin for 9 years. And that was my language. Is it a dead language? Yes, it is. But I'm going to go revive it during this break. We're going to take a break. We'll see you right back here for the next match. Well, bienvenue. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Gompers, and that is the only French you're going to get from me for the rest of my life. But if you're just joining us, TSM took down Box of Rockets 2-0, keeping their lower bracket run alive. But that's old news. We're moving on to Maryville University and Nightblood Gaming. If you've been paying attention to Challengers at all, you know these guys have come out of the woodwork swinging, Gompers. Literally, like, I'm to borrow a phrase from Kimon, who's just on the show, sky's the limit.
Yeah, Maryville in particular has, I guess in this matchup, I do see them as almost like the top dog of this matchup, to be honest. I know we've had a lot of really good performances from NBG. I do actually think at some point they managed to take it OT, right, playing against Maryville. But this is a team that just has so many solidified players within the scene that have had so many good opportunities and also just work really, really well together. So for me, Maryville is like, you know, just like a collegiate team that feels almost pro. Like it's not a collegiate team in my eyes, and that seems to be the tendency with collegiate coming into Challengers. They are so solidified.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just re-emphasize how solidified they look, right? They have a really good map pool. They've looked very dominant in almost everything, right? I feel like overall their strategies on point. Individually, it feels like everyone on this team is in form. Yeah, they took a pretty tough loss versus Winthrop University, but I mean, that's Winthrop University. That's the team that we consider the second best team coming into the split, right? Like there's really just no shame about it. And now we're seeing this team kind of bounce back. I think overall this team has looked phenomenal. I'm really excited to see what they've learned from the last week and what they've prepped and what they've tightened up coming into this, because I feel like they're coming in for that vengeance. They're here to prove themselves, and really the only way out of this cave for this team is through. There's no going back. They need to win out playoffs for them to have a shot. They've not accumulated enough points, so everything's on the line for this team, guys.
And I mean, yeah, I think we talked about it before that we are on the lower bracket, folks. If you are just joining us and unsure of the bracket itself, it is do or die. These guys have basically one chance right now to keep their hopes and dreams alive. And they were looking strong. I don't want to say that any of these teams are pushovers or anything of the sort. You know, these are teams boys who have fought for so long. And it is really, really exciting to see them, and also a little bit bittersweet to see them fighting each other in the lower bracket. But I think going to highlight Chloric within Maryville University, who I think if you Gompers watch Maryville is just lights out kind of player.
This guy is crazy. I really just want to say it was 3 series in general, and this one included. I guess I'm thinking he's gonna top frag again, but they've been top frag every single series. Incredible ACS at 1 point, 33 kills and 5 first bloods as Killjoy, and 25-3 in a game against Winthrop. So Chloric is hands down the player that you want to watch throughout the entirety of this game. There hasn't been a single moment where it felt like they were lacking, and I think that's such a significant part as to why Maryville University are so incredibly strong, because they're flexible, but they're really good.
And the crazy part is they're doing this while IGLing. Like that fact is just so insane to me. Like coming from a former IGL, like the mental tax that I've personally had to pay in that role has been so extreme. And the fact that this player just feels like a complete package, like he's top fragging, he's calling, his vibes are really, really good. His communication is on point. Feels like he's so flexible in his role. And there's really just no glaring weaknesses when it comes to Chloric. It feels like he is really a complete player. And I've been a big fan of him for a while. And I'm not surprised to see him popping off at a level that he is. And even when he's playing things like Pro City and like things that are just like less structured, you can still tell that he has that whole package. He's communicating, his vibes are always up. Like he's just so impactful in almost every single way. So I think it's worth a mention and worth a shout out for this guy, specifically for this Maryville roster.
We got Pro City mentioned, you guys. Oh my God, Pro City. Pro City is actually really, really cool to watch. I love watching Pro City. We're not in Pro City right now.
VCL.
NVCL, yeah, exactly. We're in VCL right now, but we're going to go ahead and focus on their opponents. We'll be facing Nightblood Gaming. I think, again, when we talk about kind of, oh my God, a new photo for Screwface. Sorry, I like was talking. He had such a like sweet, cheesy photo beforehand, but I guess new photos means we're getting serious compers with this roster.
Yeah, honestly, I agree. I think Nightblood so far, they've definitely proven that they're not, they deserve to be in playoffs. I think there have been like some moments where it was really back and forth. Obviously, Legacy and Core were not their best games throughout and Maryville throughout stage 3 actually. So this is kind of like a rematch moment for them to prove like, you know, that OT that we brought about, it's going to get better. And I genuinely believe it can because they've improved over time. They've really showed out. They've put themselves in this playoff set. So they did have an easier run. But at the same time, I mean, they are so good under pressure that I genuinely believe they'll be able to get themselves out of this hole.
And for me, like the way I feel about this team is I know this is a good team with a really good roster when I have a hard time about like highlighting a single player. Like there's so much that I want to say about every player on this team. And I think that for me is like a mental note of like, okay, this team is not really a joke because it feels like they have strong players in almost every single role, similar to Maryville University. And that's honestly a really big part of the reason of why I'm excited for this matchup, because it feels like they're top down, they're a solid roster. They have a very good controller. They have very good duelist and sentinel players. They have a solid flex. Their IGL is pretty experienced in comparison to like VCL overall. And just like ultimately, this is a good roster, and the way they play is kind of unique to their own style, and they make it work.
I think also to your point about the IGL, I mean, we have spoken to Screwface multiple times in the post-match interview. He is someone who is just so hungry for the win. He is someone who is so passionate about this game, and even the ingenuity behind it and playing, you know, the air quotes like good Valorant, which is so exciting to see. And it's what we're looking for, and it's actually what we need because we are in the lower bracket. Of playoffs where it is do or die. Again, I just want to say it is really sad for seeing both of these teams in the lower bracket, and we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them today. But alas, that is the nature of competition, and that's how it works. We wanted to highlight from Nightblood Gaming, Kumi, who definitely has been kind of, I think, really making a name for themselves, Gompers, moving forward in Challengers, despite being in the lower bracket.
Yeah, a star-studded player. And I like the fact that we're highlighting Kumi just because, you know, it's not that I wouldn't say necessarily that their performance wasn't like the best ever. They had a really good performance against Core, but I will say it was just these really underlying factors that I feel like Kumi deserves this spot because of it, playing into that Sentinel and Omen role that we saw previously. I think their performance was honestly really well played out. They were a bit more, I wouldn't say on the quiet side. They obviously had their moments, but they were at the same time where it was a lot more of the providing that Kumi was able to kind of give to this team, especially as the deadlock going down on Lotus. So I think in general, it's always just like an up and down for Kumi, but it's always consistent in regards to giving that extra provision for this team, for extra reassurance, for that extra piece of util that's going to lead them towards the site. And even then, like these extra picks. So I think Kumi is just a very, very well-rounded player.
I mean, what a boon to have in your lower rounds in playoffs, because sometimes you just need that extra piece of util. You need that extra reassurance that, you know, it's going to be good. It's going to be okay. You will be taken care of by your teammates. Because, you know, sometimes we all run it down ranked, as Gomper was talking about earlier. But sometimes in competition, that doesn't work. Sometimes. You never know.
Sometimes.
It always works for me.
Sometimes. But they've slowed down, Roy.
Yeah, they have.
And they're not playing right now. You know who's playing right now? Maryville University and Nightblood Gaming. But when was the last time these two teams faced each other? Not super recently, but it was
About a month ago, give or
About a
take.
month ago. We're looking at and the 30th of October. Oh my God, my mom's birthday! Yay! Happy birthday, Mom. But Roy, speaking of the best day in the world of my mom's birthday, this was a incredibly close matchup between these teams.
Yeah, I mean, as close as it can get. A 13-11, all 24 rounds, a double OT game. Like, I mean, it literally could not get any closer than that. But they've also played against the same matchup a couple of weeks prior in a third-party tournament right kind of in the beginning of VCL, maybe after the first week. It was the same result. It was a Maryville 2-0, so it seems like Maryville's got the best of them. But that being said, guys, it has been a while. A month in Valorant is a long time. The meta has shifted. The map pool has shifted. Just like our understanding of how these maps function is also obviously evolving. So I don't like to put too much stock in previous head-to-heads. All I'm going to say is these teams are very equally matched up in the sense that they both have very capable rosters. They both have good leadership overall. And I'm kind of just excited to get this show on the road.
I know. It's one of those things where it's like we want to set up the storyline. We want to set up, how these teams have met each other, what it is, especially for newer audience members, what it's going to be. But also, we just want to go. We want to show you guys what it's going to be. I think, Gompers, I mean, looking at this, I think, looking at these, I think you looked at the third-party tournament. It was the same maps, correct?
Same maps for if we're going into map selection.
No, I just wanted to quickly bring that up, that like they've faced each other before on these maps. But I am also ready for a nice little head-to-head. Two of my favorite players we have in VCL. These are the guys that I love to watch, just absolutely literally just tear it up. Renz and Son of Car. I don't think I could stop singing Son of Car's praises ever, like literally ever. I think they're so talented. And Renz has really recently come up on my radar as someone who is just, I guess there's just like, look at a 4 point, like, I don't know, Roy, you take it.
Oh, I mean, Renz has come on your radar, but I've actually known Renz for almost a decade now. He's been competing for so long, which is like, Renz is part of a different breed of gamers. Like he's been in the competitive circuit for so long in some way or another, whether it was in previous FPS games and now in Valorant. Like he's been competing for a while. I think it's a little bit different for Son of Car. I'm not as familiar with his history, but I imagine that Son of Car is just kind of a new Valorant FPS gamer. But the fact that is when I look at these two duelists, it's kind of the same thing in my head that we talked about before, right? Where like Renz is such a deep FPS tactical player that you can tell in his play style, he's very slow, very methodical, kind of like similar to Timotino, where he's like grinding out his kills. He's part of the structure. He's part of the setups. Like, whereas Son of Car is a lot more flashy, I feel like. He's a lot more in your face, kind of like throw util for Son of Car, get him to like get on the site as quickly as possible and pop off, right? They're very different styles of duelists. But the fact is, they're both statistically similar. They're both extremely valuable players. And I'm interested to see, and I'm excited to see the clash of two different styles here between these two players.
Known him for a decade, man. Guys, don't forget to respect your elders like Roy. But
wow.
What? We're not that dissimilar in age, Roy. But moving forward into old man check and chat.
Old man check is crazy.
Anyone have their old man nearby? I have mine right here. There he is. Everyone say hi. There we go.
Hi, old man.
Let's get the age filter on here. Scope production.
You don't need that. Don't worry about that. But but no, as a quick side note, Sam said he feels old now that he's 23 when I interviewed him when I was just in Los Angeles. So I guess we're all old. And what do the kids say? Chopped, right?
Unk.
Wow.
Moving on.
No, just keep it going, guys. No, seriously.
No, I love maps. So excited to talk about maps right now. We're going to head into map selection for this game of Maryville University and Nightblood Gaming. Please, God, anything else but what I'm talking about right now. We'll be heading into Bind, Icebox, and Corrode. Ooh, two maps we haven't seen today yet, and maybe we'll end on Corrode. Gompers. I went to Roy first, Gompers, so today this match I'm starting with you. Anything that sticks out to you immediately?
Yeah, well, rematch for Icebox, guys. And that's exciting because that was actually the longest OT game that they had against each other with the 16-14. So I really like the Icebox. I'm not quite sure if we've seen any changes. No, we haven't. So for Icebox, it's been pretty linear for both of these teams. Actually quite similar in compositions, other than the fact that I know Maryville likes to run a Sage. So I think that's such a cool second map to kind of have, especially if, let's say, Maryville is in the lead, right? They have that secondhand history of winning an Icebox map. So it really does rely on that bind for NBG to have that comfort. So I think that's a good pick on their end to kind of give some way to that, the comfort of bind.
Yeah, for Icebox specifically as well, guys, this has been the one consistent map that has showed up in all three of these best of threes these teams have played against each other. They're going to be very, very comfortable with the way they're approaching it. It's just going to be layers of mind games, a lot of layers of anti-strategy, and kind of hiding their set pieces and their sort of their set setups, because the playbook is shown, right? There's no more mind games on the second map. But on in the topic of the first map, guys, I think Bind is a really good map for both of these teams. I think Maryville has looked phenomenal on it. Obviously, they have only their one victory, but it's such a tiny sample size on that map. We haven't seen them play it in VCL. This was in a third-party tournament, by the way, but they've looked great. This was a while ago. This was like over a month and a half ago. So it's going to be unclear whether they've revamped their kind of their composition or how they're approaching it. But there's a lot of like question marks with what Maryville is going to be running on this map. And sorry, this is picked by Nightblood Gaming. So yeah, there's gonna be, it's kind of unknown factor for Maryville on that map. They don't really know how they're gonna approach it or what to anti-strat. But after that, it's pretty much clear skies. Like there's no layers of hiding strategy. It's gonna be purely shown.
Well, I think that's a testament of a true team, right? Like we always talk about like how deep does your strat book go, but also just how good is it? How are we gonna get there? How, like, you know, not every strat is the same, right? So I'm excited to see where these teams will be going, but mostly I'm excited to see our predictions, because you guys, I predicted something, and like during TSM's game, I was like, oh, do I want to change it? But no, I'm not. I am sticking with the caster curse. I'm going to stick with the caster curse. It is all of us going for Maryville University. I think, we can't even talk about like recency bias, Roy. Like, this is just like Maryville have been on fire, or dare I say a wildfire lately.
Wow. Okay.
That was a good one.
You are not allowed to call me old ever again. I'm just saying.
But I just want to let everyone know our production laughed. Okay.
Okay, wow, I'm thrown off. But yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if this is a curse or a blessing, because in the first map, in the first match, we all voted TSM and they ended up winning. So I don't know if this is a curse or a blessing at this point. I think the vibes are good today. This might be a blessing. I'm not really sure. But honestly, I know I said that for the first match, but I actually am surprised that we all unanimously voted Maryville University again. I feel like Nightblood Gaming is actually a really good team, and not one of us thought of them. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
I was torn. I will say I was actually pretty torn, just because obviously, like, we've seen the Winthrop University game where it was like they lost pretty drastically, and then they kind of came back and put Maryville in the lower bracket. So it did feel almost like there was like a slight lack in those games of Maryville. They didn't look like themselves. So I was pretty torn, I will say. Nightblood, they've been doing really well, but for me, Maryville, they've been solid throughout the entirety of stage 3. And it really just felt like it was a bad game, and it happens occasionally to everyone. It happened to Envy, right? So I felt like I had to just be loyal to that.
I do want to point out that Screwface did make a video pre-match, and he called all of us out for doing this.
And really?
Did something I was like, oh, maybe we can show it on broadcast. And then we really could not show it on broadcast with the direction he went. But I told him, if you win, I'll give you permission to yell at me in the interview.
Did he curse us or what?
He did something specific. He's when I would never yell a dear friend into order, even if she is gigantically fake, by not believing in my dream, and my dream is a proper noun. But I do think I want to go back to what Gompers was saying, that this is again, like I said this in the TSM predictions. This is hard. Like, this is like, predictions never give, not like being broadcast talent is so hard because it doesn't give like predictions like a fair shake, but like it does. You guys don't get to see our thought process behind it. I think we would love to spend hours and hours explaining to you how we got here and why we got here. But eventually, you just see we chose either A or B. But friends, like the TSM and Box of Rockets match, we have a bit of a delay. So we're gonna go for a little bit, get a snack, get some water, go to the bathroom, grab a friend, watch a Discord together. We'll see you back here in a bit. No. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Welcome back. We are ready to go, and we are here, Maryville University, Nightblood Gaming, and we are in Agent Select. And I am in love with these agents, Roy. This is fantastic. Yeah. I'm so happy with this.
I can honestly vibe with both of these compositions. Again, I'm always a little skeptical of the Clove, but I feel like No is one of the players in this league that could pull it off. He's incredibly talented. So my eyes are on the Chamber head-to-head. It's the son of Cars, the Renz highlight that we talked about. I feel like Renz is, you know, that foundational player. So I'm gonna look to see the kind of stylistic differences between both of these teams. And ultimately, Bind is a pretty hard defensive side map. So my eyes are on Maryville University to see how they're gonna leverage their composition to their advantage and how Nightblood Gaming is gonna use theirs to their advantage to come out on top in this matchup.
Yeah, they've been actually testing out too with Nightblood, the Clove in other tournaments as well. So it's fun. It's interesting to see that they're like wanting to implement this now, especially just like with the addition of everyone else, right? Like adding the Chamber as well, the Sky. So it seems like they like the composition. It works for them, and I'm excited to see it.
I mean, I think we get a lot of mirror comps, and so it's like really exciting when both our matches today just kind of like go for like something different, something new. Ingenuity, we thank you for doing that. That is so much fun. That is so exciting. I love a good Derek or Ye cosplay with I feel like I have to mention Derek Play Chamber anytime I talk about like a Ye Chamber, but we are here and ready to go for Maryville University Nightblood Gaming. Once again, guys, this is the lower bracket. It is do or die for both of these teams. Let's get this match started. Marks, Tenrek, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. And as she mentioned, one more team's Challengers season will end here, bringing the amount of teams that still have a fighting chance at Ascension from North America down to 5. Maryville and Nightblood both out of the running when it comes to the front points-wise. Maryville need to win the entire tournament in order to make Ascension. Nightblood need to make top 2. So a tough road ahead for both of these teams, Marks. And it's honestly really tough that we have to see one of them leave now.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville's the team that after a couple of the other teams from Challengers kind of dropped out, they were able to secure their spot, and coming in absolutely swinging. Everyone has just been so impressed by how Maryville University has been playing. And then on the flip side, Nightblood Gaming, who was a little bit slower in the previous stages, suddenly, stage 3, oh my goodness, activated onto a new level, showing so many more signs of life, and really, honestly, making a statement about how they wanted to earn their way in Ascension. So let's see how these two teams fare out. It's a little bit unconventional from both sides, but I'm excited to see how this kind of plays.
Certainly so, yeah. We've seen these comps kind of get dredged up by both teams very recently, but they are both very much of the identity of said teams. Smiley holding on to the spike and the first blood of the game as they'll poke away at this first half of the site. Smiley on a crumb of health thanks to this Toxic Orbic, and so Giz is going to be able to finish that off, but that is the moment that NBG springs the trap, and those two primary fraggers, Car and Note, are going to be able to get activated. Zerona still subbing in for Wildfire. The last one standing and can only escape with one more. NBG starting off with a bang.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, right, where you see the spike go down, Maryville University are like, all right, time to get our retake underway, and everything's going to be nice and dandy. And then suddenly Nightblood Gaming are just pushing into them. It's a bit unconventional, but you see them, most importantly, grouping up and going for some smaller set plays, right? And this is something that Nightblood Gaming has gotten a lot better at over the past couple of matchups. So an excellent way to kind of start things out on the very first round. Sunakar already going to have that outlaw. Zerona going to be the person who will make first contact with this. But yeah, the Trailblazer should get more than enough information and guarantee that it at least will be the orb that gets picked up by Nightblood.
Yeah, Smiley's going to find a lot of impact at the opening 6 rounds of this map, and he's got to make the rest of it count after he started to get red. That's been kind of the wall that Sky's been hitting lately when it comes to Bind in particular, but she's getting less and less hate, I think, thanks to the players that have continued to try to pick her up, despite the troubles that she kind of runs into, as Zerona's going to try and use a bird to be able to get the drop on a stack, and in fact, neither bird allows the first swing to actually get a kill. It's like a curse, man. Still, NBG making a 4v1.
As soon as you said the bird gets value, then both the teams
I'm
gotta
like,
do
this
that.
guy's just now starting to get some praise and attention as the birds give away kills.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, haha, it should be good. And then, yeah, no, never mind. That's not how we want to play with our util here. But yeah, honestly, just Nightblood Gaming really doing a good job of controlling the pace and the tempo there. Playing a little bit more cautiously this time around. Ren's really just going to try and die to the spike. Headhunter in hand, might try and look for at least one, but overall just a very clean round coming through from Nightblood Gaming. The last time we saw them on this map in stage 3 was when they were playing against Landor, who unfortunately just got eliminated, the Box of Rockets, but they unfortunately lost there. And so, you know, seeing them kind of pick this one back up, it means that they've probably done a little bit more research, a little bit more planning on how they want to play the map. And on top of that, these players have had more time to gel together. And as a result of that, like, you know, I think that there's a reason why we're seeing this map right now. They have to secure the win because the other two maps in the pool, I would argue, favor Maryville University a little bit more.
100%, 100%. I definitely think that was going to come into the conversation at some point. And so definitely Bind is the map that Nightblood needs to get that, like, you know, hit the ground running. They've been workshopping this comp kind of inside and outside of this map for the past couple months now. You know, Notes Clove has been under a lot of fruitful development lately. Screwface picking up the occasional secondary duelist as well. Carr on this chamber. It's been a long process that hasn't all been on Bind. Unfortunately, all NBG can gain this round is altitude, no real distance, and unfortunately Maryville is going to be able to promptly meet the remainder of the spike carrying threat here in the bonus with not too much trouble, most likely. Kumi on the Viper, another, you know, thing that's been long in development for NBG after he's been kind of perma-sentineling a little bit. NBG really trying to get that flexibility going for a group of players that they know is capable of carrying more individual weight.
See how Kumi wants to play this one. Like, should be achievable. Spotted out the leg there, so they'll at least get one. But yeah, I was going to say, Maryville University, they're a little bit sharper than that. They know when to spring. They know when to go. And Sonikar in really a very difficult situation here. If you're Maryville University, you just want to carry those 3 weapons over. Call it a day, put a nice bow on top of the round, because you know that Car's not going to be able to win this one. And Ren's finding the better part of the chamber duel. That's going to be Maryville University getting their first round on the board and carrying 3 of those rifles into this next round.
Yeah, pretty by the book so far to start for both sides, I would say. NBG just trying to farm that aggression, and Car's going to go ahead and pick up that operator, go for a glass cannon here in round 4. So it seems like they can, they're pretty confident in the level of aggression that they're able to manifest out of that. Now that the gun advantage is not necessarily there, maybe that'll actually come to fruition.
An interesting push out there. You kind of saw it. And you see this on the defense of Maryville currently, stacking the Sky and the Viper. And ultimately, like, just that, those 2 agents staying alive was where they were able to find kills, as we saw the engagement come through from Nightblood Gaming, just kind of sending the Rays in and immediately getting gunned down. And so, you know what, it is a very strong hold. And Nightblood Gaming, sure, they're able to take hookah, but it isn't that much ground gained, because now you see the defense and on the support line, making sure that even if they pop through, it's going to be extremely tough for the team.
A lot of residual damage to do. A bird hoping to interrupt all of it, but Giza, yeah, it's just a way to get him out. And still farmed on the distance, and Carr wins the solo duel with the operator. It's just Giza that's just gonna walk in and grab 2. And that's the only way that Maryville can seem to mean the threat this at the moment is just head on. And it's gonna continue. Note, good adjustment on the high-low to keep that advantage flowing and turn this into a 2v1 for the moment, but 3v1 once Carr gets on over here.
A V3 scenario as well. Note has the ultimate online. Definitely going to be a win, but at the very least, you know Maryville wants to force out that ultimate. Such tricky positionings from Nightblood Gaming.
It's the last of them.
You're really clean so far from NBG. It seems like they're very aware of the amount of times that Maryville is going to be able to kind of stick a fork in the road. And so NBG, by their nature, are playing a little bit piecemeal. Like they're playing for bits and pieces of space rather than entire rooms or channels or checkpoints. Like they're playing for halves of the B lane here instead of the full of it, as Car is inching up on the showers. Very procedural, and it forces a lot of like extra investment and peeking and just risk assessment from Maryville as a whole. Early pit off the rip as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just purely defense here. And Note's been a player who's started to heat up, found a couple of very important kills on that last round. And I was kind of leading the charge on this Clove. Save from Maryville University, acknowledged, and so Nightblood Gaming should have a better idea that if they just decide to take the pure gunfight, they should be able to come out on top. Gonna have a chamber 1v1 just on B long potentially as the Sunakar gets closer and closer to Renz.
Jeez, Renz. That's certainly a way to deal with it. Note now also given away thanks to the dog. Good proactivity from MU to keep NBG scared this round. And now the Molly to do the same. Yeah, I know it's having a good time with this.
All the meanwhile, that pressure being pulled over towards that A site, like the run down B long has happened. And sure, Renz, excellent shot. We've highlighted Renz quite a bit, but this is still a very tall order against 3 rifles. He's gonna be lucky if he finds a couple.
Ten seconds left.
No creep just yet. Taking their space, happy with it. Now, right on top of the smoke as soon as it clears away. Maryville are not allowed a hint of space. They just have to hold their choke as they're pushed. And eventually, Kumi's able to clear the crowd. Now it's panic mode for Maryville, and Zerona found in the opening, turning this to a pretty easy 2v1. Once again, NBG find the one bit of leverage they need to turn it into a very easy round, purely off of the fragging, which is a lot of what the comp relies on.
And to be fair, it was an excellent start from Maryville. Renz, the fact that he's able to find Son of Car, shut down the operator right off the bat, and then just purely pulled to the other side of the map, thanks to Note just kind of fragging out, you know, making a lot of noise, making a fuss just in showers. And with how the last couple of rounds have gone, that's someone that Maryville has to really look out for. And so you see the defense slowly make their way over. And then suddenly it's so much easier for the Nightblood Gaming offense to just penetrate into that B site. This time Giza's under a lot of pressure here. It's just this piecemeal push, but Giza finding one.
Again, it's about getting in front of it early, meeting it head on. That's what's worked so far for Maryville's defense. And Seeker's very proactive. And Chloric able to just follow on top of it, turn into the Lamp's control. NBG doubting themselves and taking the TP. But Renz is still hanging out in the garden. And caught on the trademark will slow everybody down. Let NBG go for this reset. Car on an op lurk of his own. Who will fall into the trap first? 55 seconds that NBG can play with, and way too much that Car has to look at. The up's already been given away. And that may be a round for Maryville after so much slowdown. The orbital strike right on top of the push. Isolates Note, and Chloric forces another reset. Smiley now alone.
Wow, I love the protocol getting called there from Maryville University. Just so aware of everything that could be happening. Zerona not able to find the kill, but at least identifying where Smiley is. At every step, it felt like Maryville had an answer. And of course, you love seeing it. The orbital strike gets called, and then Chloric is just tossed into the blast packs, just in case someone's trying to run away, to force them right back into things.
10 seconds
It's so fun from Maryville University, and a very decisive round to make sure that they get their second.
And just in time to be able to have a stable half going forward. You have everything else in rotation now. You can't exactly jump the gun as much with these next ultimates, though. You can't get as active early on. Too risky. So it's going to be a little more about slowdown from here. And that is what makes this round so tough against a composition like NBG, is that it doesn't really care about a lot of slowdown. It just cares about fragging out. It cares about just getting onto the site, making whatever push they do work. And yeah, MU, they've done some good slowdown, but it's just been too much of a pipe dream, too condensed.
Yeah. And this time around, it's going to be Renz and Zerona being the ones who anchor here. The engagement underway. Zerona already good with one, good with two.
Spike down, B.
Renz now having to manage the chamber 1v, getting out after getting pressure from B main. So NBG have the site again. And note, trying to search. Cannot get ahead of it. Instead, the pit placed on top of the elbow. And MU gonna try and speed run the remainder of what's open, but this toxic orb setup makes it so easy for NBG to clear the crowd. A showstopper even used by Screwface. Sure, yeah, I mean, why not? I think that's just time, right? Oh, no, they're gonna go for it. Walking in, finding one. It's dry.
Last player standing.
Beautiful crunch on top. Yeah, feels like we're kind of playing into NBG there a little bit that round, honestly. I mean, like, the showstopper was more than enough to guarantee time, and they still decided to push into it. That was a bit odd.
Yeah, and rightfully so, Maryville University, calling a timeout right now. And it's so strange because these rounds, the pacing feels a little bit discombobulated, a little bit different across the board, with Nightblood Gaming, you know, pushing out over here and then suddenly recalling a little bit more, popping ultimates here, there, and everywhere. And ultimately, like, you see Maryville University, they have a very solid defensive setup. We've seen excellent things come out, but it always feels like it's an agent who's just a little bit slower coming into things, that feels just a little bit stronger on when they want to be able to push out and get some of this stuff online. So when we do get to see the Maryville strats come to fruition, it looks absolutely awesome. But then as soon as it gets a little bit uncomfortable, they're off pace a little bit, then you see the Maryville people look a little bit more confused. And so I think that calling for this timeout right now is a good idea, because you can settle your brains. Coming into this one, you got the chamber as well as the Raze ult online, but at the same time, Sunakar still coming in with that operator in hand, has been doing a good job at keeping the opposing team in check. So let's see how they go. It's going to be Nightblood Gaming spreading themselves out just a little bit more to try and mitigate some of that pressure that Maryville has been exerting on that defense.
Once again, dog called early from Smiley. Gonna try and just chain it into some easy space. The toxic screen will guarantee that that is as far as NBG can go. So they won't even really invest in hookah.
Ooh, Screwface.
Yeah, you're definitely giving away there, buddy.
Okay, well, you know what? At least they know where one of the operators is, but the question still remains, where is Son of Car? And you know that chamber is going to be good for a couple. Chloric, though, could pop the ultimate here, could land that multi-kill.
You held up on top of this orb, and it'll go down. Timing on this from NBG has normally been pretty good, but Chloric, with that showstopper, is able to at least find Car. NBG temporarily backed out. We pressed on the smoke, Ange, daring to hold it. Very pressured at this point, passively, by NBG just getting on the site. You find the timing. I might be too late. No, it's already fragging out.
It's so discoordinated coming in through here. At least they're going to have their chamber up top and taking one. But yeah, it's so decisive from Nightblood Gaming. I was going to comment on how they wanted to set this up in that post-plant positioning, just watching all these different angles, setting up all of those different crossfires. And so it really works out well for Nightblood Gaming, who right now are kind of making a statement here. It's now 6-2, and honestly, they don't really show any signs of slowing down at any point. It's just when there are a couple of miscommunications that come through, that's when Maryville have been able to find an opening. have been able to find an answer. But given that this round, they're back onto a little bit of a save, it's going to be tough for them to try and crack the code to try and stop the Nightblood Gaming squad.
Yeah, NBG have clearly been studying for this pick for sure. And Maryville, it is important to note that school just started back up. So a lot of these guys are also just like moving into their dorms and stuff. Not an excuse, but something to note. The pressure for these collegiate students. Heavy coming into this Challengers matchup. Screwface, willing to trade off of himself. Will grab the first pick onto Zerona, as MU gonna work off of an eco this round.
I've got your trail.
Good shot. But too much. Big explosion from NBG onto the site. Oh, Cloric having some fun with it, but NBG able to clear the herd, and they will keep 4 alive. Nice lineup for Screwface to grab one there.
Damn, that was like watching some of those flicks when the neon slides and then you just see like a one-tap headshot. Very similar with the Rays blast packing across out of teleporter. But once again, Nightblood Gaming, like, they're kind of running away with this side so far. Maryville University have had a very tough time trying to slow them down as soon as they decide to enter. We got teased a little bit with the weaponry here, but there is potential right now of Maryville University pulling out a double operator setup. One on Renz, one on Cloric, to watch some of these longer angles, because it feels like they're just losing the duels against Nightblood Gaming when it just comes down to that 1v1. Nightblood feel just a little bit sharper to try and win things out as they are pressuring B long yet again.
Yeah, you're right on the money. They want to make all of these impossible lines, and that's one way to do it. Just spray your way to glory here. And Screwface attempting to open up the 1 weak channel, but Renz on that shutdown with one of the operators that's on the field here. And that will force everybody from NBG on back without too much investment from MU. In fact, Anja's going to get a little extra confident on Hookah to play keep away with Kumi, who has now been joined up by Carr, who has a sniper of his own. And it'll be a duel of those. Both miss. Double swing from both, and Anja's got it covered. And that is exactly how Maryville wanted to play into this. Operators manifesting more opportunities for Maryville to have a peeker's advantage. And now note, stands alone. A flawless round 10 for Maryville to get themselves back in the game.
We're going to call that the timeout buff coming through from Maryville University, because that was so clean. I mean, yes, the operators, they're extremely scary. The big loud gun go boom and suddenly you're dead. But at the same time, it almost felt like they were more of distraction tools for the real stars of the show, who were the people who were just playing off them. Phantoms in hand, finding the kills necessary. And so great job from Maryville University that time around, playing off of one another, understanding some of the danger that could happen, and making sure that they've got that trade. They played a little bit more safe that time, and it worked out under those opportunities, because Nightblood Gaming have been kind of winning as soon as Maryville try and take that ego peak.
Overconfidence has been the death of a lot of teams this year, and that won't change in playoffs. Maryville continuing to try to hold on to that discipline and this double op that gets a lot of pressure without even really moving an inch. A lot of Viper util utilized purely to stop this dog, and that'll let NBG confidently take over the lamps. MU just going to relegate themselves to the showers as A is default taken over here. Outstretching on the Giza, Note finds it. Cars pinched Cloric from the showers. And this is an immaculate A takeover. Zerona having to go in by himself with the help of a bird, and that is not enough by himself, but Carr will counter-frag, turn this into a 4v2.
Should be nice and easy now. Renz and Ange, the only two left here. Renz with only that big, large sniper rifle, as a lot of the members are hanging out, but thankfully the Viper is still alive, so Nightblood Gaming have plenty of opportunity to get themselves reorganized while Carr watches this so close.
Yeah, so many ways to peek back into this, and Carr is gonna do most of them. Renz does win the op war, but that just allows Screwface to get right in front of him and pick that operator right back up. So NBG will grab the lead by 5 back here, coming into the last round of the half. But I think Maryville have made enough of a case to show that this game is not going to be over until a team hits 13.
Yeah, that last round, even then, like, you're taking those opportunities. And so far, it really has been who's got the operators in their hands? Both of these, like the last couple of rounds have been very clearly, decisively made by operator shots that take these very important kills. And sometimes having more operators doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to get more value out of them. But one person who's been extremely consistent with it, who else but Son of Car, with the operator in hand, finding a couple kills, never too greedy, most importantly. And you know what has made things so much more difficult for Maryville to kind of engage, or sorry, defend these sites.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing PvE over on the Fountain while the rest of NBG push over on A site, and that might screw them over. And yet again has a lineup. Note gonna try and use his ultimate, and it'll work out for him. He's taking back over Lamps, and NBG have an easy access onto site. Screwface trying to use the showstopper, and he will just in time. Zerona felled, and the Seeker's not there in time to really do any damage. Now everyone from NBG, confidence peaking and pressing. Renz puts a stop to Note's rampage, but so much setup now on top of the spike to turn this into a 9-3 lead coming out of the attack half for Nightblood Gaming. Once again, this is their map pick. Clearly, they have been preparing for this match in the past week that they've had. They want to retain this position against what is one of the heavier favorites coming out of the Swiss stage. Oh, Renz stopping Son of Car, though. Not enough time, for sure, but yeah, at least NBG will be able to scrap away.
All right, walking away, 9-3 in the half for Nightblood Gaming. Once again, looking very clean from them. When they decide to take that aggression, when they decide that they're feeling it, they're looking clean. And someone who wasn't necessarily highlighted on the desk, but has been putting on an absolute masterclass is Note. Note's been so consistently finding so many kills. And on top of that too, you know, it was brought up, okay, we're bringing the Clove in. Usually we see the Brimstone just for a little bit more utility, but Clove is built more around fragging out, taking those timings, being aggressive, and finding kills. And when you're 15-8 in the lobby, yeah, I think Note's playing Clove just fine. But, of course, this is the cursed scoreline. Let's see how Nightblood Gaming want to now play this defense, because they're so close to taking their map pick. But Maryville, you know they're not going to be letting up off of this one at all.
Yeah, still a lot of game and match to play, but Note is going to keep playing at his hardest on this Clove. Something about him when he's on them, I swear, something changes in him. Now up to 16, just 13 rounds deep. As MU will make enough noise on A short to just swat him away for now, but no more. And Carr spots, and now here's Chloric legging it on over to short, which will let him go into an easy 2v1. No, Smiley is down to 7 HP. That's rough. And you can't deal with him still.
Spike down A.
That's problematic. Screwface warded away, but the paint shells can finish off Giza.
This is such a chaotic round. Like, look where the spike is. Look where the last two attackers are. I think there's going to be a group up by going through TP, potentially. No, never mind. Chloric just going to kind of run all the way around. And this is kind of telling of how Maryville University have been playing this map so far. They've got some of these like very clean executes, but then as soon as they fall apart, I mean, the spaghetti's all on the floor. They're just kind of all over the place. They don't necessarily know what they're going to be doing next, and it all falls apart. Chloric, though, they give it an honest chance there, but Kumi will shut that down. So Nightblood Gaming, they find themselves on double digit in one of the weirder maps that I think I've ever seen between these two teams.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a little scrappy. But NBG are happy to play into that, especially with the way that they've been playing lately. Kumi only dead 4 times so far this game? That's kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy. And, you know, like one of the things that the desk also talked about was the fact that Chloric, you know, top frag on Maryville University, the IGL fragger who's been kind of doing it. And I wonder if this is part of playing Raze on this map. It's a lot more difficult to kind of make those calls consistently and, you know, just kind of focus on the whole team play. So I wonder if that's kind of been one of the issues in the gears here.
It's a good pocket. It's still kind of risky from Nightblood. especially if you're keeping the door open here. Bird just to escort. NBG have got it all locked down. My goodness. That worked even better than I think they expected it to. Easy's got to do it all, and he's already run out of bullets, so he can't. So NBG are 2 rounds out from already taking their first pick. I think we expected them to be able to take this. I don't think we expected them to have this big of a gap already.
Yeah, like it's these two teams, if you told me that they were close in skill level, I wouldn't believe you based on how things have gone. This time around, Kumi, someone the desk did highlight as being such a consistent player for Nightblood Gaming, comes out on top, just up in heaven, is able to find the kill, the heroic kill, by the way, to keep someone else alive in the midst of that flash there. I mean, it's one of those like blink and you miss it moments, but excellent job from Kumi to anchor things down. Son of Car goes exploring, but Ange is able to just find that kill. Taken very low, though, as the Screwface is up next to try and find.
Yeah, one of the few minor investments, and so that'll be finished away with no trade back. Cloric's already made his way up and almost finishes off the health pool, and instead they'll trade paint shells and almost do it again. Screwface pressured down to 12, and he'll eat another bird before extra pressure on the flowers. Giza can shut that down, but that's Smiley's turn to activate, and they walk into his line of sight. Zerona having to use another bird to clear out the pack, and that leaves nothing left in his tank as he approaches this B site that already has the remaining members of NBG. And Note can deal the first blow while Kumi rotates right on top of Renz's TP back.
Match point.
So NBG will take the bonus in tow as well, leaving themselves 9 rounds of game point here on Bind.
All right, Nightblood Gaming, who's gonna get the clutch this time around? It feels like they're just playing a relay race. Look at this, Smiley with the Outlaw finding 2 very important kills, where it finally felt like Maryville University had an opportunity to breach into the site. Not gonna be the case. Smiley will shut that down. So I guess at this point, it's either gonna be Screwface or Son of Car to find a multi-kill. The Raze and the Chamber currently sitting at the bottom of the kill feed, but it's all good based on how the rest of the Nightblood Gaming players have been gaming this match. As the Son of Car under a lot of pressure, but able to escape.
Eats a lot and still takes Zerona down to 10 HP. That's the one guy that you can't heal as well. But Smiley still sprayed through, and Giza continuing to find kills through that toxic screen that suddenly opens up the B site while still letting these 2 lurkers from MU gain a whole lot of space. Already one of the best attack rounds from this collegiate squad that we've seen, and it still may be the only one as NBG are already here for the fight. Yeah, we'll just take the TP and rotate after Giza now gets a spray of his own medicine. Note, up to 22 kills now this round, and it may have to all be on him after a new smoke gets breached. Ange just able to spray his way through that, and indeed, it is all down to just Note, who will set himself up for a swing right into Renz again. So it's not over just yet. Maryville hold it down.
Wow, I was gonna say, like, you see all this stuff happen. Obviously, the clutch up moment happens all the way on that B site, making it so much easier to just move in there. And then the call gets made from Maryville University. You know, we're all the way deep on A. We just heard all of them rotate. We can set so far forwards that we're just gonna make Nightblood Gaming lose a little bit of stamina running from site to site there. And so an excellent mid-round call, pivot to go to the other site, allow for these excellent crossfires to be set up, and make it almost an impossible scenario for Nightblood Gaming to come back into it. A very interesting buy here as Son of Car unfortunately goes down. So that is the operator already dropped. Smiley gonna try and recover it, but it's a bargain bin buy for Nightblood.
He's continuing to be a little overly gutsy here. I get that NBG is up 8, but still, stuff like that, you know, leads to some real Butterfinger holds here. Yeah, I mean, nothing can come of the rest of NBG after such an early pick like that. So MU get to 5 really easily there. And I mean, you still have a lot of ults in your kit. You still have so many ways to kind of reset fights. Like, Maryville are not out of this just yet. Nightblood Gaming still have to stay as active as they did and also continue to win their fights. Note is not the only player that's going to be able to, you know, carry them through here, especially on this new side. Despite that, you know, being up to 22 is very impressive this early in the game.
This early in the game, he says. When
He's
we're actually close.
He's playing very impressively.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Hey, you still got plenty of game if you're MU. That's the mindset, you know?
Exactly. You know, you got to be nice and concentrated here. But MU just kind of running things down. And okay, sure, it's a little bit of a trade. Corrode already gone. But, you know, in hindsight, that might help with the macro calling, the IGLing that you need to do for Maryville University. As, hey, you're at least able to take out Kubi, who has been, to be fair, kind of having a little bit more of that pop-off. Note, though, the real MVP, still alive, still very well, just holding down some of these long sight lines. So let's see how Maryville want to play it with their race taken off the table so early on.
It's not often you see somebody like know their goose is cooked and yet still get away with something despite being on like that slim a thread. That was a cinematic moment there from Cloric. And might be what gets MU over the line.
Oh.
No, just holds in front of it and gets two.
Oh, it's so confident and it gets rewarded. Like, no gets two and walks away, and then finds Renz as well. It's over just like that. Like, this Tedrek has to be one of the strangest maps of mine that I think I have ever seen, with just so many weird opportunities, but Nightblood Gaming come out on top.
Yeah, that was a really weird one, but that was the thread that Nightblood wanted to spin, so I can't really call them out on it too hard. That's a composition that totally works for them. And I'm sorry, can you really talk on Note if he's top fragging like this on Clove? Like, can you really criticize the choices that he's making at the moment? He is just on such a hot streak at the moment, has been since the jump like week 5. It's been nuts. Really excited to see how Nightblood's able to manage themselves, but it's going to be on such a tough map going forward. I mean, it's pretty classically known that Maryville kind of own Icebox, and they've been handed it after an open ban given by Nightblood. So, I mean, they're going to be continuing to play from the brink here despite such an early lead.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the way that the things have been going, Icebox, they haven't lost it yet in Challenger Stage 3. Maryville University, they are very confident in this one, and we even got to see some of the players start to heat up. On the other side, though, you know, NBG, Screwface, you can prove us wrong. We're ready for it. We are 100% here and ready for all of it if we doubted you and you do come out on top. So we will be throwing to a break, but when we get back, Icebox just on the other side. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
back from it. The GMT has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real. Nightblood Gaming are off to an excellent start, taking their map pick of Bind 13-5. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Gompers for this excellent day of lower playoffs. I'm so happy to be here. That sounds fake. I really, really am. But stop laughing. Thank you. Moving on. Nightblood Gaming, Roy, taking their map pick. Oh, it could have been a 13, not 5, like less than 5, but eventually we had a little bit of motion coming from Maryville. But 13.
It's a positive note, I guess.
But Maryville ended up losing to Nightblood on Bind. Roy.
Yeah, on another positive note, wow, that was actually a crazy performance. I actually really liked the form from that NBG brought out in the first half. I mean, as soon as I saw the first half unfold, guys, I was already buying what they were selling, to be honest. They look extremely confident. I like their approach on the map. I specifically also like the pace that they were playing at on their attack side. Like, Bind is a very defaulty map, right? Like where you typically want to wait out a lot of the early like brimstone util and a lot of like the sky flashes towards long. Like there's a lot of like waiting and kind of like push and pulling on this map. And I feel like the way that NBG was approaching it was just on par with how you want to be approaching this map. And they were executing so flawlessly when it came down to it. And just, yeah, overall, they just played it extremely well.
I do think it's, we all did predict Maryville University, and I obviously, like we talk about all the time, how predictions aren't, they don't show our thought process. But man, Nightblood's kind of just said, I for a while, Gompers, I was like, oh, did I predict wrong? Was this like a bad prediction I made? Because Nightblood looked so convincing.
No, they looked amazing, and it really just showed in their gameplay how comfortable they were. Just picking this map, you can tell that Bind was definitely one of the picks that would kind of skyrocket them to that second map, which, I mean, 13-5 is absolutely something to brag home about. But I think that gets me excited for the second map, to be honest, because like with the way that we did see Maryville play, there were a lot of gaps in their gameplay. Obviously, like this team of NBG is feeling it. 25-11 is insane for Note.
Roy, take it away.
Yeah, I was going to say something really, this is like kind of off topic, but this might be the first match in VCL that I've ever watched where like both IGLs are on the Raze. Like it's very rare for the IGLs to be on the duelist, but I feel like both of these IGLs were on the duelist this time, and it was interesting to say the least. I'm still kind of unsure of how I feel about it overall, but I feel like fundamentally NBG still did the things they needed to do. We came into this map, we highlighted how the defensive side for Maryville University was going to be really important, and Nightblood Gaming, they blew them out of the water, guys. That 9-3 half going into the second pistol, I mean, that 11-3, that doesn't really leave you with too much room to figure things out and problem solve, right? You have to be lights out from there, and NBG was the one that was lights out. They closed it out in a clean fashion.
Of course, I think note on that Clove, Gompers, was I think I saw some people in chat who were a little concerned or a little confused with note on the Clove, saying they didn't believe in it, they didn't buy it, that it was a bad pick. But no, really, Gompers just kind of took off with it, being the match MVP in the server.
No was crazy. And I think, honestly, like the fact that people were worried about the Clove, I guess I can understand it, but I think that was the perfect choice for Note, to be honest. Like Clove is I like to think of like a dual controller where you can actually be a little more aggressive because of that extra heal, because of the fact that you do have that resurrection. So I think this was like the opportunity for Note to actually thrive a little more. They have the Chamber, they have the Clove, 2 players of which can play pretty much side by side in terms of aggression there. So it just worked out in the way of which there really was no patience there.
And I feel like he's also criminally slept on. Like no one ever gives him credit. And I think that speaks to the fact that there is obviously a lot of talent on Nightblood Gaming. And we have kind of highlighted Note before, but I feel like we don't sing enough of his praises. Like he has been one of the most consistent performers on this team. Like he is cracked. There's just no buts, no ifs about it. And I think him popping off to this level should really not a surprise to anyone in Twitch chat, and especially not a surprise to us, because this guy's a beast.
Yeah, so I don't see anyone in Twitch chat going, wait, what's going on? And also, it's Note, not noted. Let's note that. Yes.
Ooh,
Anyways,
period.
period. But I think, you know, going into this match, when you have this sort of confidence of a 13-5 and you have this confidence, Screwface was tweeting after the map itself that, you know, he's was smiling while he was rocketing Zerona, who replied, "Had me in awe as I watch you soar through the sky." One, boys, get off your phones, lock in. Two,
Twitter fingers between maps is crazy. I can't even. That's crazy level of psychological damage.
But, yeah, but how confident is that? Like the IGL of the team that just 13-5'd you, going, "I was smiling when I used my ultimate on you, Roy." That would, I don't know if I would be mad or I'd give up. I don't know what I would do, but that mental is clearly going strong in the camp of Nightblood.
Yeah, I think it just shows they're having a good time. Like Kyle's obviously, he's been a very big advocate for that, keeping the vibes up, keeping these things up. And the fact that he gets to play duelist and kind of just do very trolly things and pick and bully his enemies after on Twitter is probably just in line with his personality, to be honest. So yeah, makes sense.
I mean, Kyle is one of the most genuine people we have in Valorant and in the world, period. But he will have to face Maryville University on their map pick. And after bind, we'll be going to the box. We'll be going to Icebox from Maryville University. We'll be starting in defense. Because it's so funny, Gompers, I'm going to go to you first to give us some insight on Icebox.
I know what you were referring to when you said that, and that's why it was so funny. But yeah.
Was I referring? I wasn't referring to anything.
Okay, so I'm on the weird side of TikTok then. All right, nice to know.
Explain the joke meme.
Okay, well, the joke was just a girl dressed up as the Lorax, and she's like, I'm on the box.
I'm bashful. I didn't know. I'm bashful. Okay, go continue.
All right. But no, my face is red. I like Icebox. Icebox is great. I did mention, like, this is a very much Maryville University pick. It did go OT though. So, like, you know, when you're going 16-13 on a map like this, especially with the performance we've seen from Node and the comfort that they've been feeling and just the mental that Liz talked about, I think it is a little, it's going to be quite difficult to kind of surpass that kind of momentum moving forward, because 13-5 is not the best way to move into that second map.
I mean, it's not a best way, but sometimes the players say that, you know, like the best losses you can have are the ones you can brush off, right? The ones that, like, the 13-0s, the 13-1s. Obviously, in the case of our last match, Boxer, that wasn't happening. But, you know, in this case, absolutely, Roy, like, you can bounce back, especially if you're going to your map pick, the map you felt most comfortable on in the bands, excuse me.
Yeah, and assuming that nothing has changed as well, like if they're running the same compositions, I'm very confident in the Sage non-mirror win rates, to be honest. Statistically, it is still the most dominant pick on that map. Obviously, Nightblood Gaming have opted for the KO. It's more suitable for their style. So there is a level of problem solving that I'm sure they're familiar with, because they have faced this comp many, many times. But ultimately, just purely statistically speaking, there is an edge for Maryville University's composition on this map. And it's one of their undefeated maps as well on top of that. So yeah, if you're Maryville University, you just got swept on a map, you don't play that often, and you're going into one of your best maps, I'm sure they're fine mentally.
And, you know, sometimes just like in college and in school, we have bad subjects and we have our good subjects. Personally, I was terrible at math and still am, but I was great at reading and writing. But, you know, that's just me. What was your best subject, Roy? What about you?
I'm actually a math and science person. Yeah, that's it.
English actually was my best subject too. So.
Oh, look at you. Oh my God, we love to see it. But we'll be heading to Icebox next, moving forward between Maryville University and Nightblood Gaming. I am personally extremely excited to see how this agent select will go between these teams. I know, Roy, you were talking about the non-mirror Sage comps, and look at what we got, Roy.
Yep. I mean, as expected, honestly, both of these teams have looked pretty good on this map. Again, guys, this is one of those maps where there really is not a significant weakness on either side. Like, both of these teams are very comfortable on this map. It's not a counter pick. It's nothing crazy like that. I think there's going to be a lot of layers of anti-stratting and coaching that's going to come into this map. And I think the prep is going to be so important. Like we said before, for Nightblood Gaming, it can be a little bit hard for them to plant towards that B site. So I'm looking to see how they're going to be, you know, problem solving around getting the spike down towards that B site, and how Maryville University is going to be using that Sage wall for retakes to their advantage to come out on top on a hard defensive half.
Yeah, and to follow up, I guess, with like the structure of the KO and how well that's going to work on attack, I think definitely serving better on the attack for site take, and kind of just like pausing that momentum coming through from Maryville. But I don't know. I think the Sage on attack might be a little difficult to kind of just like deter especially with the composition that they have kind of set in stone. And that's why Sage has been like a fan favorite of mine, I think, coming into Icebox. Maryville plays so well, especially with Giza just rounding about that Sage. They like to zone in these players in certain angles. And I just, in general, they know how to play with that util so well.
Oh, folks, Nightblood Gaming could turn this to a quick, clean 2-0 if they steal Maryville University's map pick of Icebox. Maryville, it's your time to swing. Casters, Marks, and Tenrec, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. Indeed, this is Maryville's stomping ground. All eyes are on Nightblood to see if they're able to take away this series in a swift 2. Marks, after the amount of diffing they were able to do purely off of the individual merit on the previous map, it seems possible, but not necessarily likely.
I really do wonder how much of Cloric playing the Rays on the last map led to a little bit of disruption in the macro of the actual game. But swapping things around, you know, Icebox, at this point, we've seen Maryville University take on and beat Winthrop University, Nightblood Gaming previously, Blue Water, the Burger Boys. This is a map that they are extremely confident on. But it cannot be understated, like the desk highlighted, that when we saw Maryville go up against Nightblood Gaming on this map specifically, it went to a crazy overtime. 16-14 was the final score there. So you know Nightblood Gaming, they're coming in swinging. They're feeling nice and warmed up. Noted, fragging absolutely out of their mind. Like we said from the rest of the squad as well, each of them almost having their individual hero moments. And so with that on the table, right now, it's up to Maryville University to try and match Nightblood Gaming and stop them before things spiral too far out of control. Otherwise, this could be a 2-0 stomp.
And blow for blow, that's how they need to match it. NBG already making some noise on this Sage while that Giza is right in front of, and so is Cloric. In fact, he'll make some early shots to try to sell the distance, and Giza already given away after the first step up, but both of those step ups dealt with from NBG. A good start for Maryville already, but Giza ducking into the open room. It's going to be traded back by Cloric, who will now step back after being down to 20 HP. He can escape. Screwface stepping out alone into the 1v2 on top of the Toxic Orb. Tough to do. But Kumi also has no free way of getting out. Doesn't have a full clear of mid, so it's going to be slow going coming back. Cloric low, though, and holding this peak with Ange. And BG could have a way back into this.
It's going to be tough if they're able to find it, though, because I love the way that Maryville University held it. Cloric now really just turning up on this last one, especially with how things go. But Screwface finding Ange is an excellent opener here. Zerona just missing the timing. Might make this more possible for Nightblood Gaming to sneak away with this round.
Screwface has got to commit to planting this, and that'll leave an opportunity for Zerona to start creeping in. Kumi having to play guard dog on so many angles, and he's going to give away the footsteps. That should allow for the backstab and the pinch, actually. Too many angles to manage, and Screwface going to extend back away to try and get some easy peeks, but that just allows more times that MU can reset this timer that you have to plant on, and at the end of the day, it'll be on the default, but still, a 2v2 now, and Cloric and Zerona are low as can be. Takes one shot, and Kumi has enough time to pull out the pistol. NBG might just turn this around. Cloric entering with just 1 bullet's worth of HP to his name onto the spike with nothing in the kit. How has this come about? Reset after reset. Kumi, though, found but not clocked, and Kumi coming out with 3 on his own to give NBG the pistol.
See, when I was taking notes on that round, things I wanted to highlight there, at first I started with the Sage Wall, the barrier orb being placed up here. Excellent bait, exactly like you said, with making sure that Cloric was taking some of those long-range shots, setting it up so that it tricks the opponent. And then this time around, at the very end of the round, Nightblood Gaming just consistently tapping this spike, teasing Maryville University like, you know, we're planting this stuff, you should push into it. And then just making sure that Kumi can find kills, find those timings before the agents even moved in. And so a lot of bait and switch from both of these squads, but very conventional stuff that we're seeing just at the start there to deny the defensive ultimate orb grab. And yeah, that's going to be Nightblood Gaming doing an excellent job at zoning out Maryville University. On the other side, though, Maryville have taken quite a few advanced steps forwards, which does mean that Nightblood Gaming, unless they overpowered those defenders, it's looking like they're going to have to end on this A site.
And Maryville doing a good amount of legwork for a round that they don't have much for. forcing NBG to kind of just commit to this push. Great flush with the fragment, forcing out the toxic screen earlier than intended. Now the knife to shut down all of that presence here. And with the toxic screen fading away, Maryville will finally have nothing to really offer to this fight other than their stancing. And that will produce almost nothing. A couple more players to weed through, but NBG stay strong.
Spike planted.
And now Maryville are just kind of doing like damage control protocols. I just want to point out there, Note was the one kind of flying in first on the Viper. Son of Car does have this outlaw, but was playing more passively in the midst of all of this. Kumi spotting out at least one, trying to let Ange take that angle, but does have a little cheeky Bucky here, which could find no value as Kumi shuts that one down. So Nightblood Gaming, once again, a very decisive round. They're able to carry all of their weaponry into this bonus, which does include a Vandal and a couple of Guardians. So all things considered, they're setting themselves up really well for success on this third round.
Calling for the attack to come into this is, nothing new for sure. After getting to see so much of Maryville's defensive game, seeing so much of what makes it easier to take over, like flashing. It's been a little bit better here. But nevertheless, I gotta admire how careful Screwface has been in these opening too, and I'm wondering if that's gonna persist or if they're gonna start confidence peaking once they get that conditioning going.
And a bit of early information being given to both sides there, and immediately both kind of retract. As Ange gonna be the only one watching this B sight line, playing off the Viper smoke, because he knows that if they are going to engage, the smoke should go up, so we'll have an opportunity to slip away. Reinforcements, though, are coming up pretty quickly. It's going to be up to Note to try and find that timing here, as Ange might be able to walk away with the cheeky kill.
Yep, sure does. And you can pop out again after this knife goes bye-bye. You have some coverage now. Giza, nice confidence. Peek up on that. And so far, so decent for this bonus. Everything kind of wrapped up. MU can start extending a little bit farther. NBG a little bit trapped, but no. Has crept up the two. Oh, Smiley's gotten away with one as well. All of a sudden, Renz is alone on the B side. Hey now, calm down, guys. We're getting away with a little too much at the moment.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Smartly actually backs up as well, making it so that this is a 3v3 situation. Smiley low HP as well. Just one bullet will be more than enough, and Zerona should have the recon dart coming online shortly.
It's the last flash in the tank for Screwface just to reopen Snowman, which he's gone way too far into. Smiley diffing Giza on the 1v1. So you just have this stack from Renz and Zerona left, and Renz is 2 bullets away from going down. All of a sudden, this looks very impossible yet again. Screwface, look at how much space he took, and how much damage he did to Zerona. Yeah, just a pot shot's all you need. What a start from Nightblood. That was a gorgeous third round. Oh my God.
Yeah, that time it really just came down to positioning. They're playing in these crazy positions, understanding how much room they can kind of take on this map. And Maryville University, I mean, it's very timid. Their defensive style is extremely timid, trying to play off of those contacts, but never really fully committing to anything. It really feels like a lot of the gas has just been kind of sucked out of the engine, as Nightblood Gaming have honestly been firing on all cylinders. So it really feels like night and day. Maryville University going to be using a timeout now. Very early on, but I think that this one's really important because, quite frankly, it doesn't feel like they've really pulled their mental back from what happened on that last map. And that is going to be extremely important if they want to potentially see Corrode just on the other side. So far, Nightblood Gaming have really just been clapping back every single time. It feels like Maryville University are in the lead.
Yeah, they found the strangest of openings all 3 of these rounds. It's been uncanny. I don't know how many times they're going to be able to get away with it, but it seems like they can keep doing that if Maryville's going to call a timeout this early. I mean, just hand the eco round otherwise. So how do you slow this down? Because the eco is like a little bit unstable for Nightblood. If you can claw this back, make it 3-3 now, then you can still have that like really stalwart Icebox defense that MU usually has. But it's like the one opening you have.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I want to see a little bit more confidence come out from Maryville University. The one time that we really saw them get a lot of stuff going was when they went for that trap play right off the back here. Exactly like this, as Giza's finding one, but does get traded.
keeps hitting heads. He's really on his game at the moment, and it's just been unfortunately underutilized from having these like early holds. But still, good to let MU potentially in the door here as NBG will take pause with 75 seconds to go. And still a lot of this KJ util to burn through with the spike in hand. Smiley's actually gonna get left a little alone for the moment. Screwface gonna just go check behind him. Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
And with the double initiator package as well, you don't really know, just depending on a little bit of utility, where exactly these teams are going to be ending. I do at least like Maryville University. They're not over-rotating. They're playing their time. And they do have some tools to stall this push down as NBG get ready to go.
En's holding this close. Flash in. It's a little messy, but Kumi just fields him away.
30 seconds left.
They don't back out on top of the fragment. NBG, oh, they'll play into Smiley's lurk instead. Very respectful of Maryville, and yet such a stark diff. Oh, Clorex found the step up though. Oopsie. Now B-site is MU's again, and we've run out of time. How the tables have turned with nothing to really work with except this toxic screen. That might just be enough. It's got to stick to this plan. Kumi playing guard dog, but eventually they'll burn through. An unconventional way to get on the board, but Maryville will.
Oh, that time around, it almost felt like Nightblood Gaming used confusion on themselves.
Yeah, I think we overcooked that round just a tiny bit.
And we talk about the confidence, right? Because confidence is something that you know Nightblood Gaming are going to be entering into this map with. But that time around, I was commenting on how Maryville University were very good at least digging their heels in, trying to play the information game, understand what's going on. And the fact that they still were able to rotate fast enough to be able to shut down everything was what I was worried as Nightblood Gaming made that turnaround. And Ren's starting us off with a kill onto Kumi. Things are looking nice and confident, and Giza finds two.
Yeah, exactly. These are the kinds of things that NBG has always been susceptible to. MU just really hasn't been able to spring it. And when they can take rounds at the drop of a hat. Steady collapse from here, nothing that NBG has to work with too hard, and the operator as well, so they're gonna play uber slow at the moment.
Still looks like they're gonna try to make an attempt at this. Ren's watching though. Oh no, just so good about that.
Wow.
Able to at least get one, but look, the flank is coming online, Tenra.
And now he's gonna grab the orb and set up the pit. So intuitive from Note. And again, so confident. You just gotta take pot shots if you're MU. No full way in, but yeah, this flank from Ange still has some value. You can maybe find it. It gives him away. He's just trying to make some noise, set Ange up a little bit maybe. So that he's downstairs. Oh, no! That's a crucial one. Yeah, that'll hand it to Maryville for sure.
It was an interesting idea to set up the Viper's Pit there, but at the same time, it is such an expensive ultimate.
Yeah.
Of course, though, it is Note, the person who's going to be able to do that, so you know that Note's probably going to be able to get the pit online sooner rather than later compared to some of the other people. And there are a few very key ultimates that Nightblood Gaming still have in their pockets, but what I'm liking from Maryville University right now is the fact that they are willing to take more aggressive angles. They're not playing as passively where they look scattered, look confused. They're moving in there and trying to take timings. And I like it when they do that type of stuff. I think that they set themselves up very nicely with utility, and they've been catching Nightblood Gaming off guard every single time we've seen them do that. It's when they play a little bit too timid that they have those openings, and Nightblood Gaming are ready to just kind of pounce on them. It's going to be a fast firing round this time. Zerona, though, goes in to make sure that the Hunter's Fury is online. That way they've got something to answer against that lockdown if Kumi decides to engage off of it.
You should run.
You can't extend into your own pit from this, so yeah, he's just gonna have to play in the corner of heaven. Smiley has found Zerona after that Harness Fury went through. So the pit can get pushed into pretty confidently, but Giza able to get that res onto Zerona. Keep 5 standing for Maryville University. As NBG have to just, find Ange, but they just can't at the moment. He's so sturdy. And now has extra backup as Giza steps back into the fray. This is a good ultimate setup for Maryville, able to play the economy very well. But NBG able to still get the spike down at least.
Just outside of the pit as well. So Maryville University, they will have to go exploring outside, but look at this position from Note. I think that one's gonna be hard to weed out.
Yeah, necessary fragger as always, but on the high ground, it's gonna be tough to find Ange. So you find everyone else. Ren's gone, Giza front line, Ange on the other end with a crunch. Smiley fells him, but Zerona deals the damage nice and early, so MU can get this defuse done and dusted with 2 standing. And a couple of their own ultimates to now offer to take the lead back here.
Yeah, and I like the read coming through from Maryville University on that round. As soon as the lockdown happens, we see Zerota pop the Hunter's Fury. It's great. Of course, Smiley on the other end has a Hunter's Fury of their own, uses that as well to take Zerota out so early on. But the fact of the matter is, they're able to shut down the lockdown, allowing Ange's Viper Spit to get maximum value because, you know, as soon as I heard the lockdown and then immediately like, oh, the pit's deployed. This is a little bit of a risky gamble here, but it cut off all of those very long sightlines, which was perfect, especially with Chloric shooting down the Owl drone, because then it made him think that the Viper was all the way up there, allowing Ange to just kind of move through there and get a nice little double kill in the middle of the pit. So an excellent response from Maryville University, just keeping checks really on what Nightblood Gaming could potentially do and making sure to counter it with what they've got in their pocket while keeping their ultimate economy very healthy. Now Chloric and Ren's just one ultimate orb away from getting a lockdown, getting those blades online.
It's starting to get really decisive and out of NBG's reach. If they don't restabilize soon, this was definitely the right time to call a timeout and kind of mentally reset. But yeah, like you said, it seems like Maryville had a really decent read on how that was going to play out from the get-go. And now NBG, all the worse for it. Seems like you're going to try and get a null command for Screwface if you want to make this round work, but they might just play for the picks. Giza has started to use this barrier orb more often than not when it comes to B main to sell at least some orb presence. So we'll see how NBG decides to play into that. Right now, they've just got Smiley stuck up on it with his Sheriff and making a little bit of teasing noise with the knife. We've already crept way up mid, haven't we? Wow.
That's a lot of ground taken, and I'm glad that you highlight that. Thankfully, the KJ turret does realize what's going on. Chloric spots one's out. Look at that, Note down. That is a lot of pressure off of Maryville's shoulders.
Kumi tries to get away with the second after the first is sold. And then Smiley also dealt with in the B lane duel. So none of these gambles going to pay off this round. It'll cleanly be Maryville's for sure. Can you get rid of at least one weapon here? It's not really, I mean, it is actually quite impactful at the moment. MU's economy is a little worse for wear. And that's Carr's first kill of the game. So a good way to keep NBG in contention this half for sure.
Spike goes down here, an excellent flash, but Chloric finding an early kill. Now it's all on Screwface.
So that should set up Maryville for a good portion of the remainder of this half. After all of that, especially Ren's is still holding on to this operator as well. And you've got ultimates to kind of cycle through rounds that are ecoed out as well. NBG are going to have to just make sure they don't fall into this economic snowball, because otherwise 9-3 is definitely on the ropes.
Yeah.
It seems like MU have a very decent read at this point of how things will play out, and they're able to put a stop to things pretty quickly.
Absolutely, and like it just as these peaks around the corner that they're winning out, and honestly, like, sure, Nightblood Gaming, they're taking a lot of space here, but they're not necessarily finding the kills, playing off the utility, playing off the flashes to be able to push through and take that space. So Maryville University, after taking their time out, mind you, stringed together 4 rounds in a row. It's going to be, once again, the barrier orb getting tossed up there. I know Roy said that he wanted to see how they were going to use it for retake, but actually, it's just going to be a denial of information. Null command gets popped. Here come Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah, nothing but W King this time around, and it'll pay off. Ange spotted on Heaven. Zerona able to shut it down, but it's the right body to take care of, and yeah, Screwface calling that really well. Rest of the pile drive from MU does absolutely jack, so it should be pretty decisive from NBG already, and that is the, this is the perfect round to be able to do it, so Important that you don't throw it away. Giza walks on, gets 2. Renz clears away Screwface as well. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. And Renz does have a Blade Storm. And the Updraft can get active whenever he so chooses. 2 slow orbs to clear out main. Kumi's on the high, that's why. Shock Dart will do some damage. Giza's just gonna hold it. Smiley clears away 1. It's gotta be on Giza. And off the dart. Has to play it extra safe. Extra tap on the spike, and Smiley shuts down the threat. We're fine. We're tied again. NBG still have a leg in it.
There was a moment there. There was a moment that I believed that was going to happen. And honestly, like Nightblood Gaming, when they just walk in onto the site, they're crossing their T's, they're dotting their I's, they're being very methodical about how they want to enter there. Just off of a couple of flashes, Son of Car finds a couple of kills, opens things up completely with the null command as well, just kind of guaranteeing entry. And then suddenly, Giza and Renz, they find 3 kills, one right after another, making Nightblood Gaming sweat a little bit. But it's all good. All tied up now, 4-4. A little bit of non-full shields being bought across both sides. As this could be the round that can determine which one of these teams is going to have their economies get broken. Ange, meanwhile, holding an Odin, watching that deep, long sight line. And as we've covered earlier, Odins are kind of tilted. Let's see how this one shakes out as Ange is ready.
Creeping up. Owl Drone going to be heard by him. And yeah, he'll take the brunt of it. Hide the operator instead. And let's see if Renz gets any profit from that. Oh, they've already crossed the screen, though. This is dangerous. Oh, he still finds it! Still, though, NBG have rotated over to A main. Giza on top of this close to start things out, as always. Now we'll set up the barrier to go for even more slowdown and let MU go for this stack, maybe sell a potential flank. Everybody set up on top of this.
A lot of pressure here, but great job from Maryville University to really slow down the push just thanks to utility. And look at this, Killjoy ultimate gets popped just as this timer's going down.
Yeah, right as they spring it too, and the Hunter's Fury has to get utilized to try to save face here. NBG does make the press, Carr is on site, and the lockdown is gone. NBG not much time though, and with Giza's res, they just continue to have an army. Carr still working with his backline. 3 kills deep now, but no time to get the spike down. It's gotta be off kills, and he can't manage to get Giza! Those blades only cut into the cube as MU takes the lead.
Oh man, like as soon as they drop the spike there, I'm like, okay, this should be an easy round to win, should be fine. Son of Car still has a bit of util available, has the Blade Storm activated, goes in for the kill and knew exactly where Giza was. Brought down to such low HP. Giza, just with a classic right click, stays alive in the midst of all of that chaos. It was down to the wire. An excellent attempt from Son of Car to bring that one back, but Maryville right back into it, as I'm pretty sure on the cameras we saw Giza celebrating there. Winning out that 1v1 duel just at the very end, just as the timer expired. That one was a little bit of a nail biter, but Maryville, they come out on top. And this time they're now going to be ready, waiting for Ange, who gets spotted out very early on. No other defenders from Maryville, though, as the Nightblood Gaming just plays slowly around this wall.
You gotta remember, that was off of a 4v5. NBG continuing to keep it within inches. And off of this eco, they will do so again. Note, finds Ange on the creep. And so NBG play far more confidently on yellow, sticking Carr and Note there for the time being.
At the same time, Maryville University, they're pushing Giza all the way up. So buying that information that they're not that far onto A, allowing Zerona potentially able to pick up that ultimate orb, get the Hunter's Fury online before the spike goes down.
Classic takeover of the B site. No one falls. Oh, even Screwface gets out, and Carr still a little active. Now everyone from NBG can start double dipping into the fray. It's all about what openings you can find. Cloric will get the first onto Carr on the outskirts of yellow. Lurk check is important, and Giza can manage it. Now it'll be Kumi's turn to once again manage the backline. Oh, never mind. Smiley's gonna take the first blow. That's finally managed, but now the 3 stack from MU has made their way onto yellow, and everyone else is quite low. Kumi, nothing left in the tank. Getting pressured as Zerona holds down the defuse. Hey, that's a little too close for comfort, but Maryville will grab their 6th.
What are these rounds, man? Like, they should not be that close.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was just about to really compliment Giza on that flank there, right? Like being able to move forwards. I already pointed out the fact that they took so much space outside of that A site, understanding that it had to be a B crunch. And sure, Note finds Ange so early on, they're able to get the spike down. And then just a great response from Maryville on the kind of double play push in here. Giza finding ultimate value on really just slowing things down. And then somehow Kumi activating yet again, just like we saw in the previous map, might have been able to find that final kill as well. The timing just not affording Nightblood Gaming that much room for error. And it's a very early Hunter's Fury. Already pings up Smiley there as it does stall the push just for a pregnant pause.
Ange continuing to try to farm from here. Far more isolated than before, though. This is an island, but the Toxic Orb is just going to hand him a free pick. Thank you very much, Smiley. And we'll keep searching now that Zerone is here to help. No more flashes. And the spike's still stuck. NBG having to slow it back down again, but on MU's terms.
So difficult for Nightblood Gaming to do this. They have to wait for the Viper's Wall to come up. Or actually, no, we'll just walk up and get the spike down. Okay, you know what? Hey, that works too.
I don't know about this game, man. I just don't know. Now the screen's set up so that NBG can reset for the post-plant fight, and then Note chooses to pit. Very awkward timing that NBG is handing MU here, and so they'll just try to weaponize yellow as much as they can. Oh, Kumi extension on top of it. That is gorgeous from him. Trying to waste every bit of space there, and so eventually Nightblood will make it work, and they're back on the board.
Oh, and just the smile on Kumi's face, like, yeah, you saw what I did. And it just pops out. The Killjoy has 14 kills. Matching Giza's 14 kills. The Sentinels being really the ones to kind of lead the charge here. I was going to say, like, I'm glad that we got that replay because I really like the value that Ange has been able to get off the other side. But when it comes push to shove, like, Kumi has been heating it up. And so Nightblood Gaming, they're able to scrape away with the round. An awkward buy from Maryville University coming in onto this one. Sunakari will have this outlaw here, which should be a one body shot on every single member of Maryville University. Let's see how they want to respond. It's going to be an A-side push. Lockdown gets deployed.
Just going to wait it out. Not going to push on top of it at all this time. Far different from the other pushes we've seen from NBG with these lockdowns. And MU will get out right at the end there. Car set up to try to take an easy pick off. MU just gonna get someone in the way there, but
yeah,
no, you've got this held down. Very clean from Nightblood. And it is sealed and sealed pretty immediately. Funny how the economy just kind of immediately like slipped away after one crumple round. That just goes to show how close it's been this whole time.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I was just about to say, that was an unbelievable headshot onto Screwface there. Even Screwface couldn't really believe that one, but yeah, 6-6 in this half. Very back and forth between these two teams. First, we see Nightblood Gaming, they come out swinging. They're the gladiators in the arena. And then suddenly Maryville University, a David and Goliath situation. David coming out on top for a little bit. And then suddenly it's just a ping pong back and forth between these two teams, leading us to kind of where we're at right now. And honestly, it just feels like whichever team has the better positioning tend to win out. We're seeing these moments where it's basically just the Slayer. Oh, there we go. Got the Screwface freak out of that crazy headshot coming through. But yeah, once again, Nightblood Gaming swapping over to the defense now. And Maryville University are going to be on the attack. Let's see how the barrier orb gets utilized here on the offense. But Kumi has already made his way through.
Wow. What a strange crunch both teams are trying to set up on this barrier orb at the moment, and neither of them are the focal point. It's Screwface in front of this toxic screen. That's up to 3 before he runs out of bullets. Crazy pistol performance from that IGL, and that may single-handedly give NBG the edge for the remainder of this map. And Kumi letting MU know it. No, gonna try and deal with this all by his lonesome. Renz having a world of hurt to deal in order to save this round, and it starts there.
Does still have the dash available. Might be able to find a timing. Just walk through this site, but yeah, with that going down here, the gap has been completely opened. The turret will give the information though, so Renz should be able to get the spike down. But let's see how this one plays out. It's going to be 3v1 onto this retake. Smiley with full utility minus that owl drone.
Not many options of where to go off of that, and so NBG just take the first swing, as does Renz. Goes about the way you'd expect. Nightblood, huge start by Screwface to give them an early edge here and an early lead in the second half. Once again, both these teams playing to keep their VCL season alive.
And yeah, I mean, once again, just the fact that Screwface walks away with 3 kills in the midst of this alone, by the way. Like, there's not even reinforcements behind there. Just opens up the rest of the round to make it so much easier for Nightblood Gaming to walk away with it. Mville University now starting to feel some of the pressure here. As, you know what, this is going to be their round that they decide to just save everything here. Just go for that dirty third round. Make sure you've got that full rifle buy-up. And Sunakar already getting aggressive. Known for this sniper rifle play. Bit cool on that first map, but lately has been starting to kind of heat it up here on Icebox, on the box. So let's see what we want to do here is Giza walks forwards and catches Smiley off guard, which is a bulldog and a free sight.
Yeah, way too much was given over thanks to Carr creeping up mid, but that does manage to get Sorona and a free peek to Son of Carr, and he's gladly going to take that. Still a gun diff persisting that lets NBG kind of walk into this for free. So a lot of responsibility placed on Renz with this Sheriff to try to farm away some easy frags on the one entry point that NBG has. But they're going to step heavy. Yeah, Chloric making good space and a decent first kill onto the one who is low, Son of Carr. Can't grab a thing. Renz playing keep away on the spike. NBG's running out of time here. Not having to tap it. Exit on the smoke. And the vulnerability will hand him over to Renz. And so again, Maryville, out of nowhere, come away with the perfect round in the perfect time. Renz, 3 kills. You kidding me, dude?
Okay, we know the drill.
I don't know whether or not to say that that was just a pacing issue coming through from Nightblood Gaming. It felt a little strange when they were taking so much time to get themselves set up and nice and coordinated. Meanwhile, like Mville University, understanding that this is just a save round, they just kind of floor it, but at the same time set up the flank so deep. And yeah, it's just weird timings that work out perfectly for Maryville University. As soon as Chloric is able to get that flank online as well, you see Maryville University immediately just kind of jump on it. So great communication coming between those teams. We see Screwface is going to be able to pick up that ultimate orb, 2 away from having null command. But yeah, like Nightblood Gaming, sure they grab the pistol, but Maryville send them right back, tying up the game once again at 7-7.
So it'll be NBG on this shoddy buy.
Deploying drone.
SMU still taking their time with it. Yeah, gonna try and nip these early bits of util in the bud so that NB doesn't get away with anything cheeky before the plan even starts. They've already brought the clock down to 60 seconds as well. So a decent start to the round by NBG by shutting down that owl drone and not taking any damage, actually.
And note this time, holding a crossfire here with Kumi. The 2 juggernauts of the server, but with that's a lot of good information. The cavalry from Maryville University have arrived.
Nice high-low setup by Maryville. Should be able to deal with the crowd here pretty easily.
30 seconds left.
And that barrier orb allows for an even easier plan. Oh, Kumi!
Down B.
What a gap! How does he find that? Takes a little more damage control. And that's just enough time for Screwface to get a flank. We're all getting away with dumb stuff today. Now Smiley's on top of the spike. What a fun 2v2 we've got now. And NBG are gonna double up on top of the lane. Smiley, where have you gone? That's another thrifty for the books. And I mean, one of the few opportunities that Maryville had to be able to have a decent clutch onto this match again. Gone at the hands of Nightblood. who take the lead back and are just 5 rounds out from making it to top 6.
There's a bunch of smooth criminals in the lobby right now. How are they finding these timings? Just somehow making their way through the proper seams on both sides. This round, very apparent. I thought for sure there was going to be a little bit of a watch from Zerona. But then, yeah, just the Sova slips by. Oh, surprise, I'm right here on yellow. Didn't see me coming. And then Mville University just get completely shut down. It's unconventional to say the very least, coming out between these two teams, back and forth on each of these rounds. But finally, we get a proper gun round coming in here. No, slapping Ange out of the server right as the round starts here. Sadakar, though, looking for an opportunity, under a lot of fire, so has to back up with that operator.
That was a great approach by Cloric to force him down early on this operator. He's got to play uber safe, but Giza again way further up than NBG expects, and he'll use it to take down 3! What is going on? Note finally back for the real fight, and he's got to take it immediately. Everyone's here. This is the only chance he'll get, and he'll take it. Zerona's gone. Giza, half HP, has a res, and he'll use it. Walled away. Good threat. That's 4 kills for Giza. Looking for the ace, and Kumi doesn't want to give it to him. He's just going to give MU the round. My God,
man.
This is as crazy as it gets, and we're talking sudden death, folks.
Is like Mercury in retrograde or something? Like, what's going on today? Yeah, just unbelievable. A very classic start to this map, and then Giza's like Thanos walking in there, just like, I'll do it myself. Gets a resurrection online. Tailwind gets utilized, finds the kill through the smoke, and gets the ace as well. You know, you don't... Okay, I love me a good battle sage, don't get me wrong, but Giza just bringing it to another level, has 20 kills so far, and genuinely was the tip of the spear on that round to walk his way into that site and just kill people. Like, no utility or anything. And you know what, like, at this point, like, it is so hard to predict how some of these rounds are going to go, because it really just comes down to these individual moments of greatness coming out from these players.
Yeah, this is really just moments of brilliance for both sides. Oh, Sadakar looking for an early one, shut down quick. And that was the hero rifle, no? That's the one thing that NBG could have invested in this, and yet it's Note that finds another stupid kill. This time on a spawn lurk from MU, and that's not the only spawn lurk that MU has. A Cloric will leave, go over to the A stack. It's strong enough now, it can start burning through. Giza can use a little bit of utility before just W keying again. And we'll take over the A site. We're back to a little bit of conventional Valorant for the time being. NBG stack has a pretty poor health pool and even worse guns, but gonna just go bowling with this flashbang and Zerona. Did they flash themselves?
Yup. Okay, I don't know that for a fact, but at the same time, looking at the fact that Mville University don't have flashes, yes. That was...
I was like, hold on, let me do the math real quick.
Oh, what is going on? Yeah, so it was a team flash there that allowed Zerona to just take that timing. Maybe that was just because, you know, with the KO changes, now it activates after bouncing, not a set timer. So something silly could have been going on there. But you know what? Everyone get into the clown car right now, because this is crazy going between these two teams. Mville University already pushed up here, but Kubi ready to punish Ange. So giving them a leg in this round.
Just barely able to pull their guns out in time, and now MU's just got to pump their foot on the gas, but just when they do that, Note sets up the pit. And now you've got Rifle, suddenly NBG boastful once again to try to tie this back up. That's how you use a flashbang. Screwface, it's okay, it's just for attention, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Spike goes down now, so they are really committed to this. A couple of ultimates come out as well. Smiley hopefully able to take this lockdown out. Otherwise, yeah, not able to do that. That's going to get awkward.
Yeah, that's misconstrued. Now you have to slow down so much heavier if you're Nightblood. That'll cost you quite a bit, but still not the pit. Just barely able to sustain it. And Kumi back online. Screwface trying to hit the spike early on here. But too much of the fight to still manage. No matter, Kumi can manage it all himself. Except for Zerona, this Hunter's Fury. But do you spend it on the lockdown or the spike? There might not be enough time to hold the spike. The lockdown about to activate, but the spike, yeah, can't be fully sprayed down. And Son of Car will have just enough time to hold on to that defusal. NBG, I mean, they keep 4 standing. So what can I say?
Yeah, I do think that playing off of the ultimates that were available for Maryville University, that was the right way to go about it. I was going to say Smiley a little bit preemptive with the Hunter's Fury, uses the Hunter's Fury, and as soon as it gets activated, Cloric's like, wait a second, this is a free lockdown that I get to utilize right now, if not flush out Kumi's lockdown. And it did really get down to the wire there. I mean, good setup, keeping Zerone in the back line alive, making sure that the Hunter's Fury was online. But Nightblood Gaming, they just walk right up in Maryville's faces. And of course, it's a back and forth match between these two teams. Yet again, 9-9. Son of Car looking for an opportunity. Will find just that as Renz goes down very early in this round.
And he hasn't been able to get those first bloods on this op very often so far this match. So already another switch up for NBG that they can play off of. MU, just gonna take that as a sign that they can at least grab this orb for free. And maybe a little more of sight. And Giza will just go back and get this res as well. So full reset for both sides, but NBG gonna waver over to the B site with his heavier stack, despite the fact that there's still a good minute left on the clock.
And now I imagine they should be waiting for the fuel to kind of pull themselves back up. Cloric, though, will take a lot of this space onto this A side. Still plenty of time to call a turnaround. If they decide to do that, what my eyes are looking at are Kumi in middle. Kumi's been shooting. Kumi can really shut down a lot of this momentum, but Cloric is so deep in onto this site. I imagine this will be an A side pivot.
No doubt. Oh, Smiley shuts down Cloric, though. So no more leaning to play into.
30 seconds left.
Flash.
Here.
No step out on the screen either. NBG playing very respectful, and that will lead to their downfall. Renz finding gaps! And Giza now having the confidence to walk into it as well. MU, press the narrative the moment you think that they can't set up shop. All you have is the altitude to play with, and Kumi's gonna give himself away by throwing these nades. That's an easy find for Giza, and he's already spotted Smiley as well. The recon bolt, gonna sell this into the drop. Smiley resets, 1v2. Nobody peeking on top. But Zerona having a shock dart to hold on to. First tap on the spike, Ward in the recon, and a jump. Second tap, the shock dart. And that'll be all she wrote. So Maryville get up to 10, take the lead back once more. But it continues to be by inches.
Yeah, and I gotta say right there, that was all because of Renz on that round. I'm liking to see this jet get activated a little bit more. Not be afraid to take that space, play a little bit more like they're having fun, getting those kills and getting out so quickly. It feels like rather than a lot of these other agents that are a lot more stable, a lot more grounded, we're seeing now Renz really get activated. Getting, first of all, revenge on Son of Car for being shot down so early on in the round, but then just being kind of like an ever-present duelist on the site. Being something that Nightblood Gaming have to watch out for. And then, of course, Giza, you know, just kind of still fragging out on stage. I don't know any more than that. But Son of Car investing in the operator again this round. Blade Storm will be activated as well. Does have enough to continue to buy up on these next ones. But yeah, that's something that if Maryville University, they have to be careful about, especially if they walk into the crosshairs of that jet.
This is so gutsy for Nightblood Gaming. Big stack that they're just gonna confidence play into, and Kumi a no grab theirs. MU cannot fight into this. They cannot aptly punish. Instead, they just have to try and create their own territory and create advantage off of that. Maybe get some easy sight lines as Kumi's down to 21, searching for a free peek, but they are not gonna get it just yet.
Take flight.
Double drone from Smiley, though, should reconfirm exactly what is going on here as he's just walked through the wall. Cloric, though, is going to be taking point. All the members of Nightblood Gaming playing very respectful right now.
Way back. That first swing out, catches Kumi's last bit of the health pool. It's all on Giza! And he's up to 4 again!
Wow.
Just gonna go res. Not even worth it to go for the 2v1. We'd rather have everything to get this spike back, but with 18 seconds to go, you've got to do it quick. You've got to kill Car now. And so they turn it into a high-low swing to give Giza his ace! And Maryville 11.
Second ace in this map, and I'm pretty sure the resurrection happened on round 19 and then immediately finds enough kills on the previous round, finds enough kills on these rounds without picking up the ultimate orb to get another resurrection online. Giza has just been lighting up the server. Once again, finding that ace, getting closer to bringing that ultimate back online. And yeah, that's a celebration and a half if I've ever seen one. But great job as Maryville University finally break free of old patterns and find 2 rounds in a row.
Son of Car, yet again, holding with this operator, very close, and catches Cloric on the rush down. Clearly, MU did not expect Car to be as confident this time now that they have the rifles again. And yet he is. Has the blades as well, so can manifest this into a fight basically whenever he wants to. MU right in front of this screen. They want to cause that immediate pressure with so much time even left. Giza's barrier will facilitate those knives. NBG want to toss everything into this, and Ren's dealt with swiftly thanks to Carr jumping up with the updraft. Smiley holding close on the pedestal, and that'll net one more. Enough time for Carr to reposition to heaven and grab a third with the blades. And that's as good of a reset as you could ask for. Ange alone, pit available, and he's gonna use it. MU want it here and now, and Ange will try to make it happen. Circling the pit, NBG taking the high ground. Carr ready to dive in with these blades on the corner. Ange covering that closest center, but the second the wall is burned, one shot's all it takes. And Nightblood's up to 10 with tools to boot.
I was gonna say, I would have liked to see potentially Ange just kind of look for a single kill, confirm that single kill, then pop the Viper's Pit. Makes it a lot more doable given the current circumstance there. But it's just note, as soon as the barrier orb goes down, I'm not even sure if he was really inside of the Viper's Pit or not, but just kind of did a stray bullet and immediately finding the head of the Viper, shutting down the pit. A Son of Car playing a little bit more aggressive this time. Love to see that. I just highlighted how Renz has started to kind of heat up on their own, but Son of Car really just kind of earning that one back. And it looks like Noda did just walk into it and found the back of the Viper. So great job from Nightblood Gaming to keep this competitive. The economy not broken on the side of Maryville University. More than enough to be able to buy up on this round. As Nightblood Gaming, they're right back into it. Another operator in the hands of Son of Car. And honestly, has been starting to make it really work in some of these rounds on this defense.
Might be a scrappy buy for both teams by the end of this round, regardless of who wins it.
Deploying drone.
So, Maryville want to make sure that they at least drag as much down with him as possible, no matter what happens. Owl drone early on here from Smiley to confirm the stack, considering that so many members of NBG are already here on the A site. And with the screen gone, you have very limited tools to play keep away. Let's go for the slowdown to do some early chip damage. Recon bolt not caught by Zerona. Nice little tag to scare them a little bit. And there is the barrier orb. There is the setup, and there is the spray down from NBG. It all comes together for them. Fully prepared and no explosion from MU for this first fight. Now comes the second one, though, and the snake bite on top of the nade is going to be able to deal with Zerona. Meanwhile, the rest of MU able to pierce through, though. Get some opening sight lines. Ange grabs the spike as well. That space still not fully managed, and in fact, after he can creep onto this site just a little heavier.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're just gonna run on Ange, going for the plant. Renz selling the reposition here, and NBG just double holding it. Alskar holds with the operator. And this seems like a pinch that NBG can manage, but it still has to be active, and Carr has to land his shots! Ange freely upstairs, drops back down. Both cloud bursts used by Renz. It's a one and done, and Ange and Renz are one and done. Ange clears through, and Maryville are up to 12, making it work.
I'm genuinely shocked by how that kind of played out there. But I did want to actually commend how Maryville University, despite the wave of utility being tossed at them, stayed alive and were able to dodge all of it. Most importantly, just kind of staying alive. And then, you know, hey, if you're Nightblood Gaming, we use all of this utility. Surely we flushed out the entire site, but then Maryville University very quickly just get right back into it. And Carr missing some of those shots were absolutely key for Maryville to be able to win out that round. Opened it up for Ange to get that flank online, to play off of Renz properly. And now Maryville University ready to see that third map, which would be Corrode. They just have to get one more round. And given Nightblood Gaming's bye, you know, they're on that eco, but I don't want to count them out yet because we've seen some absolute shenanigans from this team tonight. And absolute shenanigans mean that anything can happen. So right now, Nightblood Gaming, they just need 2 rounds, force that overtime scenario, bring it back to the last time these two teams fought on Icebox, and we saw that crazy overtime strat. They're capable of it, and it may happen depending on how Nightblood Gaming play this next round.
Yeah, nothing to lose at this point for Nightblood. To get this done here and now would be so integral for their bottom line, for their path in Challengers as a whole. Maryville, in the meanwhile, need to take care of this here and now to get us to Corrode. Very proactive Hunter's Fury from Smiley, going fishing for a stack, can't find it. Son of Carr, once again held early, keeps it going, but Renz catches him on the fadeaway and turns it into a 3v4. But you've got some extra rifles now if you're NBG. 2 of these 4 players holding on to them, and MU not fully having this site, having to hold close as NBG are already here for it.
Most importantly, Giza goes down, as well as Ange. A lot of kind of deterrent utility to kind of slow things down. Screwface, though, will be able to find 2. Null Command gets activated.
Nothing can be used at all here, and the flash onto Renz is very decisive. 1 down, 2 to go. Floric holding steady. Felled by Kumi early, and Zerona has to give himself away because of it. Very clean from Nightblood to be able to hold on to rifles and force Maryville to basically use everything left in the tank for this last round as well. It'll be scraps and scrapes to get NBG out of regulation and into another chance at getting this done in 2.
And most importantly there, I have to comment on the fact that they get Note to be the person to get the ultimate online. Kumi was 1 away from the lockdown as well, but given the fact that Zerona has the Hunter's Fury online, hey, let's just invest in the pit instead. A little bit more to work off of. And these engagements looking a lot more clean from Nightblood Gaming, and they just need to have 1 more round, as this time it's Maryville University who won't be able to buy up fully. We're seeing 2 stickers come in. Renz has the Blade Storm. Imagining we're going to see that brought to the table to even things out a little bit. But Giza going down so early on makes it so difficult for Maryville to be able to find anything, and that was all because of Son of Carr.
Yeah, big dump to try to divert onto mid, but the turret's going to give that away early on. It's all on Renz. It'll find Kumi to start. Note shuts down Ange, but Renz still on a rampage, and they'll shut down that trade back too. Next is Smiley, and he can shut that down, but it's a 3v3 as MU will take the site. And now the lockdown to boot to waste some extra time as NBG get the stack back together.
Most importantly, the 2 players on Nightblood Gaming with ultimates get taken out first. And so there's a lot of tools for Maryville to work with.
As Zerona still with his Hunter's Fury as well. Gonna play a heavy distance back. As is Chloric. Giza, the only one up front. And he's been fragging. He won't anymore. Smiley swiftly deals with him. And the swing stack from NBG is good so far. Has to be good twice over. The Hunter's Fury gonna do a whole lot of stall though. And there's that first leg of it. Has to burn through that clock. And then they've just got to hold it down for the fight. It's going to be tough. But after the first chip, Smiley holding it. The shock dart's going to get there, though. No, it doesn't. He misses the fling. And with 0.2 seconds to go, Nightblood save regulation and take us to overtime on Icebox yet again. That is the second time that Zerona has failed to have a last-ditch setup on this solo for a post plant that could have gotten MU out of this game.
Yeah, the fact that the shock dart just falls a little bit flat, just falls a little bit short there, is the only reason we see this go to overtime. I gotta shout out Renz for that one, making sure this stays alive. But yeah, I think you wanted to have a little bit of a bounce there, but it just falls short. And we even see Son of Carr kind of playing a little bit of body blocking to try and make that one work. But it will force out overtime. If you're Maryville University right now, you gotta calm things down because that could be a little bit of a tilter. You gotta make sure to win this if you wanna see map number 3. Nightblood Gaming, though, they are cruising. They've been gifted this overtime right now, and they are ready to shut down the series and continue to advance in playoffs.
Ready to fully police the most conventional Kumi insert so far this game, and it's happening in overtime, round 1. Threats early met. Ren's on the cubby of the lane here. NBG not giving anything away just yet, but they're about to, and Ren's pops ahead, gets out with the tailwind, goes for a second fight, forced to with the help of the Cloudburst, and he will get away with Screwface too!
This just became so much more difficult for Nightblood Gaming and losing Kumi. Now they have to engage off this no smokes. Recon dart available, but Son of Car does Son of Car things. This is still possible for Nightblood Gaming.
Takes a village. And a scrappy win yet again in the mismatch. A lot of preventative stuff, but it can't be thrown far enough. So NBG just press a little farther forward. Car, the first in actor, Smiley on the outskirts, and it turns to a 2v2. Giza challenges, and it's fouled as well. How does this keep happening? 2v1. Zorona yet again having to do it all, and Son of Car is tired of it. One more round for Nightblood Gaming to fell yet another demon and keep their Ascension hopes alive.
And I gotta say, right now, Maryville University, they're really hurting without having those flashes available. The fact that they just kind of have to dry swing these. Ren's trying to drag the team across the finish line here. Finding 2 very quick kills on the opening, gives the life up, but doesn't matter, takes out key players on the engagement. And the rest of Maryville University not able to follow up. Giza, who has been having a crazy round, not able to find any value there. While the rest of Nightblood Gaming, they're all slowly, progressively getting better round after round. Kubi already going hunting, could find this flank online, but Screwface going down. That's Giza back in full action.
Oh, yet again overly active, but the opposite is Note. Finding 2 on this backstab, and no one's peeking it! Another immediate trade back on the personnel to sacrifice the site. Note's been found, but now he's gonna have help. And Chloric might not know that. Car may be the first threat he faces. Instead, they'll deal with what they know will be the weaker problem, the site itself. They can extend into that. Car's given away. They now know both of those positions. Gotta come down to Smiley's activity. And in Kitchen, he's already been found. Maryville manages every fight except Car. Can he do it again? Ren's takes a whisper to kill him at the moment. The healing orb will fix that. Caught his back. Double swing available, and Car can't manage. We will go again. Maryville save face.
Ooh, wouldn't have it any either way. Great stuff coming through. Nightblood Gaming specifically Note. Such good discipline. Maryville must be feeling the pressure a little bit. Such an easy position, such a clearable position, just not checked at all. And Note, almost able to seal the deal for that round. So this map, this entire series, and still Maryville University, backs against the wall, are ready to take this yet again. We go again, Nightblood Gaming back onto the attack here. A lot of pings on the minimap towards this B site. This time though, Ren's is gonna be front and center here to try and find a little bit of value just off of Giza's contact.
Once again, relying on that swing back, but the flash will deal with a lot of the threat. Double initiator circling Ren's, and even more of the pressure on Giza. But it's all alleviated as NBG's real creep up is towards A main. Note and Kumi have made their way right up to center stage. It's all about getting through this bottleneck with what util is left. Screwface, only 1 flash left in the tank. It's got to be used well. And MU have kept the 3 stack here the whole time. Late shock dart, everyone's way ahead of that, and they may not expect it. Shock dart tossed out preventatively, that may be a whole lot of damage. It is, and Kumi and Car taking a chip. Now, having to cross through the toxic screen, only 40 seconds to go. MU may have slowed down enough, comes down to the fight. Entrance from Son of Car, he's safe for a moment. Zorona the spray down, but Smiley lines it back up, and Ange can't find a proper angle. Screwface can, and keeps the trade war going. Enough of sight, but the spike's still not down, and so MU can reset. Go for another leg of timing. Snakebite not available for Ange, so it's got to be after the spike goes down. And Smiley, in the meanwhile, finds Ren's on the opening. It's yet again bits and pieces, inches, nuts and bolts. But it's Nightblood Gaming that take the onus again. And they'll use that to press with 3 into Ange with the help of this null command that Screwface has been able to farm this round. Doubling back for the post plant that is no doubt theirs. With what is left, 2 shock darts and a fragment to themselves. And I don't think any of them will be able to miss any of these lineups, but Ange finding Kumi on the spray back. That's 1 leg of the war done. Smiley now set up with the recon, as Ange with this toxic screen is able to skirt a lot of it, but Screwface, thanks to that recon proc, gives NBG another match point here on Icebox.
Classic Icebox stuff there on that A site. Just play off that utility, play so smart, and you're going to be able to walk away with everything. Maryville University in yet another familiar position here as they need to make sure that they're able to get it. History could really repeat itself right now, depending on how things go on this map. As a reminder, Maryville won 16-14, and quite frankly, we are getting really close to that score line. Let's see what Maryville have locked in the chamber. They're going to be using their last time out now as they get set up for this one. But like Tenrek, this has been a crazy match between these two teams, and it is so evened out. It's so hard to predict which one is going to be able to finally drag themselves across the finish line.
Maryville is 1 round away from their Challengers season ending and 3 rounds away from a map 3. That is the fragility that we are at. And for that reason, let's calm some nerves a little bit for this collegiate team that, again, has no doubt had so much pressure on their shoulders lately, coming back into the collegiate environment as school has started back up. So much that is likely on their minds. This tournament certainly included. But for NBG, I mean, this is everything. They've been preparing for this with every off-season tournament, with every scrim, with every bit of improvement that they go for. This is all they've wanted. And they have 1 more round to get a step closer to getting it.
Ooh, Son of Car taking very far forwards positioning, but great adjustment this time from Maryville University, using that utility to kind of flush that jet off, so they've got a little bit more room. But look at this advanced positioning from Note. It's aggressive from Nightblood Gaming this time.
And might be caught by the most frustrating side stab, but everyone from MU is still watching this, and Note has to get out of dodge. Caught by And, but not the full health pool, and now the snake bite to try to deter, but Note will get out scot-free. Now, where does he decide to hold? Yeah, just spraying back, has no idea how many are chasing him. The answer is right now 2, but that can change. Minute's still on the clock.
Unfortunately, didn't get any of the bullets in there, so Note just took a little bit of damage, thankfully able to escape away based on Andrew's positioning here, and at least gets a bit of the util out. While Maryville University, they've now got an opportunity to move in here. They just got to be mindful of Son of Car perched up here.
He's been here before, and he won't find nearly as much this time. Next threat is Smiley, having to get through this toxic screen yet again. And Smiley gets his free one, but Giza presses way too quick again. And he and Renz will each get theirs. Once again, a 3v4 in favor of the attackers. And they're able to hold the plan. Not a lot of util in the kit here for NBG either to come back onto this. They've got to be purely fighters.
Giza as well, one ultimate orb away from getting Resurrect online again. Bring somebody back in this fight.
In the right position to do it as well. Car brought down to a crisp. It's all Giza. It is all Giza.
No way, man. No.
It just might be a 16-14, Mark.
Just walks out and finds so many kills. I thought for sure, Giza, at that point, you find a kill, you got the Resurrect online, you hop your way out of there, you know the rest of your team is alive, you play safe, you get set up to use that Resurrect to make this a lot more of an uncomfortable situation. Instead, decides, yeah, I've been feeling pretty hot this game. Just walks completely out, finds 1 kill, finds the second one, and sure, Car finally gets that. But still, Giza, amazing performance. 33 kills on the board right now. And yeah, we're going to be seeing a tied and true strategy. The wall comes out online, but a lot of respect being paid to Nightblood Gaming this time as Maryville, they back themselves up.
Yeah, way up. They are going to just let NBG do all of this manual clearing and not let themselves try to punish any of it. Just have everything they need to take back that B site if that's where NBG chooses to go. But shoot, they'll let them psych themselves out first.
Slow as ever at this point. I gotta say, in this overtime, a lot less shenanigans have kind of been going on. Feels a lot more like we've moved into just honest Valorant between these two teams. It's following a lot more like engagement protocols, people watching these different angles. Both these teams have really just kind of evolved since the start of the map. And tensions are as high as ever. Maryville University still fighting to stay alive in this series.
Kinds of rounds you save your very best for. Right here, right now. Once again, bowling with this flash to just completely alienate.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but the plant is faked. And A has been taken up by NBG. Look at this space. It's going to be close, Marks. We got 20 seconds, and MU's already on the way back. This might be a huge fumble. Zorona catching, Chloric catching! And MU have it all shut down! 13 seconds now as the Spike's still desperately trying to get onto site. And Kumi trying to get an opening frag. Screwface trying to make some noise. But everyone from Maryville is here. The Spike can't go down. And Maryville have their first lead in overtime.
It was looking like it was a bit of a panic call being made there for Nightblood Gaming. Immediately just, oh my goodness, we got to swap sites right now. We've got all this room, not enough time on the clock. And then once again, the Maryville University, the tried and true stat of just standing your ground, not over rotating, catching the rotation around thanks to Chloric's positioning was perfect. And at that point, it's not even we got to kill all of them. It's we just have to kill enough of them to make them so uncomfortable, make it so that they can't win this fight. And there were moments there where Nightblood Gaming were looking like they were going to be able to pull themselves back into that fight. And yet, great job from Maryville to shut things down. 15-14, the first time I believe we've seen Maryville University in the lead in overtime, and Son of Car gets spotted out by the chicken already.
Is it a 16-14 for Maryville again? Is it off of that aggression again? Your double sentinels right in front of this toxic screen. No spike in hand, but 3 NBG members paying close attention to them. But Carr is not moved from this spot up in mid, and that will be the linchpin, the ultimate decider of how much advantage NBG can boast. The 3-stack on A site may just be where MU ends up. They are fully prepped for this, and Carr does not have an opening frag. Maryville are prepped, and now the stack waltzes into another 5v4, another man advantage for the attack. Can they turn it into a game win? Chloric finds Smiley first up. Screwface position already given away, but with all the util toss, MU see that as a sign to dip right back out over to the B site, and now it's completely vacated. Kumi in panic mode trying to head back, reactivates the turret at least, but has the only opening on yellow. The rest is not guaranteed, and now with the toxic screen, it's got to be a full reset from NBG.
And Maryville University should do this, and all the meanwhile, Ren's on the lurk finds Screwface. Right now, it could just be up to Kumi to close this round out as Note goes down as well. Maryville University looking for the win.
Still 3 more to burn through, and a million angles to clear. Kumi, in a near impossible situation, Maryville look to have guaranteed this. Any swing can confirm this here and now to get Maryville to map 3, to give them one more chance at holding on to this tournament. And Giza will lead the way there. It is indeed another 16-14 Icebox. Maryville continue their endless winning streak on this godforsaken map and take us to 3 here in the losers round 1.
You cannot write this stuff, man. Like, that is crazy. The last time these two teams faced off against each other was July 30th. 27 days in the future, we get the identical scoreline. Giza finding 2 aces that game on the Sage, finding so much value, and just so many weird things happening at the first half of this map where, you know, everything was just kind of getting tossed in there, and it was just these timings, these thread throughs, being able to find multi-kills there. But it all works out for Maryville University as they keep themselves alive in this bracket, in this matchup, honestly. And like Tedrick, it's kind of just, that map was like an emotional roller coaster with how things went, but in the end, wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to be seeing map 3, which is Corrode.
Yeah, we saw some real character arcs over the course of that. I'm hoping we maintain a slight level of that maturity, but we're going to Corrode, so I know that's not going to happen. It's going to scrap up again on map 3. One team is moving on. One team is out of Challengers for the year. Find out after the break.
far back from NBG. He has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real. Well, folks, it's not going to be a quick 2-0. We are going to the third map. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Gompers on the desk. And it was a little close there for a second, Gompers. We were going back and forth. It looked like it was going to be a clean Maryville, regulation win. And then it went to overtime, and then overtime again, and then again. And eventually we are here with Maryville winning their map pick of Icebox.
It was honestly the most adaptations I think I've ever seen in a game. And there were so many changes that were happening that it almost felt like sudden at some points. And I give Maryville so much credit for just the approach they took. I mean, it's not easy going 16-14, to be completely honest. And I feel like, it gets tiring at some point, right? Playing the same map, playing the same agent, having to come up with new strategies, on the dot of how you're going to counter. And I think they did that really well, especially with, we've seen it, right? With the approaches coming through from Renz. I think as a jet player and as a duelist, they handled their attacking half so significantly well, alongside, like I had said in the beginning, right? The Sage Wall coming through from Giza, and the fact that Giza was so diligent with their util. So it just worked out.
Oh, we're going to highlight Giza later, but I think we got to give, him just a shout out right now because he went nuclear this map. And I think I saw chat freak out when Giza literally did anything, Roy.
Yeah, Giza was definitely a monster, but I feel like there's so many individual step-ups from both of these teams that it was honestly just exactly what you want from a Valorant match. It had the heroics, it had the strategy, it had the funny moments. I feel like I got my money's worth. This was a great overall experience, but 10 out of 10 would watch again. But yeah, I feel like the step up from Maryville University, the resilience they had through these grueling rounds and how much they've had to claw and adapt on the fly to finally get the edge to finish off this map is commendable, to be honest.
There were also so many points in time where, and it felt like this might have honestly been the turning point. Not that there was much of a turning point because it was very back and forth, but Ange kept dying right away at the majority of the rounds because they were so stuck being stagnant on their attacking half for MU, of just wanting to pick off somebody coming aggressively right from B site. And I saw that was a really never-ending thing for MU, and their rounds started to look more like a gamble rather than a very well-strategized thing. But then they kind of just counter that. They stopped doing that. They allowed Ange to do what they do best, which is moving with the team, use their smokes for good. And it felt like that's when MU really started to look like they were getting a hang of it. So I thought at some point they were going to lose, but when they started fixing that and then working in cohesion, that's when it really did go through. So 16-14, that's so impressive.
I had to giggle at that timeline for how tiny it was because we had so many rounds to go through. Usually we have nice clear graphic, and that was a clear graphic. It was just so much smaller than normal. And Giza going 36-23 on the Sage. I don't want to hear any excuses at ranked ever, Roy, because I'm gonna set, no, I can't do it. No, you can do it all. You can do it all. And of course, Son Car also had incredible moments on the side of Nightblood Gaming, Roy.
Yeah, Maryville University was just so top heavy compared to Nightblood Gaming that felt like a team effort. There was individual moments from everyone, I feel like, on NBG. Whereas for Maryville University, it felt like Renz and Giza were just doing so much to win a lot of these rounds for their team. And obviously, sometimes that's what you need. You just need some heroics, some individual step ups when things aren't going well strategically, or some of the team stuff isn't going down well. But yeah, Giza is an absolute beast, guys. If you're in chat right now and you're surprised, well, this guy's playing Sage. Well, listen, mechanics don't disappear just because you're on what is a traditionally supportive role. This guy is going to have the same aim, whether he's on Chamber, whether he's on Sage. It's going to be the same Giza. And Giza stepped up in such an insane fashion, guys. It was just overall insane, whether it was first kills, whether it was him just having multi-frags, winning out the pistols, shutting down the B control on the defense side as well. He had so much space for his team on almost every round, it felt like. And that's sometimes more valuable than stats. But when you have that and you have the stats, it's just a very clear map MVP.
Yeah, clearly, but also I feel like, you say Giza's on Sage, just put a period behind it. Giza's on Sage, period. There's no question. It's just an answer that Giza will go off and make your time in the server a living nightmare. But it was back and forth, even with some, how should we say this, questionable utility here and there. You know, being, you know, maybe we flash a team, you know, it is what it is. You do the right thing. But anyway, I mean, props to both teams for digging deep when you have these mistakes. You have these like very like big mistakes. You're able to dig deep, move on, recover, and just kind of move forward, because I know some people's mental would just not be able to handle that. But we're going to the third map of Corrode, our decider. We've already seen one Corrode today with the TSM versus Boxer Rockets match, excuse me. I'm gonna go to you, Gompers, back to the Corrode on this, during this match, excuse me. Is there an immediate thought? Is there an immediate kind of like gut reaction seeing Corrode being the third map with Maryville University starting on the defense?
I mean, that's a great question, honestly. And for me, I mean, we've seen Maryville play Corrode twice. Didn't go too well against Winthrop, but they have really close games. And I think they're slowly starting to get the hang of it. I do like their strategy a lot because they use Viper util mid. The wall they actually use to kind of give themselves some room to play a little more aggressively here. So for me, I think Corrode is a very good defending sider pick to start off for them, especially with the way they like to run things down. So I don't know. They have really good strategy. I feel like that always goes well and bodes well for a map like this one, where people are still trying to get the use of it, right? But like we saw Reina, like at some point, like people are still trying to get used to everything going on in Corrode.
I think another thing for us to keep in mind here, guys, is the fact that this map is not new to these teams. It was actually part of their last BO3 that they played a month ago. It actually ended up being Maryville University on top 13-11. So it makes sense to me why they would keep this as a deciding map, right? They feel kind of good on it, especially against Nightblood Gaming. But on the other end as well, to kind of play devil's advocate, whenever you look at Nightblood Gaming's match history, it's almost all Corrode. Like it is such they have 17 matches in third-party tournaments since the beginning of the split. That is an insane amount of officials on this map, whether that's a blessing because I mean, they have a lot of reps on it, or a curse because there is so much footage that it's easily anti-stratable. I'm not able to say, but I feel like comfort in these like super high stress moments is sometimes a huge buff in itself. And I feel like this map is going to be crazy.
I mean, to your point, Roy, 100 Thieves Bind, you know, people were just not banning that map against them, and they were going to town with it. Like, there is so much footage on their bind. I feel like we could have like a premiere party with all of that footage. But it's the same deal here, you know, like, while there may be footage, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it.
Exactly.
Simply said, which is super exciting because maybe, just maybe, Maryville have figured it out. But friends, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back. So just stay right there. Get your last snack, get your last water, call your parents or your best friend to say, oh my God, don't talk to me watching a game. We'll be right back. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone. And we have a bit of a surprise. Things took a little bit longer because Wildfire is joining the server, taking back his spot from Zerone. I mean, I made a joke in the pre-show of this match that you know, oh haha, Wildfire, because he wasn't going to be playing. I DM'd him yesterday. He said he was not going to be playing Roy, and here he is on our screens, literally right there, playing Fade.
Yeah, I think the second map maybe just took so long that he was able to get his affairs out of the way, and now he's just locked in for the third map. But I mean, just talking about the comp specifically, let's get down to business, guys. I mean, this is exactly as we expect, right? There's a bit of a difference, obviously, in interpretation of the meta. Maryville University are opting for the double controller with the Vice, obviously Viper being that second controller, but the Duelist and the Fade are kind of in here. But for Nightblood Gaming, they're kind of going the opposite direction, guys. They're leaning more into the Sentinelist compositions with double orb controllers, no Viper. This is a bit of a change from what we're used to, but the Jet here for Son of Car is also a little bit interesting, normally because we either see the Waylay or we see the Neon. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna, like, they've made the adaptations with the Jet.
I think this is so good with Wildfire back. I know it's not that much of I wouldn't say actually that much of a difference, because Zerona has very different play style, right? And there's a reason why Wildfire was put onto this roster, and now they're also in LAN with everyone else. So to kind of see that change is so drastic for Maryville that it's like, I don't know, it feels like a whole new roster, and I'm just super excited. I just wanted to point that out.
I think Wildfire is yawning because he's so ready to go. And I feel like we should get ready to go. Let's just go into the game. Let's do this. Marks and Tenrek are the final time today. Please take it away.
More ready than ever, Liz, as is Maryville. Come to play after taking Icebox to 16-14, and with Wildfire on the squad, no less. This is fully Maryville's map, front and center. Nightblood, though, have had a field day on this map lately, especially with Note's mobile Clove and Car's active Jet. That being said, a lot of teams have started to find ways to slow this team down, force Nightblood to attack multiple times, chip away with their limited resources, and it's led to far weaker Corrodes as of late. Which iteration of these teams will we see here, Marks? Which team will move on to the top 6?
I am so interested in how this actually is going to be shaken out here. I love that we're seeing a little bit of different compositional changes between these two teams. On one side, you have Maryville University leaning into Renz's Neon here, and I'm going to be frank, based off of how that last map went, I'm very excited to see Renz on the Neon. I think they're going to be able to achieve a lot, especially with the support of Wildfire and Ange, to make sure that that Neon can kind of pop, and it's going to be quick, and they can find the kills necessary. On the other hand, Nightblood Gaming, Son of Car, a little bit more of a stable duelist when it comes down to it. Talking about those like pop-off moments, but generally speaking is best at holding down long angles, specifically when looking at that middle presence. I imagine that we're going to see a lot of impact from that Jet. And then of course, Note just absolutely on fire, playing out of their mind this entire matchup here on this Clove as well. To me, it means that we're going to be seeing a lot more of that Clove entry and then having Jet on that lurk instead. So there's a lot of interesting kind of pieces coming together here. Nightblood Gaming going to be a little bit more frag forwards, specifically bringing Smiley in on the KO as well. There's a lot more flash potential there compared to Maryville University, but these little compositional differences are going to make this map so much more fun to watch.
The thing about Nightblood Gaming's composition when it comes to their attack in particular is they have a lot of ways of getting through what would normally be doorstops, ways to breach things. Particularly what comes to mind is obviously that shear that Chloric has. Somebody like Kumi is able to turn it into a 2-stack pushing rather than a 1-stack just on top of a coordination swing. But in turn, there's other things like the relay bolt, the shock dart, or not the shock dart, excuse me, the seize and the snake bite that present those same levels of discomfort. But the overhealth that you can provide with Clove and the altitude that you can get with Jet allow for Nightblood to still have that level of mobility onto his site, even when Maryville tossed those first and second steps in to try to stop Nightblood from getting onward. So I think it'll be a big pacing game from Nightblood. They'll have to cost assess a lot of these early interactions and do a lot of micromanagement, I think, especially, like you said, in those mid lanes in order to find some good, decent activity in this first half. It'll be very procedural. It'll be very, like, over the top as well. Like, Note and Car are going to get very in your face early on to see what they can get away with, but it'll be the way that they want to play Corrode. They've shown how they, you know, try to own this map very early on in its advent, and Maryville in turn had a little more time, a couple more, you know, reps since its introduction into the pool to kind of get their handle on it. And Renz's Neon is definitely the highlight of that for me, for sure. That spear tip that's able to just get in off of all of this util that's in that kit and go crazy.
And once again, like, the history is there. On July 30th, we saw Corrode come out. Maryville University winning 13-11 against Nightblood Gaming. Since then, Nightblood Gaming have gone on to lose this map, unfortunately, to Core, Legacy, and of course, Maryville University, whereas they were able to beat YFP. So once again, a lot of information that is available for Maryville University on this map. But at the same time, Nightblood Gaming, I mean, this is a quote-unquote comfort pick because at least they're familiar, at least they know what needs to be worked on and what they can kind of put together.
Already running by that screen. Gonna head over to B main, where the stack already lies for MU. Ren's ahead of the smoke. Setting up shop here. As NBG try to breach. Fragment on the first cubby. They're really trying to guarantee not a single swing available, and it's actually a bit of a over-management here. Giza is holding the corner, and oh no, NBG will just roll through, take those double swings on the outskirts of the hut and turn it into a 3v1.
Yeah, just a couple of pistol duels not ending the way of Maryville University there. And yeah, hopping through Screwface will be able to scout that one out, but Nightblood Gaming should be able to clean that one up. It was looking a little bit chaotic there on the entry, but Nightblood Gaming, they just kind of walk in, make sure they're clearing out all the different areas that they need to, shut down the members of Maryville University, and then get that spike down. Nice, clean, easy round from them. And now, immediately we see Son of Car go for that Outlaw, so ready to just win this one out, and we're seeing 2 Guardians being brought to the table as well. I imagine this is going to be Nightblood Gaming looking for some early picks to kind of spiral things out to make it work, while Maryville University are going to be looking to try and set up some more trap plays. Try and find these opportunities to drop those weapons out there as they spread themselves out across the map.
Yeah, trying to search for some easy stuff to get away with, and Screwface has found it. Now he'll look for Renz as well. And you're able to kind of just divvy up the trade swings however you need them here if you're NBG for those first 30, 40 seconds for any member of Maryville that tries to step up to the plate.
A lot of utility, at least being forced out from Nightblood Gaming. Should be able to allow for a couple of opportunities here for Maryville to move up. Look at this forward position from Giza, but so aware of it, tucks away just out of the flash.
Gonna choose to go for that runaway after the shock darts are tossed in. Down to 64. No bite available though, and just still holding this so close. Just gonna wait to cycle the screen. Still only noise made by NBG. No sight gained yet.
It's like I'm watching chess right now,
right
across the board. One move after another, each one of them being so responsive to the other team. Finally, it looks like they will be ending B.
Big flash to force Renz away. And there's that double up we were looking for. Kumi able to TP in. Great shots from Renz to catch Screwface. NBG trying to press through. Guarantee what little time they have left to themselves. And they do. Have the sight. Have the better guns still. Ren's gonna try and get up top to get another clean sheriff shot down. Can do so now that these smokes have been fully wavered through. Chloric almost gets that shorty, but just burns Note down to 9 HP. And they'll stick around just for the trade-in. NBG should be able to just toss player after player into this from here. Ren's crucial 1v2 here. And yeah, Car's got that Outlaw for moments like that. So pretty expected start from NBG. We knew they would be pretty strong on this first bit of the attack round, and we know that they have a lot of proficiency when it comes to Corrode pistols, so this is nothing new for them.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, that was a pretty good round from Maryville University. They're able to find 3 out of 5 of the picks here. Renz with a disgusting headshot. That's crazy.
Wow.
Even watching the replay is kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, just finding those timings, weaving through, finding a couple of headshots with those poor rifles, make it so that this is going to be an awkward round for Nightblood Gaming. They're going to be coming into this. Obviously, we see Carr with the Stinger just in front of us, and Maryville University not willing to kind of give up this middle area. Thankfully, there are multiple members here, so they will be able to escape effectively just off of that Owl drone pressure.
Rush in from Carr on top of his cloud burst, and Note in the meantime gets the drop on one. NBG get away with this pinch way cleaner than I think we expected them to. But in the meantime, Smiley left alone on mid, caught by Giza. Now he can start creeping up. NBG have to once again speed things up a little bit more. Renz gets rid of Screwface, but that better gun only able to take him so far, and can deal the rest of the damage. And Giza's got the rest wrapped up. So 2 stay standing on Maryville's bonus here. A little too tight for comfort.
Listen, when it comes down to these moments, I mean, we saw a lot of it happen there on Icebox, but we're seeing the positional support of Maryville University playing off of one another, right? Like the fact that we see the bait come through, and then Ange in the midst of all of this makes sure to clean up, make sure that they don't leave the death unpunished. And that's really important to make sure that you kind of clutch out some of these rounds. Of course, now this is going to be the full weapon buy-up. Both of these squads not the best economically speaking, so it is pretty even Stevens across the board. Ange, though, on top of this box, that's a lot of information, at least able to find Kumi in the midst of all of that, but immediately gets traded out, so the ultimate orb will go into the hands of Nightblood Gaming.
And they'll once again just slow it all the way back down. Gonna hold mid this time. Clark already switching up the shear. Placed it into himself. Still, it looks like where that's where NBG wanna push into. No, they'll go for the A-pinch again.
And given the fact of where that spike is, to me that leaves questions. But at the same time, like, there's so much time still left on the clock. Sonikar has to be so careful of that. Flash show, that's not exactly how you wanted that one to play out, but Chloric at least aware of the information. Now the flood is going to come through onto A. They're reinforcing the site. Ren's in an excellent position though.
Yeah, just forcing Chloric to double check, and so that'll slow down the pinch back. Allow Smiley to get an implant, but still can't find a kill off of it, and so it's all about the push onto site. And Note's going to do all of that. So that's 2 down for him. Has to keep going though, with no more overhealth as well. After that'll drain away. So tough call here. Note does have the ultimate now though, so an effective 3v2 out their way. Chloric, quick to it. Screwface down already. So everything on Note to clutch up this 4th round here. Again, ultimate free to stall, but you would love to get rid of one before. First tap, perfect double swing. And immediately Note decides to go for that ultimate. He'll get chased down, has the smoke to help him out, but MU manage it effectively and have more than enough time to defuse. So it'll be a 2-2 game with that ultimate already gone, and the economy with it for NBG this round.
You know, what's a very quick ultimate to bring online, and given the fact that it is Note, you expect to see Note continue to frag out and farm the ultimate fairly quickly there. But I gotta question it a little bit because, sure, you need to be able to find at least 1 kill. I think the smoke was placed there so that there could have been a spam through to try and find some value. But given the fact that you already lost that like 1v1 just at the end here, it makes it so much difficult to be able to find those kills and stay alive, because at that point, you know, the Clove can back out, bait for the teammate so that way they run right into their crosshairs, but no support makes it a difficult ultimate to be able to pull off. So Maryville University completely stabilized Renz now with the Outlaw in hand. We are seeing Ange actually with a Judge in hand as well. So economically speaking, not at the best, but more than enough to get it done. A lot of pressure here on the mid, and you know what this means. It's Odin time.
Yeah, this is all that MU feels that they really need. They're going to try and flex early on this half and try to make a statement piece this round. Wildfire already giving away the Odin and only finding a tiny bit of chip damage, though, is not the best, because NBG can just kind of slow reset here in the link. Take pot shots like this. Son of Car does get the short end of the stick there, though. Down to 10 HP again. And of course, with this eco, it's tough to really make a dent anywhere, but not ready yet. After that Odin set its piece, Wildfire having a high tail, and so NBG, they'll take over mid. Still, though, the spike is nowhere near that. And Ange in between two of these NBG players. I mean, we're just, this is three different fights happening at once right now. Kumi on NBG, able to kind of burn through the pack, and NBG has actually made their way through mid-top. Note alone now on this A crunch. Kumi TPing to grab the spike. How have they made this work? Ren's not holding the right angle, but they just walk into him. And it only takes one shot to collapse through both members of NBG. Never frickin' mind. It's 3-2 MU.
Not impressed.
3 separate scrimmages happening on this map, exactly like you said. And it's Nightblood Gaming that, you know, an interesting idea there. I like the mid-rounding adaptation, call for the from the shadows, make sure to pick up the spike, make it a winnable scenario here. But yeah, I mean, once again, they just lined up. Ren's completely unchecked onto the site there. And then it forces Note to just play this such awkward angle, despite the fact that at that point, Ange had already clocked where Note was going to be coming from. The paranoia really just rooting that clove in place. So it just worked out for Maryville winning out those individual fights here. And they've still got more than enough weaponry. Nightblood Gaming on the verge of having their economy broken yet again. 5 rifles in their hands at the bare minimum. But let's see what they want to do. It's a very slow push this time. It looks like mid, once again, will be the priority.
Yeah, NBG don't want to let this falter early on in the half. But neither do Maryville. Both having a tight chokehold here in round 6. Drop from Carr. Does that prompt Ange forward with this judge? Not just yet. Nobody peeking out the fact. Ren's on the top of the smoke. That timing's impeccable. Knows that's the only opportunity he'll get, and he takes it perfectly. Now Ange on his own smoke with this judge. That does catch him, but does NBG check him? Spraying through the smoke first. Yeah, feels like they have a good idea, but Ange just egoing it. In the meantime, Note on the front line deals with one. Nightfall in response from Wildfire. Despite the fact that NBG is really split up right now, and MU still holds advantage.
30 seconds left.
With only 30 seconds to go and one member deafened, feels like NBG have already given up on this round. They might just go for a straight-up save, but Kumi, way up on the B site, might give him another chance. And the next leg of the defense is Smoke, able to give him a free fight. Here's the steps coming from Note as well. Timing is everything, and it'll be missed, but Chloric catches Screwface. Kumi from heaven does find Chloric, and there is just enough time for Nightblood to get the spike down. Wildfire trying to make the fight, but no managing it. And NBG are somehow going to have a literal second to be able to pull this round together. But Ange, sandwich, thanks to this TP from Kumi, spraying through on a Note. Does he expect where Ange could be, though? Kumi back in front of this main. I mean, it's going to be a 50-50 on timing. Swing onto the right side, Ange, nope!
I see we've reverted back into shenanigans.
Crying, dude. I'm gonna...
Okay, the breakdown what happened there was as Ange pushed into the dark cover, Kumi teleported to the other side of the dark cover. And so the timing just got missed, allowing Ange to sneak on through to the site with Note being like, well, my Omen didn't see anything, so I guess it's okay. And then Ange finding the surprise kill, but then not being aware of where Kumi was until a little bit of noise gave out. And so, once again, just down to shenanigans. It's going to be a Blade Storm activated right off the bat here as Renz gets suppressed. Does have that operator, but no command online now.
That fragment going to force out Geese. He'll still take down Smiley, but again, the least important body to deal with here. And that'll get rezzed up as Carr goes on a rampage with these blades. NBG seemingly have all they need to take this round and then some. He's even gonna pick up that operator for his troubles, turn that into another kill, and get the almost ace. Wildfire putting a quick stop to that, and then some. Picking up Note 2. But still, it's NBG's round lead and economy now.
Yeah, that was a Son of Carr snowball that we got to see from Nightblood Gaming that time around. Just playing off the Blade Storm, making sure to be so aggressive through there. Obviously, just at the very end, a nice little double kill through his smoke. Missing the initial head, but that's okay because clean up on the other side to find that quick double kill. Giza, though, still being able to get away with one was pretty impressive. I thought all of the utility was fantastic coming through to be able to root him out, but still not going to be enough. I do have to wonder whether or not Son of Car is purposefully W-keying those dashes in, but it's a little bit scary every single time you see the jet fly across the screen. Be so aggressive. Viper's Pit this time deployed outside of A. As a Nightblood Gaming, they're interested in moving in on this B site. Viper Wall still available, though, to smoke things off, and Ange, Paranoia in hand, catches it, uses it, makes sure that there's just a bit of extra time for this to happen while the Hunter Street comes out.
Wow, great way to fully clear out that board, and it'll do a lot of chip damage here in the opening. NBG just going to use that and work their way on. Ren's swiftly dealt with, thank God, and now it's Kumi's turn to try and vie for an ace. I'll go looking. Yeah, no gun here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, still, you fully boxed him out here, and so NBG are able to swiftly take that B site this time around. I don't think you'll be able to get away with this again. You know, the guns will be back and everything, but good to see NBG, you know, turn that into a decent gap without really having to open the playbook anymore. And you get rid of the overdrive too. That's huge.
Yeah. I mean,
and
there
the
was a
pit,
second.
for that matter, actually. Oh my God.
Yeah, like that was a very heavy investment coming in from Maryville University, despite the fact that they didn't necessarily have the weapons to kind of back up the punch. And Nightblood Gaming, sure, they get funneled into that site, but at the same time, like when the truck is trucking, it's hard to stop that truck. So Nightblood Gaming just completely run over, especially given that weapon advantage. And yeah, sure, you use a pit. Yeah, sure, you use an overdrive. Doesn't matter if we just kill you and plant the spike faster. So great just kind of call. I love to see this aggressive gameplay coming out from Nightblood Gaming. I think they're doing it pretty darn well. But of course, with the amount of adaptation that we see from Maryville University, nothing is for free.
Certainly not. How do you dare to challenge this again? It's such an early frag. Seems like they want to really sell this A-pinch thanks to that smoke. They'll just walk into it. This is so readable. It gives Renz the easiest kill in the world, and it sells Wildfire to get into the free one. He's going to try and escape, but instead, Note will actually get his kill back on the res, so it's back to a 4v3 for NBG. And this game plan might just work after all, despite how obvious it was. Oh, never mind. You're running straight into Renz's op again. No full way to clear it. I mean, the smokes have already been fully used. Relay Bolt to now just time you out. Son of Car attempting to get on. Again, so scary when he's able to get active, but when he's not, you can shut it down so quick. Note's turn to try and vie for an ace now, I guess, as he's up to 4 with Car on this spear tip. Chloric trying to save this round for MU, potentially the momentum for the game.
Have a lot of difficulty doing so. Does have the ultimate, but I don't think this is when you use it.
Nah. You just gotta go for it. Spike is not the least vulnerable. Chloric is just gonna turn onto it. Yep, Note will get that ace after all of that walking in to be able to kind of let him through. Ended up doing the job for Nightblood.
And honestly, too, that was off of the ultimate, you know? Comes back into it, finds a kill, just running havoc there. Like, that is a confidence booster and a half, and I know that we got the barracks up there, but you can see Note just laughing along, having a great time. Ren's able to find that kill. Wildfire makes it extremely dangerous to push in through there, and Ren's once again having a bit of a showcase, but Note just in these scrappy moments has been so consistent for Nightblood Gaming and just kind of bailing them out of these weird opportunities. Maryville University, rightfully so, are calling a timeout here. I would like to say this really changed the momentum around on our last map when we got to see Maryville take this timeout, but let's see how they're going to adapt themselves moving forwards, because it really feels like Nightblood Gaming, it's either fast or so slow that we're getting close to the clock expiring to get that spike down. And so it's really hard to read which one you're going to be presented with, because those are two opposite styles of attacking on Corrode.
Yeah, there's been no in between, but the tempo control has really been NBG's these past couple rounds. Despite, again, how obvious it feels like a lot of their pushes have been. But they are boisterous, they are loud, and they are better. That is what they want to prove here and going forward. Whoever wins this has another match on Thursday to, again, stay alive for Ascension contention. Giza stepping out on top of his own screen after the Haunt will reveal a couple members of this NBG stack here on the B main site. MU's buy is not crazy. But you got the screen, and you got Renz holding it down. Free headshot on a note. And NBG are walled in. Cornered, boxed, Giza! Come on now! NBG, now it's a recovery round for them. They've got to make it back with just 2.
Excellent protocol as well. Kind of baiting so that way Renz stays hidden, pops out just in time to get that crossfire online, finds a head, makes it very effective, and now the Steel Guardian's gonna get max value.
Right, as soon as that spike goes down, you know the whole stack's here to play for it. Smiley trying to work off his own flash and can't manage to find the shot in time. Son of Car having trouble without his rifle. He'll get it just in time to fight this all the way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time to spare. It's a thrifty round for Maryville as they get up to 4.
Yeah, Son of Car actually decided to keep the rifle moving forwards here. Thought about the Odin for a second, but nah, it's just going to be rifling across. And yeah, just excellent stuff. Like I said, that little bait setup so that Renz kind of gets away for free. Make sure to shoot the Owl drone down. They're like, oh, we know exactly where Giza's going to be hanging out. Renz gets one, directs the attention away, and then Giza with a sick, just fadeaway shot in the middle of being blinded. Yeah, like it's insane, but all the meanwhile, we see that Ange is just sticking that spike, and so, you know, the timeout buff, Maryville University, they find yet another round, bringing this series just within 2 rounds between them.
Everlastingly close. Goes to show why it sucks to see one of these teams leave after tonight. Because they want to be here so bad. They deserve to be here so bad. It's just the crowd really starting to thin, and there is only room for 3 in Ascension Americas. Oh, once again, toying with this shear that Cloric's been setting up on A main every once in a while, and this time he's gonna breach it alone, wandering, ultless, hopeless. Now he'll go for it. He's gonna play into the pit, just reactivate, and that is certainly a way to lose yourself a player. Oh, wow. But it codes the Nightfall. That's one way to bait an ultimate out, and 4 members of the team. Ren stands alone, nullified, but not down yet! And Car cannot pierce through! This operator stands strong on a B site that's still NBG's. The 3 members make it 2! Giza! Holding it down! And just when you think they're out, they pull you right back in. Maryville will lessen the gap to 1 as they crowd along NBG's IGL, continuing to make them sweat.
All right, I got to admit there, I think that might have been just a bit too confident coming out from Note. Sure, you got the ultimate online, but there was not that much room being taken at all. And immediately when the Clove gets caught out, you see the rotation from middle from Maryville University get ready to deal with it. And so it's a free kill, shutting down the raid boss of Nightblood Gaming. And then sure, Reds finding such a crazy kill in the middle of the smoke makes it a lot less stressful and gives the squad enough time to get themselves nice and comfortable for that retake. When we see these moments of Maryville University looking so calm and collected, it almost looks like a flawless execution every time. 1 more round left in this half, a half buy coming in from Nightblood Gaming, but as we've covered, never count them out because we've seen them do crazy thrifty rounds.
Once again, vying for the mid presence early on, and the Prowler thrown in response. The knife making sure that that can't happen again. Every excuse given for Wildfire to just let those Odin bullets fly and do the tiniest bit of damage to Son of Car. Nothing more there. Big stack on A main, but the shear not cleared, and all of the Vice Util right on top of it this time.
Ooh. It's so patient, but Smiley having the null command available now provides a bit more entry. That could be good, especially walking into all this utility.
Null command shuts it all down. Oh, Ange in such a decent spot with this orb. Everybody falls! You just can't let that happen! And it's the 2 remaining members from mid that have to save face. Smiley still alive, still a distraction. But that's all that he'll be. As Ange gets handed the 3rd kill, in Renz playing guard dog. Now every reason to let this overdrive pop and finish off the pack. We're tied back up at the half.
Oh, that is a painful thing to watch, man. Just the fact that you see and Duck right close, tight in that smoke and is playing off the contact of Renz. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful when it executes, but like I always just like put myself in the shoes of the people who just kind of get dunked on, because that's usually how my ranked games go. But stays alive, just playing off of that contact, working out perfectly. Renz kind of attracting all of the attention, just ducking away in the middle of the smoke, allows Ange to slip through undetected, and is the knife in the back. Great stuff from Maryville University. We're swapping sides now. It is as close as ever. Let's see how this one shakes up. We're already seeing Maryville get their Viper wall set up for that classic A to take all that space, but Nightblood Gaming are moving out, and Giza actually gets a bit of damage on them as they walk through that smoke.
Yeah, really good start there for Giza. Keeps them potentially planted there, and now it's NBG's turn to try and find some easy pickoffs. Interesting Prowler by Wildfire, maybe to give Ren some easy space to take, knowing that everyone's playing a little farther back on site. Yeah, that's what'll get him in. So Maryville will take over the left side of site really easily. First tap on the plant is already met, though, and NBG want to fight this out now. Reloads on the pistols, but Renz is ready. Smiley trades it back. MU hold the spike plant. Lorik holding on top of his shear, but NBG have already crossed. Ready for the fight here and now. Smiley caught alone. Carr again with the trade back. And NBG slowly but surely making headway. Now it's Cloric's turn to play that off angle, and now MU have divvied up the threats enough. Here's that raid boss ready to play again on top of his own smoke, sprayed through by 3 members on different angles and already approached by 2. Has to manage so many fights with little time, and so it'll be an MU pistol this time.
It's a good idea coming through for Nightblood Gaming on that retake, where you see them all group up, all move in together, and then it's just the complete surround that we see Maryville University do with setting up so many players on different angles to just kind of shoot down at the spike. And yeah, sure, it's a bit of a clash on here. Ren's making sure to find a couple, same with Wildfire, but the trades ultimately work out for Maryville University, having more members alive in these different angles, and then just drop a bunch of smokes on top of notes. So they can't even see anything. It's the perfect plan from Maryville University to shut it down as they take the lead after taking the pistol and buy up all the weaponry that they want. Not going to be seeing Nightblood Gaming match them this time, although Note and Son of Carr both have a Sheriff, and Renz almost finds a kill onto Smiley, but Smiley barely staying alive.
The rest of NBG sticking in their spots until the Prowler catches them. Now, yeah, it's Renz looking for this pick. Carr forced to use the tailwind, but his position still given away. Nowhere else to really go at the moment. Not enough coverage thanks to that smoke. Paranoia even tossed in, but it's all to let NBG babysit Carr back out. Takes a flash grenade and 3 other members, so B-site is theirs for the taking. Hopping on, and Cloric has the high ground, so MU can fully set up shop this round. Again, beyond respectful, but very deadly, and it's Cloric's turn to try to get an ace. Kumi, I mean, you might as well hand it to the guy. Come on. We'll get it. Oh!
Oh, knife out. Unlucky, man. Unlucky, but that's how it kind of happens sometimes. And, you know, when we were talking about what Cloric brings to the table, right? Like, obviously in that death segment, very early on, but while this match was getting started, Cloric was the top fragging IGL. So clean, so good with it. And started a little bit slow, given the fact that we were seeing Cloric on the Rays for that kind of fun bind map that we saw earlier on. But now Cloric, we're really seeing that prowess get showcased. And that was such an intelligent move to immediately move all the way back into sight, go up into heaven, tosses down the wall as well to get that information and make sure no one is flanking, and then can just shoot bullets from above. Nightblood Gaming not even aware, not even ready to check that. But still, this is going to be Nightblood Gaming now coming in with their rifles. An excellent bonus coming through here. Everyone from Maryville University more or less equipped to deal with this, but it's going to be that domination of that middle presence that we see from Maryville University, and then a couple of sniper rifles watching these longer angles as Cloric just lets himself get caught.
Yeah.
Deploying drone.
Pretty necessary round for NBG here. And so it's concerning that they've already let Ange up in a mid-top, but luckily, creep up B main doesn't go punished by Renz here. Just maybe sold. Oh, and now pinched. That's Easy's hitting Screwface. No, it's not. Instead, Wildfire's just gonna hit Note, and MU's gonna push in. They're gonna make it work. Screwface not caught, only good for one. And so MU have once again taken over the B site. Ange is already here in spawn. I mean, do you ever check this angle?
No
one ever goes
actually
this far.
cautious this time.
You turn? Nope. Neither do. Oh, that is a statement piece for MU there. That is massive for this match. Just 4 rounds out, and NBG is reset.
Oh, man.
Mid was opened. He was up there 20 seconds before they were.
It really feels like the map control is very securely on Maryville University's side on this attack. Every single time we're seeing them just take that space, not that they're like getting it for free, but they're able to get themselves set up where exactly they want to. It's not just the site that they're going to be dominating. They're controlling so much space around it so that when that spike goes down, Nightblood Gaming have no idea where to be looking. There's simply too many corners and too many players being able to hop around. We're going to be seeing yet another save come through from Nightblood Gaming. It's going to be 4 sheriffs and a shotgun coming through. But yeah, Maryville University ready to take this one to that double-digit score line as they play ever so patiently this time, completely swapping up their pace.
So Maryville will go fly fishing again, seeing what they can catch. Note to try to sell car shotgun. Go to member. So what happens if car moves here? Yeah. Oh, the rose. Doesn't scare me. He's staying right there.
And this is going to be tough. It's all up
it didn't trigger.
Oh, wow. That's actually big information, but only with a shotgun. So not exactly free as Kumi finds Renz.
And still having to do a lot of slowdown after the paranoia and smoke and haunt. Find him. Arcrow's reset. Oh, yeah, he's got to choose to try to run back, and he just can't get out in time. Tough decision to make here.
Spike planted.
Flash to let Note in. Bit of a struggle here, but able to play keep away long enough. Big C's to make it easy for Wildfire. Yeah, that is pretty simple from there.
It's feeling a lot more rehearsed this time from Maryville University. Last map we saw the Sova not really getting as much value as we would have expected it to be. But this time around, I do think that Wildfire is doing a great job playing this fade. The Prowlers have consistently kind of checked information, and then we see Wildfire just be like, you know what, I'm gonna play my life. It's cool, you know, I'm coming in cold here. I'm not sure that I'm gonna be able to find the kills. I'm just gonna use my utility to help my team out, and then start to heat up a little bit more towards the end here. The Nightfall is already back online, and I do think that this fade has been having very high impact to help Maryville University find the members of Nightblood Gaming.
One of the few opportunities left that this defense has to hold on to this match, to hold on to a Challengers season this year. They've already been bucked out by Renz's shock alone. You've goaded 3 members over here with these rifles, and now the Owl Drone, you're static and not checking
huge.
main! Smiley bird watching!
Enemy kill.
Son of Car can at least rectify that one, but the 4 stack is heavy at elbow and fully set up on A.
Yeah, the fact that Renz is able to duck out there, find a kill, immediately calls all the defensive members over there, allowing a completely open site. Wildfire also, once again, has that Nightfall online. Could be huge. Drops it into the back, not finding anybody, but that is really good information as Cloric is watching this cross angle.
Yeah, all you need when you know everyone else is here. Risky for Cloric. How much does he get away with? The smoke's just gonna force him to spray through. He'll get away with one is what he'll get away with. Good Lord. Again! Come on now! That's just immaculate from Maryville. No contingencies even allowed. And it's 11-6. Most likely just one lone opportunity of a full buy left for Nightblood Gaming.
And like,
And
sure,
it
that
certainly
looks,
won't be this round.
That looks like it was just such a flashy, intelligent play coming through from Cloric, but it's the teamwork that really made that one work. The fact that Giza was watching the opposite angle, as soon as Giza spots somebody out, that's the cue for Wildfire to just, or sorry, Cloric to just drop a couple of shots there and does exactly that, finding somebody and then just dips back for more based off of the information that the team has gotten. I'm really impressed with Maryville's coordination right now. It really feels like they're playing as a cohesive unit, which felt a little bit less the case on some of these previous maps, but they're locked in and they are ready to turn this one around on Nightblood Gaming.
Looking to continue the streak, bring it up to 6 now on the attack. Take this to match point here and now against a pretty weak buy from NBG, a desperation buy, in fact. Mid-control, very piecemeal here for Maryville. Cloric playing on top of his own sheer. Who expects this? Car out in the open, fielding away the outlaw shots. The perfect time to swing. That's disgusting. Who expects that?
Unbelievable. And now it should be an easy engagement onto the site. Just have to watch for the 2 on there.
Good TP in as well. That lets Ange just step on and get a kill, even with such low health. And yeah, it's all damage control here from NBG, but so much space already gained. Kumi's playing so terrified as Screwface gets back over. And Kumi can't even get another kill in the bag. Gotta save this rifle. And with so much still in the tank for Maryville, Nightblood Gaming's goose just might be cooked. They will have to fight against 6 rounds of match point when they haven't even managed to put a round up this half.
Oh, it's so tough, but once again, like it almost feels clinical the way that Maryville University are dissecting their way onto site there. They completely overwhelm. I call out the, okay, they just got to deal with the 2 agents there. And there's protocols set up for there. You see the utility go in, they're flashed. They can't see a thing. And the flood in from Maryville University very handily deals with those. And Cloric almost finding the timing onto Screwface. Might have just dropped the rifle as well. This is looking absolutely clean and dominant as, Screwface able to carry the rifle forward. It's a bit of a smile there, like, ooh. At least got this one here. Son of Kar as well with the Blade Storm online. They do have a couple of options here. Their backs are pushed against the wall, but it's just the sneak out, the intelligent play from Cloric, the intelligent calling, honestly, from Cloric that has really made the difference for Maryville University to make this as decisive as it is.
Once again, it's going to feel a little desperate. It's going to feel a little individual for Nightblood Gaming, but it's got to work. And you immediately go balls to the wall. No overdrive necessary. I've got a shotgun. Ren's just walking right up with it. And with the help of the Nightfall, no one has any information. It's a steamroll of the B site that just leaves Kumi, the only one left. Not even a chance, not even a whisper. MU make it happen. One and done. Thrusting NBG's identity out of the spotlight.
Beautiful adaptation from Maryville University this time, completely injecting momentum into their case. Now Kumi has to do it all.
And it starts with Ren's. Noise already made.
Oh,
Prowler
no.
for the swing, that's one. Not a lot of time left. Every ounce of confirmation. No time to use the kit. Just gotta hope they don't hit you on your smoke.
Oh, there goes the time.
That's gotta be it. And it is. Not a single round that NBG manages to get on defense here in the last half of the match. Maryville will continue their plea for Ascension from absolutely nothing, and they have made it to the top 6.
Unbelievable stuff coming in from Maryville University. Of course, I do want to talk about Nightblood Gaming first, though, because we are seeing some of their players be so strong, so impactful. And this team that honestly didn't really look that good, kind of coming together for stage 3, wowing audiences, find their way in the playoffs, and they go up against Maryville University, who at the last minute as well swapped out Verona, brought in Wildfire to really solidify in their roster. And quite frankly, that second half on Corrode looked like a masterclass of understanding on how to play your opponent. Maryville University were pulling out so many different little micro plays, so many different strategies, just consistently being annoying and really just making it impossible for Nightblood Gaming to get a grasp on what was going on. A very dominant finish for Maryville University. And listen, I'm a big Winthrop University fan, and I've seen Maryville beat Winthrop multiple times. So that's kind of why I had my finger on the pulse for them. But like, this is a squad that once again comes into Challengers because other teams dropped out. They just scraped together enough points, and they are wowing audiences. They look so good, Tenrek.
Yeah, this Maryville squad still looks like they have a lot left to prove as well. Like the ceiling looks so much higher than where they're at right now. And with the different iterations, the subs that they're able to kind of just toss in seemingly willy-nilly, there is no telling what this collegiate squad is able to do. And they just started school as well. You can't imagine the amount that's on these guys' heads. On the other side of that, a huge congratulations to Nightblood Gaming for making one of the best cries for the top of the key that we have seen from that organization and from each of those individual players in some time. They have nowhere to go but up as well, but it'll be the off season that will see them do that. Maryville will continue their run, just not today. Let's have a little chat about that last match and talk about what the tournament looks like from here after the break.
Hop on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another ace! With 3, and there's your real... Well, folks, a 6-6 half turned into an absolute blowout in favor of Maryville University. They take the series 2-1 and keep their lower bracket hopes for playoffs alive. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Gompers on the desk. And Gompers, I thought we were getting like the best final map, a 6-6 half, incredible work, and then it just ran away from Nightblood Gaming, and Maryville University seemed unstoppable.
I thought so too. Honestly, I thought that the game would have been a lot longer, the OT that we saw in Icebox. But honestly, I'm not going to lie, it really does make sense. I talked about Giza and the fact that the Viper wall down in mid does a lot of damage towards any other composition. And it genuinely did work. They had so much control working around in mid. They knew exactly where they needed to look. And I mean, moments like these where Ange was just positioned so absolutely well, they just worked with what they had. And I felt like, you know, this composition obviously is starting to migrate its way into the meta with the double controller and the Viper. The Clove was great, but at the same time, it really was just pushing those boundaries that I felt like needed to be pushed for NBG.
And I feel like just Mville University's approach on their attack half was just so spot on with exactly what they needed to do to just take NBG out of their comfort zone, right? Like the pace, the default, the walls towards mid, denying like any sort of reaction. It almost felt like from the beginning to the end of the rounds on their attack side, they were just completely suffocating them. Like there was no room for any individual plays to happen for NBG. There's no place for them to push. It was just like they're just funneled constantly into either being all grouped up in a main or all grouped up on sites, and both of them looked very uncomfortable no matter which side it was. So I feel like Mville University, they saw the game plan, they kind of saw the approach from NBG, and they had a masterclass of a game plan coming in, and they executed it perfectly.
I believe MC is back from working with Global Esports. If someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we can give some credit to MC for that, because I mean that's just a classic MC kind of tried and true strap book way. But I mean, just looking at that timeline, Roy, right there, and going now to the performances of both teams. I mean, Renz on the Neons and Cloric with that 4K on pistol. It just seemed like the momentum they were building, Roy, was unstoppable as well.
Yeah, also L teammates for Cloric. No one's jumping around trying to get him his ace. Like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to win, or are we trying to win in style? Like, are we serious? Yeah, but someone go bait for him. Are we serious, guys? Then we need to VOD review that. We're trolling. But nah, yeah, you're completely correct. I think there's just I mean, you could just tell by the first bloods, right? Like it was very clear how they wanted to approach it, like in terms of what lines they wanted, how they wanted to approach it. Just the way that Mville University was approaching their defense towards the A courtyard was just so spot on. And they just had a very good read, and they just capitalized off of it. That's really all I can say.
I mean, yeah, I think it's one of those things. Like, we want to give our commiserations to Nightblood Gaming as well. They've been such a mainstay in this Challenger scene, but we will be saying goodbye to them. And two people that made that goodbye happen are Renz and Giza. I know we got some Giza stands in chat. I see you guys non-stop talking about Giza in there, but we also have to give our props to Renz, Gompers.
Yeah, I mean, they both obviously played extremely well throughout the entirety of the series. There wasn't anything necessarily, I would say, that felt like it was lacking. I think Renz and Giza worked really well in cohesion. Obviously, Giza had the just kind of like setting up Renz for success. And I feel like just in general, both of these players having the ACS and the KDA and just performing out of their minds in regards to kills, their fights, their transitions. So it's very obvious as to why they're up here now.
Yeah, and between both of these players, by the way, they're 19 and 10 on opening kills. Like, it's very, very rare that you get to see Son of Car with such a negative ratio. He's 5 and 14, by the way. And that's not even like shade on Son of Car. I think that's more like so respect on the like just how good Renz and Giza were playing. They're shutting it down on the duelist side, and even on the lurking side, Giza was also shutting it down. So like on all fronts, it felt like they were holding their ground. They were finding so much success with that early round picks, and I feel like that was a big part of their success as well.
And also just their tenacity of Maryville to come back from a 13-5 and then bring it back in that overtime. That easily could have been 2-0 in Nightblood Gaming's.
There was a world.
There was a world, but that was a 2-0. But Zerona in there as well. And someone else was in there, very surprisingly. So I've put my hair back up. I put my glasses on because Professor Liz is mad. Wildfire, you lied to me. And I don't want to see any of this, okay? Because you said to me yesterday, I am not going to play tomorrow. In fact, I will be watching. So, okay, why? How are you here? What are you doing here?
Listen, I guess we'd never know. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Matt just was like, yo, come play, because I'm pretty sure Zerona had issues with internet. So I was like, okay, I'm ready, and stepped in and had to get the job done, you know?
So it was literally just like after the second map, MC was like, hey.
I was just watching, you know, drinking my tea, you know, feet laid back, just relaxing, watching the team, hearing them scream, my you know, tears shedding down my eye that I'm not playing, but it's okay. And I was like, getting a call in from us like, get the fuck on, get on, start warming up. And I was like, all right, let's go. So I just stepped in and started playing.
All right. Well, I appreciate your candor and self-censorship, even though you failed at it. But moving forward,
that is my bad.
I mean, let's talk about that, because I think I've talked to a lot of players when they have to watch their team play or like are unable to play with their team, and they said it's more stressful than actually playing. They have to go in there and they're like unable to do anything. And it makes sense that, you know, Zerona's been playing with the team for a hot second. You've returned after not being able to play, that you wouldn't step in right away. But watching them and sitting on the sidelines, was that hard for you? Was that difficult? Were you angry? Like, were you like, oh no, I could have done that, or anything like that?
No, I mean, I wasn't definitely sitting there and just like being jealous or envy or like, you know, upset and progressing and thinking what I could have done. Because by the end of the day, and I messaged this to the guys, like, we lose the team, we win as a team, when they lost to Winthrop. And, you know, it was just the exact same thing. It's like, even if we would have lost against NBG, it is what it is. You know, it was like, we just showed up and whatever happens, happens. We're just living in the moment, playing in the moment. You know, definitely it was great to be back and having the vibes up. Definitely something that I missed. But no, it wasn't anything like envy or angry or whatever. There's just no read for that.
I wouldn't, I mean, in terms of like Zerona's performance or anything like that. Just like, I could be there right now. You know, Zerona played fantastic and he's been such a treat to watch while you've been unable to play. But moving forward, will we see you playing? Is this kind of like your re-entry to the team, or will Zerona keep on playing with the team for a little bit while just kind of you get acclimated to the team once again?
Yeah, I'm definitely getting back now because I went on a week break to see family and do some stuff health-wise. So I'm definitely getting back to playing. I guess we'll see.
I guess we'll see. You know, that's my favorite answer to any question I ask. I think, well, Maryville right now are in the lower bracket, right? You're in lowers, and it is a do or die situation literally every step of the way. How is the team feeling regarding that? Is there extra pressure involved? Because I don't think I need to remind everyone that you are a university, you are starting classes, and you are like, you have so many other life obligations. Not that anyone else doesn't, but there is more expected of you. Is there a lot of pressure? Is there stress? Like, how is the team feeling? How are we feeling?
Yeah, the school did just start, so that is unfortunate, but you know, we gotta chase our degree. So honestly, I would say that school is a plus because it keeps you disciplined, in my opinion. I feel like when there's nothing happening, you kind of can get caught off in the world and the things that are happening outside of your kind of zone. And with school, to me personally, it makes me lock in and be more disciplined on practice, be more disciplined on what I'm doing in classes. And I think the guys feel the exact same way because we've done this before. You know, we finally made 2 challengers, and I think we're gonna sweep through lower bracket personally because we've been feeling really confident, really good. If we keep up the same momentum, same energy, I think it's very possible that we're just gonna come out back to grand final.
Well, you will have to face the loser of Winthrop University or Core after their match.
I need my rematch against Mubi and the whole squad at Winthrop.
What does that entail for you? What does that mean? Just like clean 2-0, or do you want it to be a grudge match? Do you want to knife someone? Like, define this rematch to me.
I would say that the numbers and statistics speak for themselves. We already beat them multiple times. 2-0 before that. So honestly, I'm seeing another 2-0. Why not? Governor, what he was pulling off with the ace back-to-back on Ascent, I think that was complete fluke. I love you, though, but that's not going to slack against me.
Okay, so just to be clear, you believe you are the better university team?
Yeah, easily.
Easily. Love to hear it. Well, congratulations, Tyson. It was great to hear from you. I will see you probably in your stream later tonight.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you, Liz, finally.
Nice talking to you, too.
All right.
Movie. That's a new one.
Hilarious. I'm sorry.
I see. I know him as Gabe or Moobs, and to hear movie, I don't think I'll be using that one. I can't lie. But that is it for our show today. But we do have more games coming up, and this bracket is going farther and farther and farther. As you can see, Cube and Envy tomorrow, along with this the before mentioned Winthrop University and Core. I mean, Roy, I feel like with the Cube Envy rematch is going to be so exciting.
Cube Envy is going to be crazy, and the other crazy thing about that is the loser of that match will go up against TSM, and that will also be crazy. And the winner, or the loser of Winthrop University or Core is going to play Maryville University, and that's also crazy. I mean, it's just a lot of good Valorant left here, guys. There's no other way to put it.
I mean, Gompers, I'm going to get your thoughts on this because tomorrow we have such a great day of Valorant. It just feels like Challengers is getting more and more, because we're going through the bracket, we are getting more and more tense, and the stakes are building higher and higher and higher, Gompers.
I agree, and it's so funny because Wildfire was saying, you know, I need my rematch against Mubi, and I don't know, is the rematch going to happen? Because Winthrop University have gone against Core in stage 2, obviously. I mean, with slight differences there, but they 2-1, and it was kind of like a close matchup. So I think that game is going to be pretty exciting to watch. I don't even know who's going to be knocked down, but I really do hope that MU and WU get to have a little Mubi and Wildfire matchup. It would be exciting.
I feel like if that matchup happens, it's going to be absolute chaos on the server and also on Twitter afterwards, because Lord knows Wildfire loves to use a good Twitter before a good tweet or a post before a match. But friends, that's going to be it for us today. It has been a nonstop day of Valorant, the highs and lows, but that is exactly what the lower round of playoffs is. It is high stakes and high rewards. On behalf of production, the desk, the casters, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Shut this down. Split this in half.
Chip damage is all they really need to do. Timotino with this judge. Gonna get it started. Sacred, nice walk up on the swing. Vora has an LMG, so he should be fine. Yeah, that's 2. 7, just holding it down on site. TP out from McNutty. This is a good switch up, but 7's got it locked in.
And GMD yet again right in front of it. Now sticking the smoke, the force extra util dug in. And these classic TSM legacy members are able to hold the line. Now they can dump their own kits in, make this as easy as can be. The backstabs will finalize. And another season. Chloric. And might be what gets MU over the line. No, just holds in front of it and gets 2.
Oh, it's so confident, and it gets rewarded. Like, no gets 2 and walks away, and then finds Renz as well.
It's to clear. Kumi. In a near impossible situation, Maryville looked to have guaranteed this. Any swing can confirm this here and now. To get Maryville to map 3, to give them one more chance at holding on to this tournament. And Giza will lead the... And it starts with Renz. Noise already made. Valor for the swing, that's 1. Not a lot of time left. Every ounce of confirmation. No time to use the kit. Just gotta hope they don't hit you on your smoke.
There goes the time.
That's gotta be it. And it is.